Chapter 76, The Destined Encounter in Tianyu Time. Time flies. Yiyu and Orbia have been living shamelessly on this deserted island for more than 3 months. Since that day, the white-haired girl saw Yiyu transform into the Dragon Queen. He directly evolved into a middle-second little fan, wandering Yiyu all day long. Please change his body to show him again. What can Yiyu do? Of course, ignore her. What a joke. Is this something you can watch just by wanting to? Is it a polite thing for people to transform? No matter how much Orbia begs, Yiyu is always indifferent. Be a man. You have to be principled. Say not to show it. I won't show it. That's right. This Aquaman is deliberately trying to sing the taste of you, a black-bellied girl. It's all up to see if I'm going to take it or not. However, although Orbia was in front of Yiyu, always look a little cute. But in fact, the mind of this little girl. But it's far more than other peers. And the vast majority of adults. Also mature and wise. And during this period, the two of them were alone day and night. Orbia is invisible. I had already put aside the 1, 2, 7, and I had the last bit of alert to Yiyu. At the same time, and to this handsome man, a deep attachment was created. Even if Yiyu now asks her for, note, positive energy, she wouldn't refuse, either. After all, the two of them are already asleep. Well, don't think wrongly. That's very simple very simple sleeping together to keep warm. That's right. That's probably it. And the barbecue made by Yiyu is so delicious. This made Orbia, who originally loved small animals very much. It directly rises to the love of, no meals can be missed. The prehistoric beasts in the primeval forest on the island. During these 3 months, they almost got the worst of the two. A wild beast that can swim. He even chose to jump into the sea and run away directly. No way. This man's appetite is really terrifying. And during this period, Orbia also brings the research results of Ohara scholars over the years on historical text. Shang Yeu explained it in a show-off style. Only in Yiyu's opinion. But he was somewhat disappointed. Because of the scholars of Ohara, I have spent a lot of manpower and material resources to struggle for so many years. But I found no valuable information at all. The only one who can take action. I'm afraid that's it. They interpreted it from a certain, true historical original stone that records important information. The one that existed in 100 years of blank space. The name of the giant kingdom. Nation of God. That's right. That's 900 years ago. On top of Red Earth continent. The powerful country established by the ancestors of the D clan. This result. For Yiyu. That is beyond expectations. It's reasonable again. He originally thought that among God would be part of the Great Kingdom. Even. It's probably the most important part. But what I didn't expect was. The Kingdom of God is actually the Great Kingdom itself. Only. Ohara, the information that scholars have in their hands is extremely limited. In addition to the idea of the name and Great Kingdom, there is no other substantial evidence. Even. Not as good as Locke's nose. But the destruction of Ohara. It is precisely because of these self-righteous scholars. Too anxious to the outside world. To the world. And show off to the 5 old stars what they have found. In the case of only thinking. They are in the life and death. He actually wanted to use his ridiculous beliefs. But it challenges the power that ruled the world for 800 years. Who will die if you don't die? Yiyu is about this stupid behavior. Not too rational. But he would not let the white-haired girl in front of him go back to the old path of fate. So, Yiyu did not tell him the past that Locke told him. After all, if this little girl knew, I will definitely yell to return to Ohara. Add these shocking information. Tell the group of scholars who were stupid to read. Finally appeared. Just as Yiyu was thinking about what to eat tonight. Powerful, seeing and hearing domineering spirit. A scene that happened next to the coast has been captured. Oh hee what a peerless beauty. This is a rare top-quality product. Yahahaha do you want to run away, woman? Didn't you tell me? We will send you to Wano country by boat as agreed. Yes, come here quickly, we don't want you to be hurt. On the coast. More than a dozen human traffickers with vulgar appearances. Facing someone with long blue hair. Wearing Wano country clothing. The girl with long legs chased and blocked her. Soon. The girl had no way to escape. However. Facing more than a dozen people tall and big. Human trafficker holding weapons. The girl had no intention of compromise at all. Suddenly he pulled out the long knife around his waist. The blade pointed straight at everyone. You really don't dare to hurt me because that's the ship of human traffickers. If I get injured, the price of sales will definitely be reduced a lot, right? Tien Yushi said with some regret. I'm actually deceived by you who are not good things at first sight so stupid. It seems that it has been seen through. After being exposed. The leading human trafficker smirked and said. Give up, you have nowhere to escape, and the sea is behind you. Yes, give up. Other human traffickers also started to cheer. No, I still have a place to escape. Tien Yushi did not show a panic look on his face. Because. She can activate the ability of Fruit of Time at any time. Conduct time and space travel. Just like when she came through time 800 years ago a few days ago. However. Just in Tianyushi, he was ready to activate his fruit ability. When flying to a further future again. Those human traffickers who were originally surrounded by Zero. But they all looked at each other. Spit blood in the mouth. He fell to the ground and died in one fell swoop. Are you okay? Yi Yu walked towards him. A gentle smile on his face. It makes people feel like spring breeze. So handsome no, I'm fine. Tien Yushi shook his head in a panic and said softly, my name is Tien Yushi, may I ask, did you save me just now? The reason for this reaction. It's not because Tianyushi is so crazy. But because. Yi Yu is so handsome. Orbiya is the best example. And. Along the way. All the men Tianyushi saw were ugly. Suddenly. Such a handsome guy appeared in front of me. Still own save the benefactor. Extremely powerful. This kind of dream will wake up with a smile. A wonderful plot that only appears in bedtime stories. Which girl can control her? Not to mention. Tien Yushi is already 26 years old this year. And the biggest feature of women in Wano country. He admires a strong man. Even if Tien Yushi was born overseas. But in her bloodline. Such genes are still flowing. My name is Yi Yu, it's just a matter of raising hands. Yi Yu pointed to the location where the smoke rose in the forest and said. We're barbecue over there, are you going to have something to eat? Gululu. Before Tianyu could speak. Her stomach was already making a hungry chirping. It's causing you trouble. The two of them then came to the middle of the forest one after another. The aroma of barbecue is getting stronger. Olbia, this is Tianyushi. Yi Yu sat back in front of the fire. While organizing the barbecue. A brief introduction was made to the two women. Scum. Orbia stared at Yi Yu with his nose. Obviously jealous. Although I know the woman in front of me. It is the very important person in Yi Yu's mouth. But she felt the threat. The status of the solo favor, 3.9. Maybe it's really impossible to save this time. Wow, Mr. Yi Yu, the barbecue you made is so delicious. Tianyushi is after a full meal. Looking at the handsome and powerful man in front of him. After hesitating for a moment. Finally made his own decision. A sincere expression appeared on his face. Tianyushi said straight to the point. I came from about 800 years ago. My biggest wish since childhood was to go to Wano country. Mr. Yeyu, can you take me there? 800 years ago. Orbiya was shocked directly. Blinking big eyes. He stared at Tianyu and looked back and forth. But. This young and beautiful sister, you, in front of me. No matter how you look at it. They don't look like an old woman in her 800s. Stop thinking about it all over there. She is the ability of Superman's system and time fruit, so she can create a miracle that travels through time and space. Yi Yu glanced at the horns of a wicked smile. There is no answer to Tianyushi's question. Instead, he said seriously. During Tianyu, if I tell you that our encounter is a destined arrangement, do you believe it? Chapter 77. Do you believe in light? A journey across the old era. Oh. Two flushings appeared on Tianyushi's fair cheeks. A little deer suddenly bumped into her heart. She never expected it. The handsome man in front of me was so direct. Is he confessing to me? Do I need to pretend to be reserved before agreeing? It seems less frivolous. Just when Tianyushi was crazy about it, Yi Yu had already spoken again. Although Wano country is also one of my destinations, I still have several important places to go before this. When Yi Yu looked at Tianyu with bright eyes, he said with anticipation, "How is it, Tianyushi, do you want to join my team?" "That's really great." A sweet smile in the moonlight. He nodded and said, "I also just want to see more of the world. I feel really happy when traveling." "Yeah." A cunning look flashed in Yi Yu's dark eyes. He said with a pretentious attitude, "But in this case, I'm afraid we won't go to Wano country in a short time. This won't have any impact on your travel plans, right? And, I might also need the ability to borrow." "It's okay." Tianyu didn't seem to notice it. "I was stepping into the trap set by Yi Yu for her." He smiled and shook his head. "I want to go to Wano country just because it is my parents' homeland. So, it's nothing to get there even later. And..." Tianyushi suddenly lowered his head with a little twist. He kept wrapping his cyan hair with his fingers. He whispered shyly, "Although it was my first meeting, when I was with Mr. Yi Yu, I felt like I had arrived at my destination. This scene. This posture. If someone who doesn't know sees it, I definitely think Yi Yu and Tian Shiyu are a couple who love each other." "Nani?" Orbiya was completely shocked at this time. His eyes widened. "It seems like I have discovered a new world. Sister, you are so good at this." Close black lens bracket. T means tea. Tea is so breathy in tea. If I were a man, I will definitely like this kind of tea master. Believe it. "Ah no, I'm kneeling. But, sister, can you teach me? This is my honor, so let's take a break tonight and then set off tomorrow morning." Although Tianyushi's answer will give people a feeling of frivolity and casualness, but Yi Yu didn't think so. In the original work, after Kazuki Oden saved Tianyu, this innocent and innocent woman, so he chose to trust the other party 100%. Later, he followed the light directly to Suki Oden boarded the white-bearded boat together. Even if the other party tells her clearly, the destination is not Wano country, Tianyushi did not leave either. Later, after Kaido killed Kazuki Oden, Tianyushi could obviously follow Kinemon and some people, traveling together until 20 years later. But she resolutely. He chose to follow Kazuki Oden to die. All of these are enough to illustrate. Although Tianyushi looks like a tea master with a very good looks, but in the heart. But he is a simple kindness. And a loyal woman. This is why Yi Yu dares to use such an important treasure. The main reason for betting on her. The next morning, after the three of them had breakfast, "Yi Yu, where are we going for the next first stop?" Tianyushi asked expectantly. In past time travel, she is all alone. But now. But there are partners who can rely on each other. I'm in a good mood naturally. Let's go to the Shampoa Islands 8 years later. Yi Yu's horns swept into a cunning curve. Said with deep meaning. There is a tragic young man there, standing at the crossroads of life, waiting for our salvation. It appears again, that charlatan expression. Orbiya pouted and muttered in a low voice, "I had promised to sleep with me before Humph, I feel different." Tien Yushi immediately activated the ability of Time Fruit. A dazzling halo wrapped the figures of the three of them in. Then it disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time. Navy Headquarters. Open black lens bracket Marinfando close black lens bracket. Boot Training Camp. Look, it's those two newcomers who broke all the records in the training camp just a few days ago. They are so powerful that they are simply outrageous, like monsters. Not only that, I heard that both of them seem to be rare natural demon fruit abilities. Nani? Hey, it's true, it's not enough to let others live. I envy them so much. After graduation, at least the colonel started. With their conditions, do you have to wait until graduation? That's right, I'm afraid it won't take long before the two of them will be picked up and left first. Open black lens bracket Beihai close black lens bracket is really a place where monsters are abundant. All around the training ground. The students from other groups have already been surrounded. And their focus. Now. They all gathered on the two figures in the center of the venue where they were training in actual combat. One of them. Wearing a navy cap on top of his head. Wearing a red half-sleeved shirt. Open your arms. Exposes the bronze-colored explosive muscle inside. Meet. Sharp eyes. Be fierce. It was Akainu Sakazuki, who was only 23 years old. And the other one. Wear a must-have horse flea yellow shirt for trendy men. Wearing sunglasses. Frivolous appearance. And the sloppy hair on the top of the head. The vulgar temperament is undoubtedly revealed. It is precisely that Kizaru Porosalino, who is known as the Pirate Number 1 Sexy Wild General in the future. He was only 26 years old at this time. It's already a natural achievement. Bang! With a strange force, his arms bounced off Sakazuki's fist that hit him towards him. Porosalino pinched his chin. He spoke in his unique vulgar tone. Yo-o-o tilde 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 Sakazuki, may I ask do you believe in light? Haiyuan Calendar 1520. A certain sea area of New World. Moby and Red Foss stand side by side. Park quietly on the sea surface. A heavy footsteps sounded. A figure slowly climbed onto the deck of the Moby. The powerful, domineering spirit rages out. Open black lens bracket red hair close black lens bracket Shanks. A young strong man who became the new Four Emperors 4 years ago. Thump. The pirates watching on the deck didn't know what was going on. Then they fell into coma. Loss of consciousness. Only the captain and the strongest at the cadre level can survive. The arrogant figure passed by. Finally stopped in front of Whitebeard. It's rude, no matter how you say it's an enemy ship. The red-haired smiled and said, I just suppressed me a little. Seeing your face, the pain that the bastard left in my heart ached faintly. The Whitebeard looked down upon. He said in a bad tone. I brought me some wine to heal my pain, and I had no intention of fighting you. Red Hair patted the huge wine jar. Smiling and explaining. I want to discuss something with you this time. Gulalaleo bastard, this is not what a domineering and exposed man should say. The Whitebeard saw the red hair and took the initiative to give up. The mood suddenly got better. Waves at Marco and others. He said with a big laugh. It seems that he is not here to fight, let us both stay alone for a while. A look of remembrance flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Roger, Cap, Warring States period. There are fewer and fewer people who know the sea at that time. But these years, but the intern on Roger's ship is already making a name for himself now. Quote. Isn't this a matter of course? The red hair seemed to remember the past. He said with emotion. After all, it's been 22 years. The first companions never saw each other again after parting ways in Rogue Town on the day the captain was executed. For me, these years have been just a blink of an eye. Whitebeard is now 72 years old. The change in mentality is naturally self-evident. After picking up the wine jar and taking a big mouthful of it. Some sneered. But Roger's way of dying is actually the best result. After all, he still has the chance to start the great pirate age with his own hands. If that guy Yi Yu hadn't disappeared, Roger probably wouldn't have the chance to arrive at Ravdru. You. The red hair was slightly stunned. Then a wanted order flashed in my mind. He exclaimed. Is it that Godslayer wanted by Barry for 10 billion yuan for the world ZF? Gulalalala. The white beard laughed generously and said, I didn't expect that a little guy like you would know his existence. I remember when he defeated your captain back then, you seem to have not been born yet. How come I don't know? A solemn and complicated look appeared on the red-haired face. In a deep voice. The eye wounds that were regarded as a lifelong shame by Deputy Captain Riley, and the left arm of Senior Java, were all thanks to him. I really didn't expect that besides me, there was someone who remembered his existence. The white beard laughed even happier when she heard this. He said proudly. In this sea, countless people have left their own legends, but they will soon be chased and surpassed by later generations. But only you became the only eternal legend that no one else could ever surpass. Even Captain Locks can't do it. Rocks. The red-haired pupils contracted unconsciously. Murmur. Is it the Sea Overlord who triggered the Battle of Gods? Gulalalala. Whitebeard said with some surprise, it seems that you know a lot. But how do I remember that Roger rarely mentioned what happened to others since that war? Red Hair seemed to deliberately avoid this topic and directly changed. Whitebeast, I have experienced various battles and have been covered with countless scars, but the only scar that has caused me to feel ache until now. He pointed at 3 scars on his left eye. The red-haired said in a serious tone. The person who left me this wound is your son, Blackbeard Teachy. I know what you're thinking. But I can tell you that I was not careless at the time. So, Whitebeast, what I want to tell you about this trip is that guy has been lurking by your side and waiting for the opportunity. That is, if you don't compete for the position of captain, 127 has not tried to improve your reputation, so you just hide under your resounding name, Whitebeard. Then you get the strength and start acting. In the end, you must aim at your top. One day, he will come and take your place. Then what do you want me to do? The Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. He said expressionlessly. I'm afraid this is the focus of your coming here today, right? Stop Ace. The red hair said the purpose of this trip directly. Ace is very strong, I know this, but now is not the time to let those 2 people clash head-on. Don't let him provoke Tick, I have only such a few requests. Gulalalala. After hearing this, Whitebeard burst into laughter. He looked at the red hair with a cold look. Is the little devil who used to be runny-nosed now so sensible? Being a human being requires morality. That guy Tick broke the iron law by breaking the taboo of not killing his companions. As my dad, shouldn't I let that bastard pay the price for it? Did you understand, idiot? You are 100 years early if you want to point fingers at me. In this sea, all the people who can tell me have disappeared long ago. The momentum of the white beard burst out. As terrifying as a beast in prehistoric times. However, the red hair on the opposite side was not afraid. The powerful ordinary color domineering aura protects the body. Slowly fight and get up. While drawing the sword, he said. If you let it go, this rampant era will be completely out of control and no one can control it. That's what the Navy and the world should worry about. I'm a pirate. The words fell. Kong Yunch and Griffin collided with each other in a bang. The unparalleled aura of the domineering master rushed straight to Jushao. Directly tear the heavy clouds in the sky. The entire sea area. Instantly shrouded under the powerful pressure of the 2. At the same time. Open black lens bracket Wano country close black lens bracket nearby waters. A small boat was moving forward in the turbulent current. Wow, Sister She, look, it's a fish. Why do carp appear in the sea? Oni, a silver-haired girl with an intellectual aura. Grasp the fence and look out. But I found the hull around. I don't know when. There were many large groups of carp. But this fish. Shouldn't you live in freshwater? Is Wano country just above this huge waterfall? Another beautiful green-haired woman. He said with anticipation. After experiencing a colorful trip, I finally have to stand on the land where my parents lived. Thank you, husband. Chapter 78 New sign in reward, super gorgeous attributes. 3 people on the boat. It was Yu and the other 2 who had traveled through time many times. Although it was time for them to travel for the first time. It has been 30 years. But the appearance of the 3. But there was no change at all. Still maintaining the charm of the past. Yu is still so handsome. It's just in the dark eyes. But there was a little more time to go through vicissitudes and precipitation. Orbayayi is still the black-bellied and cute little white hair. When angry. His cheeks are so cute. The only thing that has changed. It's time for Yu. Sister Tianyu. Long green hair that was originally scattered on the shoulders. Now it has been trading up. This is a symbol of being a woman. Between eyebrows. It also has an unprecedented mature, rhyme, taste and graceful charm. Beautiful. It makes people feel indifferent. Obviously. On the way through the journey. Many interesting stories happened between her and Yu that are unknown to others. It was even more under Yu's sweet words. I agreed to his many, excessive, requests. But such a move. Regarding the intimate relationship between the 2. It's still normal. After all. Let Tianyushi have an older sister. He guards a handsome guy like Yu every day. It would be strange if you can control it. There is no news that Fire Fist Ace was arrested yet, which means that there is at least 1 month left before the Super War begins. Yu hugged Tianyu with Orbia. Looking at the huge waterfall that was rushing and towering into the clouds. He said with anticipation. This period of time has been enough for us to collect 4 road signs and history text and find Raftru. Then, the first road sign and historical text starts with Wano country. Kaido, I hope you're stronger. But husband, how can we get up? Tien Yushi asked with a puzzled look on his face. Yes. Orbia raised her little head. He said excitedly. But this scene is really spectacular. The end of the sea water is actually a waterfall. This sea area is truly magical than ever before. Don't worry, I have my own way. Yu glanced at the corners of the horns with a confident curve. This waterfall that is 1,000 meters high in front of you. It is the only way to enter the Wano country. At the same time, it is also a natural barrier that blocks the Wano country from being invaded by the outside world. As the only producer and processing country in the world, Halu stone products. The world has long been coveting the Wano country for 100 years. But it is because of this dangerous geographical advantage. That leaves them helpless. And for Yu, it is simply ideal to regard Wano country as a base. Because I took down the Wano country. In a sense, it is equivalent to restraining the throats of the world and the navy in disguise. You must know. The world ZF is the largest buyer of Halu stone weapons and torture tools. Warships want to avoid harassed by Aquaman. Safely past Windless Belt. The modification of Halu stone is indispensable at the bottom of the ship. Promote the city those who are detained in the Devil Fruit ability. Also, the torture instruments of Halu stone are indispensable. In the original work, even the generals and princes and nobles dare to kill them at will. In order to continue to secretly purchase Halu stone products from Wano country. Even if it is the waste of black charcoal snake. One shot, a shot, in the face. They didn't dare to fight back at all. This is enough to prove it. How much does the world rely on Halu stone products in Wano country? Even if Yiyu's plan failed. He can also return to Wano country to rest and recuperate. This is why Yiyu regards Wano country as the reason for the first stop after crossing. You two have caught it. Yiyu said with a smile. Then, bent over and grabbed the dorsal fin of a huge carp underwater. The boat suddenly jumped out like an arrow ship leaving the string. Amid the screams and cheers of the 2 women. Climbing over the waterfall quickly. Come to the beach outside the port of Julie. Wow, the scenery here is so beautiful. Tianyushi and Orbia are like two curious babies. He kept looking around. Yu was the moment he got off the boat. A system prompt sound that had been away for 30 years in my mind sounded. Ding, the sign in location, Wano country, was detected. Is the host sign in? Close black lens bracket. Yu immediately showed joy, sign in now. Ding, sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for receiving special consumption rewards, 10 fairy beans. Close black lens bracket. Huh, it turns out to be open black lens bracket Shondo close black lens bracket. Yu quickly opened the system panel. Open black lens bracket strongest sign in system close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host, Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 24 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability template, Hungry Wolf 260% close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket special character board template skill, breakthrough of the boundary katakana middle dot second part 2 close black lens bracket. Add passive characteristics of character templates, breathing method, super learning ability, combat continuation, near-death breakthrough, stronger and stronger in combat, adaptability. Skills. Mystery katakana middle dot real self flow, instant step passive cicada monster killing fist only for use in the Niu horned monster. State martial arts are fully opened, automatically opened in the Niu horned monster, extreme state. Open black lens bracket sword technique, secret and 6 paths / close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket sword intention, ghost chi katakana middle dot advanced close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armed color domineering, perfect close black lens bracket. Domineering and hearing, perfection, awakening and forecasting the future. Open black lens bracket overbeal color domineering, perfect close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket devil fruit, fish and fish fruit awakening state close black lens bracket. Special ability, listen to the voice of all things LV1. Special mission, the King of Heaven awakens, current progress. Open black lens bracket listen to the sound of all things 1/3, close black lens bracket. Animal system, fish, fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form 2 halves. Borrow amount, 10 billion berry. Title, God Slayer, the world's biggest enemy, the world's most vicious criminal. Special one-time consumption props, Shondo 10 pieces. Looking at the system space. Suddenly there were 10 green, Shanyan beans. Yiyu's handsome face. A bright smile like sunshine. This thing. It's definitely a good thing. Even in the world of Dragon Ball. Shondo is definitely the strongest healing medicine with an irreplaceable status. Because. As long as the person is not dead yet. There is still a breath. No matter how serious the body was injured. Just eat 1 Xian bean. Then you can gain the power of regeneration. Resurrection in an instant. At the same time. It will also restore physical strength and energy. To the body of the eater. Readjust to the best fit for combat. Just, instantly, restore this. It's already a bug-level existence. This is the strength of Shondo. It can be said. As long as you don't get killed instantly on the spot. Have a Xian bean. It's equivalent to. The holder will have 1 more life. In addition. Open black lens bracket Xian bean close black lens bracket can also be used to satisfy hunger. Calculated based on Xiao Wukong's appetite and consumption. Eat 1. At least 10 days can be served. But this is how to use it. It's a bit of a waste of resources. Only. Shondo is not omnipotent either. Its recovery effect. It is completely ineffective for diseases. But for Yu. This is enough. Unlimited superposition of God-level passive characteristics. The combat power of border breakthrough katakana middle dot second 2 exploded. Empty cicada S extreme lockhead hold. The blood recovery moment after adding Shondo. Now. Yu is full of confidence. No matter how terrifying the big boss I am is. He already has the power to fight. And compared to before. Yiu's current attribute list. It can definitely be called super gorgeous. The first is the current progress of Hungry Wolf template. It has been 200%. Breakthrough to 260% now. At the same time, it successfully turned on the ultimate posture in the state of Monster Horn full martial arts. This is all due to the lack of presence breathing method. After becoming a weird person, breathing method truly plays its magical role. Make it up directly. The fatal flaw of humans meet. The body cannot bear full strength. Enable Yiu to this state. Explode the ultimate power. But when the template progress reaches 260%, no matter how hard Yiu studied and improved, none is growing. Most of the time, we need a life and death battle as dangerous as in the battle of gods. Only then can it be reinvigorated. But I just don't know. When the progress reaches 300%, what kind of special state will be turned on? Could it be demonic form? Besides, after obtaining Ghost Chi and Sword Intent, Yiu's swordsman goes a step further. Create the exclusive 6-path slash. As early as when he killed the 3 silver axe. He tried his best. Extremely powerful. And Yiu's 3 colors dominant. They all reached the state of perfection. Fish and fish fruit has been awakened long ago. It can be said. Yiu today. He is already standing on the ceiling of the entire combat power of Pirate World. In addition to 5 old stars and Big Boss I Am. Open black lens bracket General close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 4 Emperors close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket The King under the 7 Warriors see close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Supernova close black lens bracket. These powerful people who have attracted the attention of the world. In his eyes. But he is no longer an opponent who can be taken seriously. Oh tilde wow, husband, it's really beautiful here. It's like being in a painting. Tianyushi and Orbia were already attracted by the wonderful scenery in front of you. Lush and lush forests. Mountains with mountains. Everyone shows the unique scenery of Wano country. Quote. Yiu glanced at the 2 happy girls. Thinking about it. If you get to the side. In the end, I didn't say it. What they see is just appearance after all. And under this beautiful scenery. Actually, it's hidden. It's all ugly darkness and filth. Next second. Yiu took a deep breath. Then. He shouted at the Wano country above the waterfall from the sky. Get Jiao, it's so cute, why don't you get out and greet me quickly? The terrifying sound waves are blessed by ordinary color domineering aura. Instantly turned into an invisible wave of air. Like a mountain torrent. Rolling towards the distant territory of Wano country. Inhabited in the forest. Those huge beasts. Then in this roar. He was so scared that he shivered. They fled farther away in panic. In an instant. Starting from Julie. A huge roar like rolling thunder swept away. It quickly swept across the entire Wano country. It's so cute you can't get out to greet me quickly. Although Kaido is the king of the kingdom of Wano. But since 20 years ago, Kaido publicly executed Kazuki Oden in public. In the hearts of the people of Wano country. It has become a taboo. Ordinary people. Even if he mentions his name. They will be scared to death. Now. Some people dared to ask Kaido to get out to greet him. And it's so loud. Don't you want to live anymore? Hey, have you heard the sound just now? I heard that. Is it because I had hallucinations? Is someone who dares to talk to King Kaidoming like this? Yes, if you are caught, you will definitely be killed. For a moment. The whole Wano country is up and down. Regardless of the warrior. Still a civilian. Hundreds of thousands of people stared at each other in shock. At the same time, looking up at the sky. Find the source of sound. Chapter 79 Kaido is floating, you stand up first and then talk. Ghost Island. Nani? Which lunatic is talking? When will such a fearless person appear in the territory of Wano country? Hasn't the remnants of the Guangyu family been cleaned up long ago? Who is so arrogant that he dares to let Admiral Kaido greet him in person? Don't you want to live? He, I've seen a good show this time. The pirates on the island suddenly burst into laughter. These people didn't realize it at all. The fate of the entire beast pirates. All will change because of this. Inside Skull Castle. One has a pair of red horns on his head. Wearing a Prajna mask on your face. A woman with a storm. After hearing the sound. Suddenly he stopped from running. A look of doubt and curiosity appeared on the delicate face behind the mask. The whole Wano country. Except for the dead Kazuki Oden. There is actually someone who dares to talk to his father like this. No, I have to see who is so brave. The woman's name is Yamato. It is Kaido's only daughter. Only. The relationship between father and daughter is not good. Or. It is more appropriate to call it hostile. And at this time. In Kaido's mansion. Click. Almost at the same time the sound was heard. The huge wine gourd in Kaido's hand was directly slammed and exploded. However. Even if the wine is sprinkled all over. Kaido still didn't realize it. In the originally hideous giant eyes. At this moment, it was filled with fear and horror. Kaido's thoughts. I recall more than 30 years ago uncontrollably. Rock's Pirates, the time when it was not yet disbanded. And the man who emerged like a demon. I must have heard it wrong. It's absolutely impossible to be that man. He hasn't appeared in 127 for 30 years. Almost everyone. They all believe he is dead. And. Even if the person comes, it's really Brother Yu. I'm gonna be. Even if it's really that bastard Yu. I won't be afraid of him. Kaido, is strong and strong. I will never kneel down to this bastard again. I am now Kaido, the beast named the strongest creature. Kaido began to cheer himself up in his heart madly. The words, orcs will never be slaves, seemed to echo in my ears. Only. His trembling legs. But he betrayed his true thoughts. Over the years. The impact of Yu on Kaido. It's like a nightmare. It can't be gone. In order to get out of the fear and shadow dominated by Yu. Kaido has been in these 30 years. He gave too much sweat and tears. That's right. He has become stronger. He became more powerful than the strongest creature in sea, land and air in the original work. And. I also got a phantom beast sprout that is comparable to fish and fish fruit. Kaido now. Regardless of combat effectiveness. Still have the ability to fight. They are far better than before. Kaido, why are your legs shaking? As soon as Yamato rushed into the room. Then I noticed something strange about Kaido. In the amber pupils. It exudes a very strong jade for seeking knowledge. In this world. There is actually someone who can rely on just one voice. That scared Kaido. Yamato is becoming more and more curious now. What kind of character is it? Only by leaving such indelible fear in Kaido's heart. Is he stronger than Whitebeard, Big Katakana Middle Dot Mom, and Kazuki Oden? Get out, you don't have the say here. Kaido's face darkened. He shouted in anger, you are back. The matter of the general Wano country is not negotiable. The remnants of the Guangyu family have been cleared by me for a long time. There is no need to keep the waste of the black charcoal snake. I want to completely rule Wano country. It's very different from the original work. 20 years ago, Kazuki Oden led the 9 red scabbards to attack Kaido. Many are actually on the battlefield. With years of hard work. He defeated Kazuki Oden openly. That's right. Kaido didn't play dirty this time. Even. The 2 swords in Katsuki Oden's hand. Nothing can be like the original work. A X-shaped scar is left at Kaido's moon Hungarian mouth. And. Although Kazuki Oden still gave birth to Kazuki Momonosuke with Anyihi. However, due to the lack of the time fruit ability of Tianyushi. After Kazuki Oden was killed. Katsuki Momonosuke and the remaining red scattered warriors. He couldn't escape the pursuit of Kaido and the black carbon Orochi. It was soon exposed to the wilderness. So. For Kaido. The black charcoal snake has obviously become a burden now. I don't want to be a general, I want Kazuki Oden and Ace to go out to sea like that and be a big pirate. Yamato was not afraid of Kaido's threat at all. Over the years, she has challenged Kaido countless times. Although there are no exceptions. All ended in failure. But Yamato's strength has become stronger and stronger. Only. Now she is afraid of the man that makes Kaido. I became more and more curious. Rebellious son. Kaido was furious when he heard this. He swung his mace and was about to smash it at Yamato. But at this moment, Yiyu's voice once again enveloped the entire Wano kingdom like thunder. It's so cute. Do you have to break your other horn so that you can feel comfortable? Kaido was shocked. The hill-like body shivered violently. Just done mental construction. It also disappeared into ashes. A hot man. Really back. Kaido, who is this person? You seem to be afraid of him. Yamato said with a smile on his face. Get out of here. Kaido can get up. He roared fiercely. I am a dignified 4 emperors. Why are you afraid of that bastard? Jin, go and notify everyone and follow me to go out immediately. Kaido was determined to meet Yiyu this time. Aedj. How to say it? He is also the overlord of the country now. There are tens of thousands of brothers under his command. If it was as unbearable as before, it would be at your disposal. Where is the majesty of all beasts? Wouldn't it make people laugh? I, Kaido, are also someone who wants face. Damn it. Don't steam buns and try to make a sigh. At worst, people will die. Birds. Chow. Heaven. I don't believe it anymore. I have put in a lot of time and sweat to practice for so many years. Can't he compare to that bastard's talent? I have to fuck him today. I want that guy to know. I am no longer the young follower. I want to justify myself. Kaido. Stand up. Yes. Jin responded with a complicated expression. Then he turned around and left. Boss Kaido, you don't need to do it yourself. I can do it alone. Jack followed Kaido. He said in a muffled voice. Bang. Quinn slapped directly. He yelled in a low voice. You can do nothing. Didn't you see that Boss Kaido is unsteady when walking? It goes without saying that this time I'm sure I'm a big shot. Jack glanced at him. He was suddenly as wronged as a 300-ton child. I could only mutter in my heart. What big man is bigger than the 4 emperors? Yamato grows so big. This is the first time I have seen Kaido show such a embarrassed posture. The interest in the beautiful eyes became more and more intense. Of course it is impossible to miss this good show. So he secretly followed Kaido and the others. Infiltrated into the vast team. What? When Kaido saw Yiyu's appearance that had not changed at all. A strong jealousy and envy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Damn it. Why? It's obviously more than 30 years past. Yiyu, this bastard. There was no sign of getting old. But I'm already like this. Why all the good things? He was all stuck in it alone. This is so unfair. It's obvious. Kaido felt a little sad. Wow, is that person so handsome? No, such a powerful aura. As one of the few straight iron girls in One Piece. Yamato actually saw Yiyu's appearance. There was such a hint of loss of consciousness. This can be seen from this. Yiyu's handsome appearance is so lethal compared to a woman. But soon. Yamato's attention. He was attracted by Yiyu's unique aura. It was a power stronger than Kaido. Yamato's eyes widened in disbelief. This young man. It's actually stronger than Kaido. I said, why are you so slow? It turned out that you had a welcome ceremony specifically for me. Yiyu's face gradually became gloomy. I'm afraid the sense of oppression swept across. Senran sneered. Kaido, it seems that you haven't seen each other for more than 30 years. You're a little bit floating. Let's go fart. Kaido suddenly opened his eyes wide open. The mace in his hand pointed at Yiyu from a distance. He shouted in anger. My current identity is no longer the same as before, The 4 emperors who are famous in the New World, don't think you can call me like you did. Quote. 3. Am not afraid of you. If the last sentence is not added. You may be. He really looks at Brother Kaido with admiration. But I just felt that Kaido's skin was a little tight. Need him as the eldest brother. Let loosen. That's right. The young follower back then has now become the Sea Emperor of New World, and his identities are different. The horns of the night feathers swept into a curve. Said lightly. Then you stand up and talk first. After hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to Kaido. Brother Kaido, when did you kneel down? Jin, Quinn and others noticed it. I don't know when it will start. Kaido actually kept talking to Yu in a kneeling position. What's going on in this situation? Hello. Boss Kaido. Didn't you just say you weren't afraid of him? Besides, that young man. It turned out to be Kaido's eldest brother. Have you called him around? Who can tell us? What the fuck is going on? Chapter 80, Keelin Form, Inspirational. Kaido's attack was instantly. Why am I? Kaido was stunned at first. Then he was furious in an instant. Damn it. After more than 30 years. As soon as I met you, I made me embarrassed in front of me Tilda. I'm fighting with you today. Hello. Bastard got to die. Kaido rushed towards Yu as fast as lightning. The mace in his hand was raised high. Armed color domineering and armed color domineering are covered layer by layer. Cracking black thunder. A long track was dragged out in the air. Tear the air. He smashed Yu's head violently. The horns of Yu swept a curve. Lift your right palm slightly. The palms are also wrapped around ordinary color domineering aura. Push forward casually against the mace. Boom. There was a dull explosion. The two attacks collided in the air. The black thunder exploded. A terrifying shock wave raged out, sweeping all directions. The pirates around who had no time to escape were blown to the sky. Even the trees are close to each other. Also uprooted. All thrown to the sea and forest in the distance. Oh. During the short stalemate between the two, Kaido had already smiled proudly. Yu, have you seen it? I will use the ordinary color domineering to entangle it now. I can finally fight you evenly. However, the pirates present. But I was already deeply shocked by the amazing scene in front of me. Incredible. There is no black skin attached to armed color domineering. He also does not have the ability to interfere with the devil fruit. The young man opposite just used a invisible armor. He blocked Kaido's extremely powerful and fatal blow from the air. How did he do it? Everyone was shocked. The smile on his face was completely frozen. That man. He actually has the terrifying strength to compete head-on with 4 emperors. And it looks like it is not at all inferior. What? That kid can even entangle ordinary color domineering. Yansao Jin exclaimed in panic in his eyes. Already realized Yu's strength. Damn it, why are those 2 women not affected at all? Quinn's focus was obviously not on Yu. I saw Tien Yushi and Orbia, who were standing not far behind Yu, watching the game. He was not affected at all. Shockwave blowing backward. Obviously, all of them were bounced away by Yu. That handsome man is really strong. Yamato's eyes suddenly showed a look of yearning. I thought she could be as strong as Yu. As a great filial son, she will definitely beat Kaido to kneel on the ground and call him dad. In the field, the collision continues. Facing Kaido's complacent, Yu just smiled but said nothing. Killing someone to kill your heart. Yu wants Kaido to relive the fear of being ruled during the Rocks era today. Bang! Yu's palm moved forward fiercely. It actually pressed directly on Kaido's mace. 5 fingers exert a little force. Click. Next second. Huge mace. It actually exploded into countless pieces under the eyes of everyone. Nani? Kaido's pupils shrank violently. A look of horror appeared on his face. But before he could move, Yu's figure had already appeared in front of him. What you said is a close battle. The words reached Kaido's ears. Cold iron fist. It had already hit him hard. Blood splattered out instantly. Boom. Kaido was actually bombarded directly, rolling on the ground for dozens of times. After breaking more than a dozen towering trees in succession, it then hit hard into the distant mountain wall. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Yu stepped forward. The dark eyes pierced through the smoke and looked at Kaido. Said lightly. This is it. 2 simple words. Not much harm. Very insulting. It also makes Kaido in the mountain wally instantly recall the scene when the two fought for the first time more than 30 years ago. My heart trembled violently. The fear that was once dominated spreads throughout the body again. Impossible. I have worked hard for more than 30 years. How could he not even take a single move? I'm so fucking a dignified 4 emperors. Coincide. That's right. I must have been careless just now. No flash. Damn it. Even if that guy Yu is so strong, it is impossible to have such a big gap with me. That's right. Absolutely impossible. Just as Kaido fell into crazy self-denial. Tens of thousands of pirates around. He had long been trapped in a strange dead silence. The quiet needle can be heard. The pirates who originally had the idea of watching the show. Now, all of them had their eyes widened in horror. He looked at the arrogant figure in the field with an incredible face. Oh my god, Boss Kaido, he was actually beaten away. It's so scary. Since the day I joined, I have never seen Boss Kaido be beaten and vomited blood. That's right, that boy's attack can actually break the boss. Everyone was stunned by the sudden scene in front of them. Yamato almost rushed out and hugged Yu and cheered. She grew so much. I've never seen such an arrogant person. But it's really handsome. It would be even better if she could hit Kaido more for her. Roar. A ferocious beast-like roar suddenly came from the smoke and dust. Funny Kaido, is this the phantom beast sprout you got? Yu stopped. He looked at the figure in the smoke and dust with great interest. Damn it, you boy are so proud that I'm not so easily defeated. Kaido slowly walked out of the smoke. But at this time it is no longer a human form, but the strongest human and beast form in the animal system. I saw Kaido at this time like a monster. The body is covered with colorful scales. The limbs transform into sharp claws. The sharp angles on all sides of the head. Carrying a strong giant tail. It is obviously a phantom beast sprout that is somewhat similar to fish and fish fruit. Puff. Kaido spit out a few knocked teeth from his mouth. He sneered. You just happen to be no different from scratching me. Yu, do you know how much effort I have put in over the past 30 years? The era between you and Locks has long passed. In the past 30 years, I have eliminated countless arrogant people in this sea. Now, there are few people who can be called an opponent by me. I have now become the Sea Emperor who dominates the country. This is a height you have never reached before. Kaido became more and more excited the more he spoke. It seems that I have been surplusing my heart for more than 30 years. All resentment and fear for Yu. All of them were released today. I remember back then, you snatched the fish and fish fruit that should have belonged to me in the God's Valley. From then on, in order to catch up with you, I have squandered a lot of effort and got Ling Ling a phantom beast sprout that is comparable to fish and fish fruit. That's right, it's animal system, dog fruit, phantom beast species, Kirin form. Facing the powerful Yu, Kaido was finally aroused all his fighting spirit. After becoming the 4 emperors. The power of the ferocious beast that has not churned for a long time. Finally today. It was completely reignited. This is his turnaround battle. This is his battle to justify his reputation. Facing the companions of the former Rocks pirates. Facing the elder brother who was like a demon in the past. Kaido has long abandoned distracting thoughts. Be prepared to let go without any scruples. Over the years. It is because of the idea of surpassing Yu. That's why Kaido never gives up. Even though he was arrested 18 times. Even if you have been severely punished and beaten thousands of times. Even if you were sentenced to death 40 times. He would also tear the strangled chains. The cutter knife that was thrown into the stage was broken. The spear stabbed towards the heart was broken. Even if you face consecutive setbacks. Kaido has never given up on his dream of becoming stronger. Now on this sea, no one can kill him anymore. Even Kaido himself. The same is true. Kaido shouted silently in his heart. Today, no matter what. He will not admit defeat in front of this man. And the pirates around. After listening to Kaido's words, I was immediately moved by this story and burst into tears. I didn't expect you were such an inspirational brother, Kaido. Yes, what we saw in the past was only his cold-blooded and cruel side. I didn't expect that behind this, I would have such a tragic and sad situation. It seems that our situation is too small. This effort, this will, this persistence, I would like to call Kaido the strongest. Boss Kaido, it's so fucking. Brother Kaido, Aoli gives. Come on, knock him down. This moment. This battle between the two. It seems to have become a confrontation between justice and evil. Only. This time, the person standing in the corner of justice. It's Kaido. Yu. Over the years, even in hell, I have no idea how many times I have experienced "you can't scare me now." Kaido enjoyed the cheers of the pirates very much. Open your arms, as domineering as the return of the king. Roaring loudly. Next, let you see my awesomeness. I have surpassed you now. The words fell. Kaido's second round of offensive has begun. In the huge mouth covered with fangs. A hot mass of energy has been condensed in an instant. There was a burning breath against Yu. Open black lens bracket Yan prison close black lens bracket. Kilin can spit fire. The sound is like thunder. Usually kind. Extremely fierce when you get angry. Can fly the clouds and fog. It can be said. The Kilin fruit, abbreviated as that Kaido ate. It's more like a shrinking version of Qinglong fruit, abbreviated as. Even the moves are somewhat similar. But compared to the general devil fruit. But it is much stronger. However. Face a scorching breath that is enough to razor the mountain to the ground. Yu still just raised his palm slowly. The dark eyes looked straight at Kaido. Said lightly. If you can do it, then give it a try. Bang. The terrifying burning breath exploded. Kaido's figure did not stop. Jump up. The sharp claws of both hands are like 10 sharp swords. Armed color domineering and armed color domineering entangle it. It triggered countless black thunders. Furious murderous intent. Roll out. In an instant. It is surrounded by a monstrous momentum. And an infinitely powerful blow. It has turned into the 9 heavens of thunder. Peerless magic weapon. Cut down at Yu. Burn 3 lives, lead Naraku, and go to the underworld. Even if there is no mace. Kaido relies on his own sharp claws. You can still use the strongest killer move. Put the anger in your heart. And the most powerful murderous intent. He vented his heart's contentment to this man who had been feared by him for more than 30 years. Bang. A loud roar. A terrifying turbulence broke out. The ground exploded inch by inch. However, the pirates imagined that Yu was blown away. Even the scene of killing on the spot did not appear. Instead, Kaido's sturdy body as if it were a hill. With Yu's random punch. Falling heavily on the ground. The battle just started. It turns out. It came to an abrupt end in such a strange way. All the pirates were confused in an instant. Even the smile on his face had not yet been frozen. Boss Kaido. You just talked so hard. We were all so excited that we heard it. I wish I could follow you to destroy that kid. Then. Just nothing happened. You're a little too fast, right? Is it better for 3 Meow and men to hold on for a longer time than you? Ready. It's over. Beast Pirates Group 20,000 members, confused B.jpg mouth. Chapter 81, is the filial son going to finish his attack? Brother Kaido surrenders. Kaido is actually under the strongest human and beast form. Was he knocked out by Yi Yu's punch? Now, on the huge coast, the expressions of nearly 20,000 pirates were surprisingly consistent. Everyone was stunned and Zhang Daba looked at him. His eyes were almost shocked. "Hey, Jin, I'm not dazzled, Boss Kaido." Quinn's big face full of fat. It was trembling and terrifying because of tension and fear. It looks unusually disgusting. But at this moment, everyone's eyes. But they were all concentrated on Kaido, who fainted on the ground. Not just Ern and Quinn. All pirates. And Yamato, a filial son, who hides in the distance and steals. All of them were suddenly seen. Completely shocked. The boss, who was always regarded as invincible by them. The king of the kingdom of Wano, who ruled for more than 20 years. The emperor on the sea, who has been dominating the New World for many years. It turns out, he actually punched the young man. Nothing succeeded. Thisho dares to believe this if you say it. Is that boy a devil? Can humans really reach his level? Who is he? Pirates, cognition and worldview. At this moment, it began to collapse with a bang. 127. However, at this time, Yi Yu stood proudly in the scene. But he spoke slowly. The voice is low. But he is domineering and incompetent. Kaido, it seems that after so many years, you still haven't figured it out. The fame, wealth, reputation you care about, in my eyes, nothing is considered. Your vision and dreams are so small. In this world, there are more powerful existences, waiting for me to challenge. The people around him were shocked again. Nani? What nonsense was that man talking about? An existence stronger than him. Thenies that's still human. Just when everyone was shocked. Swish! Exclamation mark. In the dense forest not far away. Suddenly a slim figure jumped out. He rushed straight towards Kaido, who had faded back into his human form on the ground. I finally waited for this opportunity. Why take away my freedom? Why take away the freedom of Wano country? Today let me end it all. Yamato holds an iron rod. Crackling black thunder lingered on it. With the anger that has been imprisoned for more than 20 years. With endless resentment towards this irresponsible father. The iron rod in his hand triggered the thunderous momentum. Toward Kaido's head. He continued to smash without hesitation. Nani? Jin, Quinn and others were shocked when they saw this. Why is this stupid son with a problem with his brain? It just happened to appear at this time. It's over. Now it's all over. Boss Kaido is bound to be gone. Damn it. Do you want to kneel down now and beg that kid to let us go? Facing the sudden appearance of Yamato, Yi Yu showed a laughing smile on his face. This girl is indeed worthy of the title of the #1 filial son of the pirate. The head is really iron. He actually dared to run out at such a time to finish the blow. One word. Awesome. But Yi Yu was not here to kill Kaido on this trip. Otherwise. Just now, he had killed Kaido directly. Still need to keep it until now. Facing the approaching super war. And the 5 old stars whose number is far better than that of oneself. Yi Yu needs a group of strong subordinates. Come and help him clear some unnecessary obstacles. And Kaido is among them. But if this kid has any slander, Yi Yu would not keep him anyway. Bang! Yi Yu reached out to stop Yamato's blow. Shaking his head at her and saying, I can't let you kill him for the time being, it's useful for me to keep him. But you can rest assured that he will never ask about you again from now on. No matter whether you want to leave Wano country or become the second in Kazuki Oden, no one will stop you. After saying that, without waiting for Yamato to react, Yi Yu directly launched the internal destruction of armed color domineering. Remove the 2 explosive Halu stone hand copying on Yamato's wrist. Boom. The hand-dumped hand that was thrown into the sea exploded. I knew that this Tauren had never cared about my life and death since he was a child. Yamato's eyes were slightly red. He looked at Yi Yu with a burning look and said, When I was a child, my greatest ambition was to become a hero like Kazuki Oden who dared to resist Kaido. But now, I want to be a strong man like you. At the same time, Jin and Quinn were on the periphery. Seeing Kaido's defeat was decided. I know that even if the three of them are on the big board together, he is definitely not Yi Yu's opponent. Want to save Kaido's life. There are also some deceitful means. The two looked at each other. Then he put his ideas on the two women, Tianyushi and Orbia, not far away. They can see it. These two women should be very important to Yi Yu. Otherwise, he couldn't have fought with Boss Kaido. He also blocked the aftermath for both women. However, just when the two people who are ulterior motives are about to take action, Yi Yu's body in the field. But suddenly, an unprecedented sense of terrifying oppression emerged. The dark eyes slowly turned to the two of them. Jin and Quinn stood there immediately. I didn't even dare to breathe. Until this moment. They really felt the horror of this young man. Those dark cold eyes. It seems to be able to penetrate everything. It's breathtaking. The world shakes. It seems as if standing in front of them at this moment. It is like a god who controls life and death. Terrifying momentum. It makes people feel even more chilling. The dragon has reverse scales. Death will happen if you touch it. Don't get me wrong, we just want to invite a few guests to Ghost Island. Jin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He quickly shouted at the pirates around him. What are you idiots still standing there? Don't you put away the weapon quickly. Do you want to kill Boss Kaido? Actually, he doesn't need to say it. The pirates did not have the courage to attack Yi Yu at all. Joke. Boss Kaido's strongest form was shot in seconds with one blow. They dare to go up and give it to them if they have a few heads. Experienced babies are not as stupid as that. Jin, if I guess correctly, you should also be a member of the D clan, right? Yi Yu said in a plain tone. I know you are the only surviving descendant of the Lunaria clan, and you also know about the Kingdom of God. The world owes a statement to D clan and owes everyone in the world a truth. 36 years ago, Lox died in the Valley of Gods for this truth. And now, I will present the historical truth between the blank 100 years to the world in the huge war that will come to the forefront of the world. Looking at the trembling all over his body in front of him, Yi Yu said meaningfully. Wano country will belong to me in the future. If Kaido wakes up and is still not honest, then you will replace him 0 inches. Hiss. The pirates around him took a deep breath when they heard this. He looked at Jin with disbelief. However, at this moment, Jin's heart was no less shocked than others. The man in front of him. He actually knew the secrets of him. That past. Shouldn't it have passed with time? And have you been forgotten by people? Who is he? Just while Jin was stunned, Yi Yu's voice came again. I'm sending me the general's mansion in Flower Capital, and I'll live there from now on. I know. Jin dare not resist. He quickly winked at Quinn beside him. Come on Kaido, back quickly. Then, he ordered Jack, who looked dumb. Go and find the black charcoal snake immediately and let him move out of the general's mansion. If he dares to resist. Ah no, as long as he dares to hesitate, just kill this useless waste. So Jung Kaido has been preparing to deal with him since a long time ago. Everything is arranged properly. Yi Yu and Tianyushi and Orbia. There is also Yamato who took the initiative to get together. The 4 of them boarded the ship together. Go directly to the direction of Flower Capital. Evening. Open black lens bracket City of Flowers close black lens bracket. General's mansion. Dozens of servants are in the courtyard. It kept washing the blood on the ground. Here. A few hours ago. There was an extremely tragic massacre. Jack with a hot temper. The black charcoal snake that he didn't want to move out. Together with his ninjas and samurai. Killed them all. The pungent smell of blood. Washed over and over again with soapy water mixed with the scent of mint. It has gradually faded away. And at this time. In the hall. Kaido, with heavy bandages wrapped around his head and upper body. With his subordinates 3 disasters. And 5 sons of the sky. Drake has not joined at this time. He had already knelt down in front of Yu. After waking up from coma, Kaido had regained his sanity. 3.9 The fear of being ruled by Yu in the past surged into my heart again. Kaido didn't even have time to sigh at his miserable experience. He ignored his injuries. I couldn't wait to come over directly. No way. Those who know the times are heroes. Yu's strength once again exceeded Kaido's imagination. His strongest form. It's actually so vulnerable in front of this monster. That's a big deal. If you don't hurry up and admit your mistake, my life is gone. Kaido knew Yu's cold means well. What ambition to swallow the world. The hegemony of conquering the sea. In front of your own life. None of them matters. Kaido dared not hesitate at all. Like a child who made a mistake. He begged with a pitiful expression. Brother Yu, I was wrong. Even if I borrow 100 courages from now on, I will not dare to disobey your wishes again. From now on, I, Kaido, will be your man, and I will be your ghost, and will have no other heart. Not to mention the confidant subordinates like Jin and Quinn. Even the big filial son, Yamato. They were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Damn this, isn't you too skilled? I didn't expect you to be like this. However, what they absolutely couldn't imagine. More than 30 years ago. This is the daily way for Kaido and Yu to get along. Chapter 82 New sign in reward, lifelong gratitude. Yu did not punish Kaido. He was not deprived of his identity as an admiral of the Beast Pirates. This made Kaido, who was worried. Suddenly, he was overjoyed. Kneel down again on the spot. Show loyalty. Although Beast Pirates is a 4-month group of nearly 20,000 people. But he still couldn't catch Yu's eyes. And the war is imminent. Yu has no time to spare now. Pay attention to the trivial matters of these pirates. As for Wano country, Yu directly handed over to his woman Tianyushi to manage. In the original work, Kazuki Oden was with the help of Tianyushi. Only then did he successfully win the favor of the people of Julie. And through long-term time of getting along, Yu also has confidence. Your own woman is definitely competent for the position of female general. Next, Yu first ordered Kaido. Leave the red road sign and historical text at hand to Orbia for interpretation. Then, he arranged the 3 disasters again. At the same time, we led a large number of people to Zowu. It is bound to be stored inside the big tree at Whale Forest. That piece of road sign and historical text is retrieved. The reason why 3 disasters are all out. It is because Whale Forest is a holy place for Fur tribe. And the 2 kings of the Fur clan. He was once a retainer of Kazuki Oden. Although in that battle 20 years ago, both Quan Lan and Cat Viper died in battle. But I want to successfully get that piece of road sign and history text. There will inevitably be a fierce battle. It's of great importance. Yu must be foolproof. At the same time, Yu and Kaido already set out on the journey to collect the 3rd Block 04 road signs and historical text to World Country. Kaido's little brother directly transformed into a Kirin special car, carrying night feathers and flying in the clouds and fog. A week later, open black lens bracket everything kingdoms close black lens bracket. The weird atmosphere is covering the entire Cake Island. On the bustling streets on weekdays. Now there is no pedestrian. The windows and doors of every household are closed. It seems to foreshadow what will be what a big thing is going to happen. Now, in the banquet hall inside the Cake Castle, 85 children of the Charlotte family, and all cadres of the big katakana middle dot mom pirates. His face looked like he was facing a great enemy. His eyes widened, staring at the young man sitting opposite big katakana middle dot mom. Although he is not known yet. But the burly figure standing behind the man. But they are not unfamiliar with it. Open black lens bracket 100 beasts close black lens bracket Kaido. That's right. It is the man who is the 4 emperors like big katakana middle dot mom. However, It is this Sea Emperor who has always been known for his rebelliousness and cruelty. Now, it was actually in front of this young man. I don't even have the courage to sit down. He can even carry a huge mace. Like them. Standing obediently behind the other party. It looks no different from an ordinary follower. Damn. If it weren't for seeing it with your own eyes. Who can believe this if you say it? 4 emperors equals little follower. And they were from the attitude of Big Mom toward the young man. I actually saw an unprecedented gentleness. Right. You read that right. It's meek. The children of the Charlotte family. Never expected it. This life. They can still get from Big Katakana Middle. Mom's face. Seeing this expression that is absolutely impossible. It's simply incredible. Who is this man from? It can actually make the 4 emperors. Are you willing to become his background board alone? The children of the Charlotte family. I suddenly felt doubting life. There are even many people. He had already started pinching his cheeks hard. Want to see it? This incredible scene before my eyes. Is it an illusion? Among all. Only Katakuri, who is the leader of the 4 generals of the desert. Be able to stay calm. But in fact, in his heart. But it has already caused a huge wave of shock. Although the man opposite just sat there with a calm face. But the powerful aura revealed in him. It made Katakuri shudder. This man. Very strong. Muma Mama, you are not dead. After taking a closer look at Yu, Big Katakana Middle. Mom. A look of remembrance appeared on his face. He laughed. I haven't seen you for more than 30 years, but you still maintain your appearance back then. Yu, can you find the legendary treasure, pure gold? Face inquiry. Yu did not rush to speak. Because just now. The system prompt sound has sounded again. Ding, the check-in location, Cake Island, was detected. Is the host signing in? Close black lens bracket. Yu was suddenly delighted. Sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, congratulations to the host on receiving the reward. Permanent buff, the will that has been tempered for thousands of times. Close black lens bracket. Note, as long as the host is fully focused, this buff can be automatically activated to achieve an effect that is not affected by any mental fluctuations. Close black lens bracket. Is it not affected by mental power? Yu seemed to understand the effect of this permanent buff. It should be similar to the attributes of magic resistance in the game. Only this buff provides. It is a special attack on mental powers such as illusion and hypnosis. Although it's not useful for the time being, it's a useful buff. Yu was quite satisfied with this. At the same time, Big Katakana Middle. Mom saw Yu not spoke for a long time. Although I feel unhappy. But he dared not urge him. He had to spread the anger in his heart on Kaido behind Yu. I immediately pointed to the heavy bandage wrapped around the other person's head and mocked. Kaido, it seems that you have really made no progress over the years. You are still as useless as before, and you have become Yu's follower again. Ling Ling, do you want to die? Kaido's murderous aura surged. The expression is as ferocious as an evil ghost. Roaring. I have always been loyal to Brother Yu. What's more, although I'm not a match for Brother Yu, I'm more than enough to deal with you, an ugly old woman. An ungrateful bastard, who do you think is ugly? Big Katakana Middle. Mom's face turned dark. Immediately furious. Collect that Napple wheel that has been changed to the giant sword form. He pointed at Kaido viciously and scolded. I remember when you slept with me, why didn't you ever say I was ugly? He scumbag. Nani. The children of the Charlotte family are around. At this moment, they were all confused. Shocked and stunned. The amount of information in this conversation is a bit too large, right? When my mother was young. He actually had an affair with his arch-rival, Kaido. What's going on in this situation? Hello. Besides, Kaido actually called that young man Big Brother. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Looking at the two of them facing each other. Almost everyone. They all think Big Katakana Middle. Mom and Kaido are about to fight. But at this moment, Yu suddenly spoke. Said straightforwardly. Ling, I'm here this time to make the red road sign and historical text on your hand. Do you take the initiative to hand it over, or will you get it yourself after I defeat you? Hiss. The entire banquet hall immediately became silent, sinking into a strange dead silence. The children of the Charlotte family didn't even dare to breathe. He stared at Yu with horror expression. Have died young. You handsome bastard. How dare you talk to your mother in this tone? Don't you guys know? What a terrible consequence of angering your mother. Maybe it's done. The entire everything kingdom will be affected. However, a scene that surprised everyone was once again staged. Almost the moment Yu's voice fell, Big Katakana Middle. Mom seems to have become a different person. He actually sat back. And he nodded to Yu with a very gentle expression. Oh, so you came for this. On the day when the Locks Pirates was destroyed, you were the two of us in God's Valley. For me, this is a lifelong kindness. It's time to give it back to you. Although it was 36 and 127 years later. But those glorious years in the Rocks Pirates. Big Katakana Middle. Mom did not forget at all. Especially that part. The fear of death that was once dominated by Yu. After time, it keeps fermenting. It has already made Big Katakana Middle. Mom face the young man in front of him. A nearly instinctive fear arises. And the people in the banquet hall saw this scene. Shocked again. Nani? Mom actually sat back obediently. Wrong. The old woman in front of me must not be a mother. It's certain that someone else pretends to be. Mom got angry. Even his own son will be ruthlessly killed. How could it be based on the words of that man alone? And still the threatening words. Just agree. Just hand over the road sign and historical text that she regards as an absolute forbidden object on weekdays. Besides, the gentle tone just now. What's going on? Hello. Just as everyone was hesitating, Big Katakana Middle. Mom's face suddenly changed. He turned around viciously and scolded them. Bastard, why are you still standing there? Go and take that rubbing of road signs and history text to me now. Call. It's Mom. The children of the Charlotte family breathed a sigh of relief. Their familiar mother is back. But in everyone's hearts. But he became more and more curious about Yu's identity. Who is this man? I'm not as ungrateful as you. Even in the cruel New World, pirates have to be kind and righteous. Big Katakana Middle. Mom glanced at Kaido disdainfully. Immediately afterwards. Change the topic. He said to Yu with a cunning look. But you have been silent for more than 30 years and have not appeared. Now that I reappeared, I ran to me to get road signs and history text. I guess there will be any big moves next. Can you? It's my share too. Chapter 83. I call you brother, do you call me dad? For the addition of Big Katakana Middle. Mom. Yu was not surprised. In the eyes of these outlaws, wealth and fame, it has always been a fatal temptation worthy of giving up life to fight for. Or, Yu got the rubbing of road signpost and history text. There was no choice to stay. But after a few simple instructions, then he turned into a natural disaster, the Blue Dragon. He rushed to the last destination of this trip alone. White Beast Pirates. Kaido was thrown directly at every kingdoms by him. Although Whitebeard, Big Katakana Middle. Mom and Kaido. They were once members of the Rock's Young Thieves group. But after becoming the Four Emperors, the relationship became extremely bad. Between each other, contradictions and wars continue. Plus, using Yu's understanding of Whitebeard. This trip, it was obviously more appropriate for him to go by himself. However, after Yu left, Big Mom and Kaido, who were originally tense, were both tense. The relationship eased instantly. Call. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Finally, the killing god was sent away. Ling, you are so fucking inauthentic. Kaido picked up the wine gourd and took a few sips. Then he said with a gun and a stick. Don't think I don't know what you think. I'm useless to say I'm useless, aren't you also a bird? After seeing Brother Yu, he didn't even dare to resist, so he directly presented the road signpost and history text. When did you become so timid? I couldn't see big katakana middle dot mom getting beaten. Kaido said he was very unbalanced. Originally on the way to come. He also gloated on his mind. With big katakana middle dot mom's bad character. I heard Yu wanted to grab the road signpost and history text from her hand. There will inevitably be a fierce battle. By then, he could see the scene where the old woman was beaten to the point of her head. Naturally, my heart became much more balanced. But who would have thought? Big katakana middle dot mom didn't fight or make trouble. Just put road signs and historical texts close black lens bracket I handed over it. This wave of horse flea operations. He showed Kaido's face directly. Momo. Big katakana middle dot mom said with a grin. Do you think I'll be as stupid as you? After I saw the injury on your head, I guessed directly what happened. Besides, the aura on that guy Yu has become hundreds of times stronger than before. Having said that, Big katakana middle dot mom seems to recall the scene when he was almost killed in the first place. A look of fear suddenly appeared in his pupils. Even the bloated body. He also trembled subconsciously. It can be seen. Big katakana middle dot mom's fear of Yu. It has already penetrated into the soul. Kaido suddenly became depressed when he heard this. He grabbed the wine gourd and poured it wildly. He suddenly felt. The previous beating was really in vain. Look at how smart Ling Ling is. Why? No wonder Brother Yu always talked about me in the past. IQ. It's indeed a flaw. You're right, Brother Yu has indeed become stronger than before. Kaido pointed to the thick bandage on his head. He said with a sad and angry face. Now, even after I used the human and beast form, I couldn't hold up a punch in front of him. Ling Ling, over the years, I have always believed that I can catch up with Brother Yu through hard work and diligence. But now I know I'm wrong. My hard work and diligence are not worth mentioning in the face of his talent. As he talked, Kaido actually cried with his head in his arms. That posture. Don't mention how sad it is. Think of the past. Before Yu appeared. Kaido was once a genius and monster, among others. It is the guest of the captains. The appearance of Yu directly. It's like a nightmare. It enveloped Kaido's entire life. The reality of Chiluo. Like a loud slap in the face. It directly shattered Kaido's dream about One Piece. What is the strongest wish to reach the top? What ambition to swallow the world? What is the hegemony that conquers the sea? All of them were in the punch before Yu. Being beaten to pieces. Turned into a dream bubble. Kaido. This bet on my own hard practice for more than 30 years. After all, it's still unbeatable. The man punched casually. What is a gap? This is fucking called the difference. And that kind. There is a huge gap like a chasm. It was so big that Kaido felt desperate. So. Kaido was convinced. This time it was completely convinced. Don't pretend anymore. I'm showing off. I am the younger brother of Brother Yu. From then on. Please call me, Brother Kai. I wouldn't be surprised no matter what miracle happened in that man. Big katakana middle dot mom's face showed a hint of emotion. The shock and fear that Yu brought to her. Where can I compare to Kai? Otherwise. With her fierce and violent personality. He is obedient like a dog. Take the initiative to give road signs and historical text. Isn't it that I'm really scared by Yu? Only. Big katakana middle dot mom is much smarter than Kaido. Soon. The emotion on her face. Then he was replaced by a treacherous smile. But Kaido, I have already thought of a good way to beat Yu. Nani? Kaido stopped crying. He hurried over. Anyway, we can't beat that guy, so it's better to marry his daughter directly. The more big katakana middle dot mom talks, the more excited he becomes. The fat and flesh on his face moved, trembling. In this way, we guarantee that he will never attack us in the future, and our identity has also been raised. Isn't it considered to be? Isn't it a disguised win against him? For big katakana middle dot mom. Marriage is one of her most common paragraphs. Over the years. Give us many newcomers with great potential. Yes. Kaido's eyes lit up when he heard this. Why didn't I think of such a good idea before? It is said that one pregnancy is stupid for 3 years. Ling Ling, you are so fucking. Why are you still so smart? You are such a fucking genius. Anyway, that girl from Yamato. I have been so close to Brother Yu recently. If she could marry her. Kaido couldn't help but build a picture in his mind. Brother Yu, I have already thought about it. Let's start with each other. Let's talk about your own things. I call you brother, and call me dad. Think of this. Kaido immediately felt better. I will be my own people from now on. He's good. I'm fine too. Kaido couldn't help but smile, smirked. This father-in-law is so happy tilde. It feels so fulfilling. He looked at the big katakana middle dot mom opposite him again. I felt a little pleasing to the eye. And so is big katakana middle dot mom. The two old sly guys looked at each other tacitly. They all come from each other's pupils. I saw the same idea. That's right. Can't beat it. Then naturally choose to join. And it's the kind that gives away daughter. At the same time, just as Yu rushed to the Whitebeast Pirates station. With the spread of news birds. Of fresh news. Like a bombshell. It instantly detonated the entire sea. The Navy will publicly execute the captain of the second team of Whitebeast Pirates, Fire Fist, Ace, in 20 days. For a moment. The whole world was in panic. Regardless of civilians. Still a pirate. Everyone was shocked at this moment. Because this news undoubtedly indicates a battle that concerns the Navy and the 4 emperors. An unprecedented war is about to begin. And for some people scattered in different parts of the world, they finally welcomed the long-awaited summon. It's a big deal. The pirate actually attacked the Tianlong people. It's over this town. This archipelago is going to be over now. It is said that the Straw Hat Boy knocked the Tianlong people away at the #1 auction. What? I heard that another supernova kid was also present. Damn it, those idiots, all of them set off immediately and headed towards Fishman Island. If they leave late, if they are blocked by the general, they will die. This group of idiots really make people trouble. The entire Shampoa Islands suddenly fell into chaos. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions continued to sound from Peninsula 1. The ground kept trembling. Just a few minutes ago. Straw Hat Luffy and his gang. At the first street population auction, 3 Tianlong people fought against each other. The naval forces stationed nearby immediately went out in full swing. A big battle begins instantly. The entire Peninsula 1 has become a Shira battlefield. However, pirates led by Luffy, the Straw Hat Supernova. It was soon suppressed by the Naval Science Force led by Zontaomaru. Under the powerful bombardment of the pacifist, the originally arrogant and arrogant evil party members, they began a strategic escape. And at this time, a lazy figure wearing a yellow striped suit. He had already arrived at Shambo Land with a shell. Oh tilde this guy, do you believe in light? Tilde. Kizaru pinched her chin. In his unique slutty accent. Asked Basil Hawkins, looking at the opposite side. Ah, it's the General Kizaru. Escape quickly, General Kizaru has landed. Captain Hawkins, let's run away quickly. The members of the Hawkins pirates were immediately scared and their faces were bloodless. You guys don't need to be nervous today, I won't die. Hawkins took out the tarot card. He said calmly. Sorry, I don't believe in light, I only believe in fate. Hulalalala. The tarot card in your hand is fully displayed. The rate of defeat in battle is 100%. Escape successfully escaped 5%. Defense avoidance rate 75%. Survival mortality rate is 0%. Hawkins actually started divining in front of everyone. Now newcomers are all strong like monsters, it's really terrible ... But compared to Kizaru's title, I still prefer Son of Light a little more. A look of remembrance appeared on Kizaru's face. My thoughts were once again pulled back 31 years ago. The first meeting with that man. Do you believe in light? Close black lens bracket. Kizaru will never forget that day in this life. It is precisely because of the appearance of that man I got Zhao. It made him become a despicable young man. Growing up as the Navy general today. The man not only taught him powerful physical skills. At the same time, it also gave him a strong belief. At the end of the flashback, a dazzling radium laser has already condensed at Kizaru's fingertips. He shook his head in disappointment. A life without faith is meaningless. So, Pirate Basil Hawkins, your journey is over here ... The words fell. A radium laser beam directly penetrated Hawkins' Moon-Hungarian chamber. However, a pirate watching the battle not far away. But he fell to the ground inexplicably. It seemed as if he was the one who had just been hit by Kizaru. As expected, the strength is far beyond my imagination. If you want to deal with the general, relying solely on 10 scarecrows, you are still a little guilty. A burnt scarecrow suddenly surged from Hawkins's arm. He used this scarecrow just now. The damage that Kizaru hit him was transferred to someone else. This shows a harmless effect. Yo-yo oh ... It's such a strange ability. Kizaru is not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he pinched his chin and looked at it. It's at this moment. 3 other figures. The pursuit of the pacifists also appeared one after another. Oh, Freak Monk, Yurki, Red Flag, X-Drake, Hyaming, Skulakiman AP. Kizaru smiled in a slutty smile. You are all pirates with a bounty of over 100 million yuan ... The work seems to have increased all of a sudden. Quote. That person hasn't appeared yet, so let's deal with you a few. But ... Which one should I start with? Chapter 84, Undercover Kizaru, the butterfly effect begins. Open black lens bracket Shambodian Islands close black lens bracket. On the Peninsula 12. After a hard battle, I barely defeated a pacificient Straw Hat pirates. I originally thought I could escape from the next day. But I don't want to. General Kizaru suddenly appeared in front of them. A huge gap in strength. This made Luffy and others feel deeply desperate. Are you going to be destroyed here today? Only. Kizaru's target doesn't seem to be the few of them. Under the action of shaking the horse flee before infinite casting. He finally waited for today's protagonist, Pluto Rayleigh. I finally waited for you ... Pluto close black lens bracket Rayleigh. Although Kizaru's tone is plain. But in the pupils behind the sunglasses. But it rarely reveals a sharp look. Said with deep meaning. Although I have heard of you on this island many times before, your whereabouts are simply unsure. I didn't expect that this time you would actually show up for these little thieves. This is completely impossible, Kizaru. Rayleigh first glanced at Luffy and others who were slumped on the ground. Seeing that they were safe. Then he continued to smile and said. If your navy can revoke my wanted order, then I might be able to live my life openly here. What stupid things are you saying, Mr. Rayleigh? A strange smile appeared on Kizaru's face. Said with deep meaning. How could the crimes committed by Roger pirates be written off simply over time? Riley frowned immediately. Somehow. He always felt that the Kizaru in front of him was talking strangely. And the other party seemed to care about Luffy and the others' lives at all. Instead, it's more like targeting him. Is it an illusion? Rayleigh thought quickly. Then he opened his mouth and tried to 127. The child Luffy inherited Roger's straw hat, so today, I can't let you end their dreams anyway. The era of this group of young people is coming soon. Slowly pull out the long sword from your waist. Rayleigh asked knowingly. Kizaru, I wonder if I can give these young people a chance for my sake. Okay. Unexpectedly, Kizaru agreed very simply. He smiled wickedly. As long as they can escape Zontaomaru and their pursuit, I don't mind letting them go. But, Mr. Rayleigh, you may not be able to leave today. As the words fell, Kizaru had already condensed a narrow lightsaber with photons in his palm. Next second, the long swords in the hands of the two had already collided heavily. You are indeed coming for me this time, Mr. Kizaru. Rayleigh's pupils shrank. I realized that something was wrong. Turn your head quickly. Luffy, who was still stunned, urged him. Brother Luffy, take your companions and leave here quickly. I wish you all the best. However, Kizaru opposite him sneered and said, fighting with me, you dare to distract yourself from caring about their life and death. Rayleigh, you're too arrogant, right? View _. A radium laser light suddenly blasted out from his fingertips. I've suffered. Rayleigh's pupils shrank. Such a close distance. There is no time to dodge. Caught out of control. Rayleigh can only cover his entire upper body with armed color domineering. Resist this attack. Bang. Rayleigh's figure was instantly blasted several meters backwards. But he didn't wait for him to stand firm again. The dazzling photons had regained the shape of Kizaru on his side. The shining light edge cloud sword fell again. Facing a fierce attack like a storm. Rayleigh suddenly complained. Only then did I realize it. He still overestimated his strength. Although Rayleigh was once the ship's deputy to Roger. But in that battle of gods decades ago. But he was seriously injured by Locks. Although it recovered later. But his strength has stopped moving forward from then on. And now. He is already 76 years old. I have already passed my peak period. The strength can barely remain at the brink of general level. He is not the opponent of Kizaru who has become serious. Clang clang clang. The two of them flashed rapidly. The sword in his hand kept fighting. And on the other side. Just fight against Taomaru and Passist and defeat Luffy and his gang in a row. When there is no way to escape. Bartholomew Bear, carrying the mission, suddenly stood in front of Luffy and others. Are you still alive, Roronoa Zoro? Although Bartholomew Bear's tone was full of surprises. But on the modified face. But he did not show any expression he should have. If you were asked to travel, where do you want to go? The words fell. He took off his gloves. He directly slapped Zoro in front of him with a palm. Hey, Bartholomew Bear, what the hell are you doing? Zontaomaru asked angrily. It's obvious that you'll catch it right away. Are you trying to help them escape? However. But Bartholomew Bear ignored his words at all. His tall and strong figure flashed back and forth on the battlefield. After shooting all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates one after another. He finally stopped in front of Luffy. Why am I so useless? I can't even protect a companion. Woo. Luffy kneeled weakly on the ground. Crying and wailing. Watching one partner after another gets shot away. His spirit was almost broken. But the next second. Bartholomew Bear slapped him out directly. Call. Seeing this, Rayleigh immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I originally thought about fighting. Take care of Luffy. But who would have thought? Kizaru's offensive was so sharp. Even if he uses all his strength. It can only be barely maintained. Fortunately, there is the help of the King's 7 warriors see. But Rayleigh never thought it. Waiting for Luffy. But it is a more cruel encounter than here. Mr. Kizaru, since Luffy and the others have successfully left here, I am also ready to say goodbye. Rayleigh felt that his physical strength was getting worse and worse. Keep fighting like this. I'm afraid he really has to explain it here today. Besides. Just now, Bartholomew Bear was leaving. Tell him. Luffy was shot out of the landing point. Rayleigh was about to set off and go there directly. However. Kizaru opposite. But he ignored whether Luffy and others successfully escape. The offensive in his hands became more and more fierce. He didn't give Rayleigh a chance to escape at all. Want to leave? A sneer appeared on Kizaru's face. Said disdainfully. Do you think I'll let you go alive and leave here today? Kizaru, you can't help but underestimate my reality. Bang. Rayleigh hasn't finished speaking yet. Kizaru's kick, light speed kick, had already hit him on the side waist. The movement is extremely fast. The angle is extremely tricky. It is completely different from the previous style of opening and closing. Caught out of control. Rayleigh was directly defeated by the unparalleled power of that kick. It was blown away from afar. After rolling back dozens of times on the ground. Smashed heavily into a building. Ah! A scream came from the ruins. At this time, the ribs around Rayleigh's waist had been broken. A big pit was sunken. Blood kept gushing from inside to outside. That kick just now was too fast. So much so. Rayleigh didn't even have time to cover armed color domineering. His old master Kizaru is serious, it's really scary. Zon Taowen, who has been watching the battle in the distance. He shivered subconsciously. Follow Kizaru for so long. He had never seen him as serious as he was today. That kick just now. Even if he used seeing and hearing, domineering spirit, he could not catch the trajectory. Recalling the notice I received before. Kizaru killed 4 members of Supernova alone. Zon Taowen suddenly felt it. The Kizaru who works seriously in front of him is very strange. I have lived like a dog for so many years, but now I want to jump out and find my presence. The wretchedness and scattering of the past are gone on Kizaru's face. All there is to be coldness and murderous intent. Stepping forward to Rayleigh. Stepping on his face. Bent down slowly. He said in a voice that only 2 people could hear. But that's fine. I've been looking for you for many years. Riley's pupils shrank violently when he heard this. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. I really regret why I came to this muddy water. Although Luffy is a new generation carrying Shanks and Roger's will. But it doesn't have a watch. Rayleigh was willing to give his life for him. Only. Kizaru was the one that Rayleigh expected the most. Who can imagine it? This admiral, who has always been famous for his laziness. Be serious. It's so cruel. Only. He couldn't figure it out no matter what. Why did Kizaru target him like this? You may not understand why I attacked you until now, right? Kizaru seemed to see what Rayleigh was thinking. Suddenly he raised his hand and pointed at the penetrating scar in his right eye. Senran sneered. The adult who left you a scar, let me say hello to you for him. You wouldn't think that what you did in the Valley of God was really forgotten, right? What? The expression on Rayleigh's face was instantly shocked. Yi Yu's handsome and evil face suddenly appeared in his mind. That man. Not dead. But what shocked and incredible to Riley was even more shocking and incredible. Kizaru in front of you. The general who represents the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. It turned out to be an undercover agent sent by Yi Yu. Damn. Is this too horrible? However. Kizaru did not give Rayleigh a chance to speak again. The Tiankongyan sword in his hand suddenly fell. Blood splattered. Riley's head rolled to the ground. On his face. He still maintained a look of horror until his death. The horsefly chaos in Shampodi Islands was quickly calmed down. On Kizaru's face. Once again, he returned to his past laziness and obscenity. Take Rayleigh and Fort Supernova's close black lens bracket, head. And more than 500 unlucky pirates. He returned happily, Malin Vando, and went to report. However. Originally, they should have appeared on Peninsula 1 as Luffy and Kid. Another, Supernova, Trafalgar RO. At this time, it was separated from its original trajectory. With the members of the Heart Pirates. Successfully crossed the passage below the Red Clay continent. Speed toward somewhere in the New World. Because there. His king. Summoning him. Chapter 85 Meeting with Whitebeard, reunion after years of separation. Open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket. A certain sea area. Moby Dick quietly anchored on the sea. The captain of the franchise led by the Malay department gathered with the cadres. But at this moment, on the deck, but no one dared to make a sound. They all watched quietly. The man they called, Dad, Tilda. Goolalala. Whitebeard threw the newspaper with the Ace News printed in his hand aside. He kept sneering. In the Warring States period, you are worthy of being you. You are really the only one who is still old. Not only did I write the time and place so clearly, I even reserved the time to gather combat power in advance. Are you afraid that I will not dare to rescue Ace? Hiss. The white beard was so fierce that he could get up. Pull out all the infusion tubes on your body directly. He roared in anger. Warring States period, you bastard dare to despise my husband's love for his son. In this world there is no reason why his son dies before me. Marco, pass on the orders and let all the captains entrenched in that new world come back and gather. Let's go to Malin Vando together and take Ace back. The majestic voice was like thunder and roaring waves, shocking the entire sea area. Even those large sea kings that are unscrupulous on weekdays. Now, they all dived into the deep sea. Don't dare to float up. For Whitebeard. Whether it is wealth. Open black lens bracket famous close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket that power close black lens bracket. It is also the title of one piece that is being chased by the world in a crazy way. He wasn't interested in anything. What the Whitebeard wants. From beginning to end. They are just a big family that belongs to him. So, the Navy's public execution this time. It undoubtedly angered the Negro scales that he could not tolerate. The dragon has reverse scales. If you touch it, you will die. Looking at the entire sea. Dare to fight the Navy head-on. I'm afraid there is only one person with the white beard with the head of the strongest man in the world. Dad is right. Ace is our good brother. How can we watch him be killed? Yes, no one can hurt our family in this sea. It's time for the Navy to remember again, Art Whitebeast pirates are so powerful. Yahahaha, after all, we are the world's strongest pirate group. This time we must make the Navy pay a heavy price. I don't know how to live or die, but I dare to provoke my father's majesty. They are playing with fire this time. The captains of the franchise started to scream in anger. The Navy is in their eyes. It seems like it's just a native chicken and a tile dog. They can be slaughtered. No one took the Navy headquarters seriously at all. After all. As long as their dad has white bearded. No matter how many enemies there are, no matter how strong it is. They are not afraid either. And in the crowd. It seems that Marco is the only one. Not blindly overwhelmed by blind self-confidence. As a white-bearded right-hand man. He is better than others. Learn more about how terrible the Navy's high-end combat power is. Even if we put aside the veteran General Iron Fist Garp, we won't talk about it. Just 3 generals of the natural system, Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji. That's already scary enough. There is also the Warring States of Buddha. Open black lens bracket purifier close black lens bracket crane. These, veterans, who were once in the same era as my father. This battle. It will inevitably be extremely dangerous. However. For Whitebeast pirates. The real biggest test. But it was Whitebeard's physical condition. As the chief ship doctor. Marco knew it well. Over the years. As you age. Whitebeard's health is getting worse and worse. The aging and old injuries of the body. It makes him spend most of the time. Itchy and infusion must be used to control the intensification of the deterioration. So. Marco was very worried about this expedition. Hesitated again and again. Finally, he spoke. Dad, with your current physical condition, I'm afraid you are not suitable for participating in that kind of high-intensity battle. Gulalalami stupid son, don't think so much. The white beard reached out and pressed his hand on Marco's head. Said meaningfully. This time, the Warring States period is obviously challenging me publicly whether it is for Ace or for your future, I must face it. Stop being depressed. Don't you think I will lose, right? Ibit a white beard. The terrifying power swept out again. The whole the water surface of the domain trembled. Although it is seriously ill. Although it is 70 years old. But he's white-bearded. Still the strongest man standing at the top of this sea. Although Lien Po is old. Dare to take the lead. But at this moment, a powerful aura of sacred and majestic suddenly swept across the sky. In an instant, it seems like there is an invisible huge barrier. Press the head from the sky. Directly all but white-bearded. It was pressed tightly on the deck of the Moby Dick. A terrifying sense of oppression. The breathing of those present was suffocated instantly. Even the soul. They all began to tremble. Damn, who is it? The white-bearded face suddenly changed. He looked up so hard. But I saw the thick clouds. A natural disaster green dragon that stretches for hundreds of meters long proudly occupies between the heaven and the earth. He is in a domineering attitude that looks down on the people. Looking down at the people below. Roar. The thunderous sound of the dragon roar resounded through the sky. Without waiting for the white beard to speak. The huge dragon body had already swept down. In a blink of an eye. A proud figure appeared in front of the white beard. What? The originally aggressive white beard. After seeing the other person's appearance. His eyes widened. A complex and difficult to understand look appeared on his face. There are surprises. Have doubts. I miss you. Touched. But more of the true feelings after a long separation. Gulalalala you kid is not dead. A happy smile appeared on the white-bearded face. He opened his arms violently. He rushed towards Yi Yu. In his heart. Yi Yu is his family. Start up. Yi Yu hid in disgust. The body flashed. He was already sitting on the white-bearded captain's throne. Retract the momentum from your body. Marco and others who were pressed on the ground struggled to stand up. Only. Now. Almost all pirates on the face. All were full of shock. They couldn't believe it. A young man in his 20s looked like he was only in his 20s. Even their father has been thinking about it for more than 30 years and has never forgotten it. Yi Yu, who has an unprecedented huge reward on the sea. Even if he joined the Rocks Pirates, he was less than 20 years old. But now. At least he should be in his 50s, right? But why does it look like it? No different from a young man in his 20s. Besides. The powerful oppression that just now made people feel trembling. What's going on? It's just the breath of that man. So they had no ability to resist with their bounty of at least hundreds of millions. This guy. Is it really human? Everyone suddenly recalled what Whitebeard had said to them before. Yi Yu is the most perverted monster I have ever met. Close black lens bracket. At that time, everyone thought this was a joke. After all. Every year, there are some newcomers with amazing strength and talent on the sea. But people who can be called monsters. They have never seen each other before. Until today. They finally understood what the monster meant. Really. Even the man opposite restrained his breath. Everyone can still feel it. He is very powerful. Newgate, so many years have passed, why are you still as reckless as you used to be? Yi Yu ignored the surprised and angry expressions on Marco and others' faces. He said straight to the point. This time, the Navy obviously deliberately used Ace as bait and was preparing to capture all of you Whitebeast pirates in one place. Even if you are still in a period of complete victory, you can't defeat so many General Emperor-level powerful men alone. Not to mention. Is it worth paying so much life for just Roger's son? Hiss. Yi Yu finished speaking. Many captains and cadres on the faces. They all showed shock. Obviously. Not everyone knows Ace's true identity. The deck suddenly became quiet. Marco and others looked at Whitebeard with a worried look on their faces. Only. What is unexpected is. Facing Yi Yu's aggressive questioning. The white-bearded face showed no anger at all. Instead, he burst into laughter. Gulalalala, sure enough, nothing can be hidden from you, the smart guy. Yes, Ace is indeed the son of that guy Roger. But for me, Ace is not the only one who is the most special. A gentle look appeared on the white-bearded face. Old pupils, sweeping through Marco and others one by one, said lovingly. Because, all of them are my family. Chapter 86 is Ace the Heir, Luo's new life. Dad. On the deck, almost everyone was moved by the words of Whitebeard and burst into tears. On this sea, only this great man, only by their admiration and gratitude are worthy of their admiration and gratitude. It is precisely because of this. These are the people. Only then can he call Whitebeard, Dad, from the heart. Just a few words. Whitebeard successfully made the whole pirate group hot blood and momentum ignited. I have to say, the charm of this leader alone. Even Yu felt admiration. Only, Yu is obviously not as easy to fool as others. After listening to Whitebeard's sensational answer, in the dark cold eyes, a look of disappointment flashed suddenly. There is no doubt. In the rescue of Ace, Whitebeard has a strong selfish desire. Family theory is just an excuse for Whitebeard to appease others. If Whitebeard really treats every son equally, and there is no eccentricity. So, if the Navy is caught as an ordinary crew member, the same time, same location, the same as public execution, will Whitebeard gather all his troops to rescue him? And again, if the Navy captured Ace, Squard, and an ordinary crew member at the same time, to a different point, 1, 2, 7, is also a public execution. Who would Whitebeard choose to save? The answer is obvious. And in the original work, Whitebeard was the first time after Ace escaped. Then he issued an order to retreat. And then, Whitebeast pirates, there have been great casualties. There are even many pirates. Has been caught by the Navy. Do you guess Whitebeard will lead Ace and others to rescue them? There are many more examples like this. For example, the captain of the 4th team, Saki, was killed by Blackbeard. Why didn't Whitebeard spend all the efforts of the whole group to chase and kill Blackbeard? The captain of the 2nd team, Kazuki Oden, was killed by Kaido. For more novels 54,820 join. The Whitebeard is still indifferent. And he also stopped him when Ace wanted to challenge Kaido alone. Maybe. Some people will say, Whitebeard is getting the news. Saki and Kazuki Oden are no longer there. For someone who has died, sacrifice more innocent lives. Such a move is not worth it. Revenge and save people. It's completely different things, etc. For these statements, no matter what others think, you must not believe it. If the move that insists on giving Whitebeard, find a reasonable explanation and excuse. That's probably the best statement is. After listening to Roger's explanation of the meaning of D-Clan. Understand this tribe. A huge historical task undertaken. So, he was willing to sacrifice his own and others' lives. Rescue Ace, too. So that this will continue to be passed on. This is by no means out of his selfishness. It is a huge contribution to the entire world. At the same time, it is also for Roger's last wish. All right. I really can't make it up anymore. But you didn't think Whitebeard was so hypocritical. In that position of the captain, Whitebeard must consider the future of the entire Whitebeard pirates. Ace is probably after Whitebeard passed away. Heirs selected in advance. A child who inherited the bloodline of One Piece. Carrying the inheritance of D's will. Ace's importance. Naturally, it is impossible to speak in the same way as others. Forget it, I don't care who you want to save. Yu waved his hand in a daze. Then go straight into it. This trip is for the road sign and historical text in your hand. Oh. A look of surprise appeared on the Whitebeard's face. Smiling. Why are you suddenly interested in things like Kabao? But I didn't wait for you to say anything more. Whitebeard directly ordered Marco. Go and store it in his bedroom. Take out the only rubbing. Why? Looking at the Whitebeard who was unprepared for himself. Yu felt a little unbearable after all. Even in the world of pirates. Full of betrayal and fraud. But Whitebeard was consistent with him. Although Yu now has absolute strength that is above all things. But he is still an individual. If you are a person, you will have feelings. What's more, Yu has always been a clear distinction between grievances and grudges. Repay virtue with kindness. Repay the grievance with killing. If his heart really became as cold as a machine. That kind of life. Even if it becomes the strongest. Is it really meaningful? Take the rubbing. Yu shook the white beard with a look. The latter will understand immediately. He directly retreated Marco and others. On the large deck. Only Yu and Beard were left. Newgate, this rescue operation is doomed to fail, not just Ace. Yu said bluntly. Even you will die in Malinfando. If this sentence was said to Whitebeard. I'm afraid he's welcome. It must be the Whitebeard's iron fist that blesses the power of shocking fruit. But Yu was the exception. As early as the Rocks Pirates period. He believed Yu's words without doubt. Nothing else. Because Whitebeard witnessed Yu step by step towards legend. This young man created so many miracles. Even. Whitebeard often thinks this way. Yu. Perhaps it is the miracle itself. Is this my end? The Whitebeard muttered to himself. There was no anger on my face. No surprises either. It's just a little bit more emotion and fatigue. Actually. For Whitebeard. Death is just a matter of time. Even though he is called the strongest in the world. But in the end, they are just humans with a heart. One day I will face death. Whitebeard is not afraid of death. But when I think of Ace, I will die in this war. His heart. A bit of sadness emerges. Only. Even if the result is already destined. He still wants to rescue Ace. At this point. Even Yu. There is no way to change his determination. Yu naturally also saw the determination in Whitebeard's eyes. Have to. It's hard to persuade the damn ghost. What should be said is also said. It's also a reminder. Don't listen. No one can do anything about it. Only. Regardless of the considerations of planning. It's still a bond between the two. Even Yu couldn't let Whitebeard die too early. At least. You have to persevere until he comes back from Ravdru. I have prepared a doctor for you, which should be able to stabilize your disease to the greatest extent and delay the deterioration of your condition. Yu glanced at the sea in the distance. Said lightly. Finally, he should be coming now. Sure enough. After a moment. Marco hurriedly came over to report. Dad, I found a submarine moving closer to us on the outside. Do you want to sink him? Gulalalala. The Whitebeard laughed and shook his head. Let them come here, that's the doctor Yu found for me, it's a guest. After a few minutes, 0. Under the leadership of Marco. One's eyes were a little gloomy. The young man carrying a black-toothed knife on his shoulder came over. It is Trafalgar Rod, who is also among the Death Surgeon and the Extreme Evil Generation, who is ranked in the Supernova and Extreme Evil Generation. Mr. Yu, it's really you. After seeing Yu's figure. Luo Yishuan's previous gloomy expression. A look of worship and fanaticism suddenly appeared on his face. He ignored the white beard on the side. Rushed to Yu. Kneeling on one knee. Luo choked with tears in his eyes. Sir, we haven't met for 14 years, 3 months and 15 days. Thank you for your gift, keeping me alive until now. Time is back to a certain day 14 years ago. Open black lens bracket North Sea close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket White Town close black lens bracket Frevens. This country has quickly become rich from para-lead mine. In order to obtain endless wealth. The royal family of the country and the world of knowing the truth. They all deliberately concealed the truth about the poisoning of per-lead disease. This has led to deaths among the people. Until the war broke out. Neighbors who deliberately concealed the news that per-lead disease would not be contagious. Because of fear of being contagious and affected. It directly blocked all exit roads of Frevens. Thirsty. Want to move to another country. The residents of Baicheng who were seeking treatment were brutally killed. Residents in White Town. It was also brutally massacred. And Luo, who is only 10 years old. He witnessed his relatives and friends dying in front of him. Despair. Helpless. Fear. Confused. Luo could even smell the breath of death. When the soldier pointed the gun at his parents. And when she was seriously ill. How much Luo wanted to stop the tragedy from happening. But at this time he was young and weak. But I can't do anything. A deep sense of powerlessness filled the whole body. He hates this cowardly and incompetent self. He wants to become stronger by 3.9. He wants to save his family. But what can be done now? But he could only watch his close relative die in front of him. Then it was himself. However, a majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo at this moment. Do you want to survive? Close black lens bracket. Like a beacon that suddenly lit up in the darkness. Luo Lu nodded in tears. I want to live, I want to become stronger, I don't want to watch my family die. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, very good, then follow me. Close black lens bracket. The story has since been rewritten. Luo's parents were not dead. His sister was not dead either. And after Yi Yu grabbed the surgery fruit worth 5 billion berry for Luo. Luo began to practice desperately. Finally, successfully utilize your ability. Exclude all the print in the family's body. Although his parents. In the end, it was because of the poisoning too deeply. And died 5 years later. But Luo and his sister. But regained a new life. Lived to this day like a normal person. So. For Luo. From the day Yi Yu appeared 14 years ago. The life of Trafalgar Ro. That belongs to this man. Even at this moment, Yi Yu asked him to die. He will do it without hesitation. End your life without hesitation. Chapter 87, Gilgrim Whitebeard, collect all the road signs. Luo, you are much taller than before. A touch of softness appeared on Yi Yu's face. He reached out and patted Luo's head gently. Smiling and saying. Then, Newgate's condition will be removed from you. Although the two are the same age. They are all 24 years old. But if you count the 3 that Yi Yu traveled directly 10 years. He is now also a 54-year-old man. Mr. Yi Yu, please don't worry. Luo said confidently. I will do my best to control Whitebeard's condition. Hey, you guys are kind to your dad. Hearing Luo call out the name of Whitebeard. Marco, who was beside him, suddenly shouted with an unhappy look on his face and said. Whitebeast is also a new guy like you who can call her at will. No comparison. There is no harm. Marco is so angry. It was all because of Luo's attitude towards Yi Yu. It's so humble. But when it comes to their father. He acted very coldly. It's just a normal attitude towards patients with a doctor. Please. A hot man is the leader of the 4 emperors. Edward Newgate. You are such a new guy. At least I have to show a look of awe on my face, right? Hefehe is your dad, not mine. Luo Quanren is not afraid. Get up slowly. The face returned to its previous gloomy and cold look. After glanced at the white beard. Said lightly. In my eyes, he is just an old and weak patient. Damn. Marco was almost so angry that he ran away on the spot when he heard this. Old and weak. You are so brave to say it. Xiao Wang 04 bastard. If the man behind you was not here to support you. Dad, why don't you beat you out on the spot? I just lose. Gulalalala. This little guy is right. Am I just an old guy with a weak body now? The white beard laughed generously. Then. He looked at Luo with admiration and said. Your strength is of course not to be chosen by Yi Yu. Then, I'll ask you for my illness. Can make Whitebeard so polite. Looking at the entire sea. I can't find a few either. Although Luo was a little arrogant. But it hasn't reached that level of arrogance. It's even more impossible at this time. Add trouble to Yi Yu. The expression on his face then calmed down a little. Although Luo still didn't speak. But he nodded politely to the white beard. It's considered to be agreed. Yi Yu, I knew you always had me in your heart. The white beard suddenly opened its eyes. He said with a foolish smile. Nani? This wave of horse flea operations. He almost fell to the ground by surprise. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears. They would never believe it. This kind of gay words. This kind of vulgar, love, words that make people feel goosebumps all over their body. He can actually get from the dignified 4 emperors' heads. Open black lens bracket. The strongest man in the world. Close black lens bracket. The white beard, who is 72 years old, said it from the mouth of the white beard. This is a sour feeling. It's simply impossible to stop. Marco even began to doubt his life at this moment. Crying in my heart. Dad. Why did you meet this man named Yi Yu? Your style collapsed instantly. Hey. Are you still the dad we know? For them, the youngest. Don't understand at all. How did Whitebeard lick Yi Yu in the old era? Compared to that time. Whitebeard just said. It can already be considered a very stubborn type. Newgate, please do your own thing. This sudden horse flea. He almost flicked Yi Yu's waist. Yi Yu resisted the urge to punch the white beard. Get up and prepare to leave directly. However, I thought about it. He still called Luo and gave a few words of advice. Originally, Yi Yu was preparing to use Big Vortex Spider Squad. Maybe after knowing Ace's identity. The story of the sneak attack on Whitebeard was told. But the other party probably won't take it seriously at all. In the eyes of Whitebeard. The group of big filial sons around them are all close relatives. So. Only let Rodaga pay attention. And. In order to prevent the Whitebeard from running out of his way back. Yi Yu also took out a Xian bean and handed it to Luo. Let him at a critical moment. Help Whitebeard regain the power of a battle. Open black lens bracket. Xian bean close black lens bracket. Although it is expensive. But Yi Yu is not a person without feelings. Whether it is out of affection. Or out of plan. He all needs to take out this one. After explaining all this. Yi Yu was in the shocked eyes of everyone. Turned into the natural disaster Qinglong again. Soaring up. Disappeared in the vast sea of clouds. Gulalalala. The white beard was gone until the traces of Yi Yu disappeared. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze. With Luo's help. His belief in the successful rescue of Ace. I became a little firmer. In his hand, he was so angry that he paused on the deck. The white beard said in a domineering manner. Marco, find a suitable time to take people to eliminate the group of followers who monitor our whereabouts. This time, I have to give it to the guy in the Warring States period, which is a big surprise. Navy. Bring it on. Don't you want to take the opportunity to destroy me? That's okay. This time I will let you have a good experience. I'm so awesome. 3 days later. After Yi Yu returned to Wano country. Then I directly printed the 2 rubbings of road signs and historical texts in my hand. Leave it to Orbia for interpretation. Haven't had a few days. See. The little girl originally wanted to pester Yi Yu for a while. But after seeing the rubbings of those 2 road signs and historical texts. Suddenly, his eyes shone. The sage mode that is not close to male sex is directly turned on. Grab the rubbing. Then he trotted all the way into his room. Now. Yi Yu has collected the contents on 3 pieces of road signs and history text. The last piece is missing. Then you can successfully interpret the true coordinates of Ravdru. Yi Yu thought about it. Then he called the 3 disasters who rushed to Zouwu. Confirmed. There has been successfully defeating the fur tribe who guards road signs and history text. After finishing the printing. Ember with flying ability. We set out first yesterday. It is expected to be early tomorrow morning. Then you can bring that rubbing back to Wano country. This way. All 4 road signs and historical texts were collected. The translation remains. Interpret the coordinates. And the work of drawing Ravdru charts. All of them are the little white-haired Orbia. I have to say, even Yu was amazed by Orbia's intelligence. In order to help Yu to the greatest extent. During this period of time he traveled through time and space. The little girl relies on her intelligent mind. Just by looking through a few books. He successfully taught himself navigation art and drawing art. Now, he has become an elite navigator. This not only greatly shortens. Interpret the time for a series of subsequent work after completion. At the same time, it also completely eliminates the possibility of the coordinate leakage of Ravdru. Yu was very satisfied with this. Looking back, the decision to abduct this cute little white hare from the middle school that year. He is really wise and powerful. Orbiates really can do it. 1pun.jpg. So, the latest day after tomorrow. Yu can take Orbiat at the last island. And under Qinglong form. Yu's flight speed is extremely fast. If nothing unexpected happens, Yu can completely return before the end of Super War. Now, everything is there. It only lacks the east wind. Layout and preparation spanning 30 years. Finally, it's going to be tested. Thinking of the coming Super War that can change the entire pirate world. Even Yu, who has always been calm and sophisticated in character. At this moment, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. Only. For Yu. More but looking forward to it. What big 127 secret treasure. What One Piece. For Yu today. There is no at all attraction. I don't know if it is because of the influence of Hungry Wolf template. Yu's heart. I am full of infinite desire to fight and become stronger. Open black lens bracket I am close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 5 old stars close black lens bracket. There is only such a vertex. Only then can he let the blood of war in his body. It boiled again. This man. Born for the fight. Husband, you have been there for so long, I miss you tilde. The warm, fragrance cars are not allowed. The sound of the glutinous sound. It sounded quietly in Yu's ears. Wearing military uniform. Tianxiu, who just returned from the inspection of the capital. She has become an elegant and majestic female general. He is heroic and cool. The spirit is flying. Now. When the moon is in the sky, the eyes are filled with autumn and waves. He knelt all the way to Yu. The fragrance is like orchid. The breath intensifies. In the absence of outsiders. Tianyushi, this, big, sister. In front of Yu. I never hide the, greed, blue, in my heart. This one in front of you. A man who exudes a kingly aura out all the time. It can always, hook. It raises the sky and the moon's heart. The most important thing about human history is to think about original. Let her go crazy about it. Let her fall into it. In military uniform, companion. Sister. A heroic, force, person. A small separation wins. A new marriage. Tianxiu, Yu. Sisters attribute fire and power are fully opened. Heaven. Thunder. Hook. Brother. Guy. The door of the room closed heavily. In the entire general's mansion. Soon I remembered the cheers of applause for love. Note. The road is slippery in the cold and the road is easy to overturn. I have changed this section many times, so let's just watch it. GGS, Didi, I don't have time to explain, get on car. Woman. Want to get my positive can't quantity. If you want it. Today. Let it all, live, Rue. Give it to you. Chapter 88 Luffy was captured and the Empress was rewritten in her childhood. Time passes quietly. There are only 7 days left before Portgas d'Ace's public execution. Since the White Beast pirates will destroy all 23 warships responsible for monitoring its movements. The Navy headquarters suddenly felt a tense atmosphere. The war is imminent. On the port of Malin Vando. Every day, elite naval forces from all over the world arrive one after another. This war, called justice. all the Navy's high-level combat power. It has been successfully assembled at the Navy headquarters. On the other hand, in San Marichoa, the members of the King's 7 warriors Seas who were summoned have also arrived one after another. However, let the marshal fight. What surprised the country most was, originally in his opinion, the most unlikely Empress Boya Hancock. This time after hearing the order to assemble, it was abnormal. I agreed very happily. Report. The Marshal of the Warring States period, Empress Boya Hancock has arrived at Red Port. And she also successfully captured the Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy with a bounty of 300 million berry, and has been handed over to us now. What did you say? The face of the Warring States period changed drastically. His eyes instantly became extremely solemn. First, Fire Fist, Ace. Now even Monkey D. Luffy is caught. Is that bastard Cap really going to put that bastard in jail this time? Warring States period and Cap. Since the old era, there have been close relationships. He is a comrade. An old friend again. They are very familiar with each other's tempers. Previously, Fire Fist, Ace. That guy Cap was already sad. Now, if you add Carp's grandson. Oh my god. Only ghosts can guess. Carp is an old guy who never works in a brain. It will be after the war begins. What stupid thing to do. This Empress is really a woman who makes people feel headache. The blue veins swelled up on the head of the Warring States period. He shouted in extreme anger. It just brought me such a big safety hazard at this time. I really don't know if it's the right decision to call her up this time. The official execution is now away. Only one last week left. The pressure that the Navy headquarters will face. Unrivaled huge. If it were Monkey D. Luffy's sudden intervention. And what triggered that man? Thinking of this, the cold sweat on the forehead of the Warring States period suddenly flowed down. GM Army. A force is not strong. But it's like a young strongman who can't be beaten to death. A force with extremely tenacious survivability. If it is in normal times, the Warring States period would not care about war with them at all. After all, these guys. I have never dared to go to war head-on with the Navy or the world. They have always secretly entered into the village. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. However, this stage is extraordinary now. Even though the Warring States period had already gathered 100,000 elite troops who were waiting for the battle. And all the high-end combat power of the Navy headquarters. But if you want to completely wipe out the White Beast pirates and GM Army, the Warring States period was not sure about it. The originally clear situation. It was actually in the sudden action of Empress. It becomes a disaster. The situation has now begun to move towards a direction that the Warring States period cannot control. Even if he is as wise as him. Now, it also felt a sense of difficulty caught off guard. It seems that I can only trouble Xiaohei before the official arrival of the execution day. Keep an eye on that old thing Cap. Only. Even the Warring States period did not know. If Cap, as a general, did anything abnormal during this period. What exactly should he do? Oh tilde. The Warring States period sighed. In the old pupils. It is inevitable that there is a hint of unbearableness. If it was someone else. Regardless of whether there is a chance of betrayal or not. The Warring States period will surely be the first time. Incarcerate the other party. Or, if the threat is too great, just throw it into Propulsion City. Wait until you have proved your body released. But this way of treating Carp is not good. Because the other party not only bears the halo of naval legend hero, it is also the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters. That's right. You read that right. Although Cap was 76 years old at this time. Although Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji are at their absolute peak. At the same time, it is an extremely rare and powerful natural system. But in front of Cape after his life trajectory was changed. Obviously, he still lowered his head. After witnessing the strength of Lox and Yu with his own eyes. Cap seemed to be recognizing his fighting spirit. In the days that followed, he actually re-hardened his combat skills. Now he is. The strength stabilizes the pressure, 4 emperors, 1 end. This is also the confidence in why the Warring States period dared to announce the location and date of Ace's execution in advance. Besides, Cap still rebelled against the Warring States period. Old friends who fight side by side. How could he be able to attack Carp? No, I have to rush to Mary Chowa in person. Thinking for a while. The Warring States period was still a little worried. Immediately stood up. Murmur. I have to see the Straw Hat Boy being escorted away with my own eyes. Cap, I hope you don't do anything stupid this time. However, the Warring States period never dreamed of it. It's not just the grandparents and grandchildren between Cap and Luffy. There is also the father-son relationship between Luffy and Monkey D. Dorag. They were all plotted early on. And as the executor, the Empress Boya Hancock. Now, standing on the port below Red Clay Continent, under the leadership of a naval officer. Take a special transportation tool, bubble pod, and slowly climb up. Behind her, dozens of elite naval forces holding weapons. He was looking at the back of Empress with his heart. It's so beautiful. He is truly worthy of being the world's #1 beauty. However, next second, these people were petrified instantly. On the stone carving's face. They even preserved their previous vulgar expressions. The Navy general in the front row was immediately frightened and sweated. But at this moment, he didn't even have the courage to look at the Empress in person. The aura emitted by this woman. It's so attractive. It always makes people feel an unstoppable impulse in their hearts. But he knew it very well. This woman is known as the world's #1 beauty. But they also have it. The cold heart of world #1. Any man who dares to spy on her beauty. They will all be subject to petrochemical sanctions. This is never exceptional. With the continuous rise of Bubble Pod, the scenery outside the cabin is becoming more and more beautiful. Empress, those eyes were seen through the glass cover, looking quietly at the dazzling sun in the distance, and the surging sea of white clouds. The eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He murmured to himself in a voice that only he could hear. How great would it be if I could live here with that adult ... In the original work, it should have been against the sacred land Marichoa, who had been imprisoned for 4 years. And the Tianlong man, the standard Tianqiang dragon's hoof, symbolizing the slave's mark on his back. Boya Hancock was extremely panicked. But he was very calm at this moment. On that beautiful pretty face. In addition to the inherently arrogant tyrant posture, it is the extreme contempt for the Tianlong people. Besides, anyone in her face. All of them saw no trace of panic and fear. On her. What exactly happened? Time is back to a certain day 17 years ago. Open black lens bracket, Shambodian Islands, close black lens bracket. The ship docked in the port of the 9 Snake Pirates. The 3 sisters of Boya Hancock are only 12 years old. Because he trusted the lies of 2 female men. And be lured and taken off the boat. Soon. They were bought by a celestial dragon man at a high price from a human trafficker. In the cell with a gloomy and decay. The 3 sisters sat together. Heavy and cold collars were wrapped around his neck. He shivered helplessly in the corner. Outside the cell, the arrogant and evil laughter of the Tianlong people kept echoing. From time to time, there will also be the tragic howling of other slaves. And the skin, meat, burnt thorns, fishy nose, and smelly. That's right. Every slave who will be taken to San Marichoa. The body will be branded in advance with the emblem of the Tianlong man, called Tianqiang dragon's hoof. Prove it with this. They were slaves raised by the nobles of the world. And in the eyes of the world, this trace that can never be erased from the body. It is the symbol of lower humans. Young Boya Hancock. I was completely shocked by the bloody, cruel and torture scenes in front of me. She had never thought about it before. The man I met for the first time since my birth. It turned out to be such an ugly and vicious creature. Disgust. Despair, I got Zhao. Panic. Helpless. When the three sisters of Boya Hancock were dragged out of the cell by a violent storm. In the hands of the ugly dragon man. There was already an extra soldering iron that was burning red. Even if it is several meters apart. The hot high temperature continued to hurt the three sisters' skin. Open black lens bracket, don't want close black lens bracket. The weak body of Boya Hancock. He kept retreating in panic. But again and again. As wild as dragging a dead dog, it is pulled back. Endless fear. It began to grow and spread in the young mind of Boya Hancock. Looking at the hot soldering iron approaching. In her mind. Suddenly, the idea of escaping with death emerged. However. Even if you want to die. But she couldn't do it at all at this moment. That's right. From the moment of being arrested. Her life and death. I'm no longer under my control. Weak. Not worthy of controlling your own life and death. The laughter of the dragon people became more and more harsh and disgusting. The red-roasted soldering iron is getting closer and closer. The young Boya Hancock began to feel desperate. Endless despair. She knows. Next, we are waiting for the three sisters. It will be even more unimaginable darkness. But at this moment, a voice that made her unsatisfied forever suddenly appeared. Do you want to escape? Close black lens bracket. Chapter 89 Recop went into the water. The correct way to use Luffy. Boya Hancock looked blankly at the man in front of him who appeared out of thin air. The smile on the other person's face. It's so warm. Wailings and screams sounded again from the decaying cell. But this time. But it was sent out from the Tianlong man and his minions. Little Hancock was completely shocked. Because. She could see it. These world nobles with supreme power. These ugly dragons who are arrogant and arrogant. When facing this man. The face actually. She actually showed the same expression of fear as before. That's right. It's just fear. That kind of fear from the soul. They are afraid of this man named Yu. Only. But little Hancock is in this handsome man. Feel it. It has a warm and powerful breath like the scorching sun. Open black lens bracket, I want to escape close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, I don't want to be a slave close black lens bracket. I want to become stronger and make all men in the world feel fearful. Open black lens bracket, uncle, please save me, okay. Open black lens bracket, very good, then follow me. Close black lens bracket. The story has since been rewritten. The three sisters Boya Hancock did not become slaves to the dragon people. There is no sign of Tianxiang dragon's hoof behind it. Only. But she became a spark. One only needs Yiyu's call. I am willing to burn myself. The star fire transformed into the burning flames. Yiyu was leaving. Not only did he give sweet fruit to Xiao Hancock. At the same time. Also based on her characteristics. He taught the flowing water rock broken fist that combines both hardness and softness. Starting that day. Little Hancock began to practice hard. 6 years later. She ascended the throne of the emperor in the Amazon Lily Kingdom. And the captain of the 9 snake pirates. 127 next. Another 11 years have passed. Boya Hancock, who has long become the empress. I am waiting for the call of that adult at all times. Until half a month ago. The Navy suddenly released the news about the public office. Fire Fist Ace. The moment you see the news. On the cold face of Boya Hancock. Finally blooming. An unprecedented sweet smile. Is it finally coming? Yes. After 17 years. Can she finally see that godlike master again? The Empress's eyes were like water. The face is like peach and flowers. The ice that had not melted for thousands of years between the eyebrows melted in an instant. Rare display. There are only 5 unique charm, affection, and feelings that are unique to a fool. And the joy surge in my heart. It's even more indescribable. In this world. A man who can make her show such a fascination. There is only one person. This is the only one. That's Yi Yu. Then. The Empress was abnormal. He happily agreed to the Navy's conscript order to issue the King's 7 warriors seize. Only. However, the Empress did not leave Daughter Island as soon as possible. Because. She still has a very important task that has not been completed. That is to capture Luffy. Then. It appears at the beginning of the scene where the Empress handed over Luffy to the Navy. Yi Yu's idea of giving this order to the Empress. Actually, it's very simple. That's trying to pass through Luffy's special identity. Lead the GM army that always hides in the dark and hides its head and tail. Thus giving the war. Create some variables. To prevent him from rushing in time. At the same time. Yi Yu also wants to take a look. Cap, who is praised by countless people on the altar. It will be when your grandson is pushed to the execution stage. What choice should I make? Is it true that is loyal to the justice in my heart? Or compromise with family affection? Although in Yi Yu's eyes, Carp has long been no longer the opponent who can compete with him. But this old guy named Justice by the world. Why are you protecting Roger's son? Indirectly killed hundreds of innocent pregnant women and infants. Still feeling at ease. Enjoy the world's worship of him. As a Navy general. The legendary hero of Save the World. Cap's behavior of hiding and covering up. Isn't it more despicable and despicable than a pirate who kills and robs? Why did the pirates do bad things? It will be abandoned by the world. Navy heroes disregarded thousands of lives for their own sake. But nothing happened. So. Yi Yu will wait and see. He wanted to see it. Capo was sentenced on the day his 2 grandsons were sentenced. What kind of choice will be made? But even Yi Yu himself didn't expect it. It was his casual act. Directly guide the ultimate plan of the leader of GM Army, Monkey D. Dorag, who worked hard for decades. Totally burned. Open black lens bracket bubble pod close black lens bracket stopped quickly. The Empress followed the general and the school to the top of the red clay continent. Mild and pleasant climate. Poetry and picturesque beauty. Raise your eyes and look at it. Sacred land, Marichoa, is as beautiful as a fairyland on earth. With the barren and dangerous sea below 10,000 meters. It seems to be in 2 worlds. It's really a waste to become a pigpen for the dragon people like this. The Empress's beautiful eyes did not hide her disgust towards the dragon people. The admiral next to him. I was immediately frightened by such crazy remarks and sweated heavily. He quickly advised. Female Empress, this is not a place for you to be presumptuous. There is Pangu City ahead. If someone else hears your offensive remarks, the consequences will be unimaginable. Snort. The Empress snorted proudly. Do you know why the whole world will forgive me no matter what bad things the I family did? That's because the I family is so beautiful. Hateful. The Navy general who led the way was shocked in an instant. Pull out a short knife directly. Punched onto his palm. Fresh. Blood splashed. The severe pain restored his consciousness to clear. Even though AEDJ just now, he did not look straight into the Empress's eyes. But it's still almost done. Bewitched by the other person's charm. Did the evil thoughts be dispelled in your heart with pain? The Empress glanced at the other party casually. A light, thin, pure, and a scholar's appearance slid into a slight arc. Said with a smile. It seems that the Navy is not all useless waste. Provocative. Chiluo's provocation. But at this moment, the general and the school dared not even say a word. Too scary. What an extremely dangerous woman. God knows. What kind of man can surrender her? With the arrival of the Empress. The King's 7 warriors seat the attendance rate of members reached 6 people unprecedentedly. In addition to the Hexiat Jinping, who was detained in the promotion city in the Warring States period. Open black lens bracket Hawkeye close black lens bracket Jolakor Mahawk. Tyrant Basalami Bear. Open black lens bracket Moonlight close black lens bracket Moria. Tianyashat Don Quixote da Flamingo. and the initiator of this super war. Open black lens bracket Blackbeard close black lens bracket Marshall D. Katakana middle dot Titch. All 5 people are on the list. The meeting officially began. Staff he immediately called out to the members of the King's 7 Warriors c. The tactical deployment of the day of punishment was explained. And at the same time, the Warring States period had already hurriedly walked into the Hall of Power where the 5 old stars were located. After careful consideration, he is ready to persuade 5 old stars. Give up the idea of executing Monkey D. Luffy at the same time. This kid's identity and background are too sensitive. GM Life Leader S. son. Naval Legend Hero S. grandson. In order to rescue Frankie, a shipbuilder who possesses the design drawings of ancient weapons and Pluto, he made a big fuss about Judicial Island causing the world to lose all face. Note, here is the history of Nicole Robin's failure to be born as in the original work. Extreme evil generation and supernova with a bounty of over 300 million berry. It's no exaggeration to say. Luffy's identity is no less than that of the son of One Piece. The Warring States period was very clear. Treat the GM army with the attitude of 5 old stars. Luffy will be sentenced at the same time. However, this is exactly what worries the Warring States period the most. If the upcoming war on the top, there is another enemy like GM army, the situation is likely to get out of control because of this. It's not how difficult it is to deal with the GM army. A really hard to treat person. It's Cap. However, after a while, the Warring States period walked out of the Hall of Power with a frustration. In the old pupils, all that is revealed is unprecedented solemnity. That's right. 5 old stars, as expected. He rejected his proposal to execute Monkey D. Luffy on a date. Even as the Navy general. But in front of 5 old stars. But there is still no place to arrange it. After all, the Navy is just a tool for the world to maintain order in the sea. There is no say at all. But, in view of the loyalty to the world in recent years of the Warring States period, 5 old stars finally agreed to the request to send additional staff. Introduction. The General of the Quan Army was personally present at the scene of the execution. It's also considered some. Leave some face to the Warring States period. Why? The Warring States sighed helplessly. Cap, I have tried my best. I hope you don't make it difficult for me to do it. Only. It is estimated that it would be killed in the Warring States period. The man who put him in such a dilemma. At this moment, Orbia is carrying the interpretation of all historical texts. Run back from Ravdru. You really didn't expect it. The historical truth of the 100 years of blank that was deliberately erased by the world. It's so exciting. So much so. Let him be a time traveler. All felt incredible and bloody. However, even Yu has been out of the matter since he traveled through time. But he set up a game in advance. It has been fueled by the rekindling of fire. Begin to work. The direction of war on the top is now. It has long been out of control of the world and the Navy. Keep moving towards, out of control. But no matter it is 5 old stars. Still in the Warring States period. Or maybe the big boss I am who is always hidden in the dark. But I couldn't detect it in advance. Chapter 90, Suffocating Justice, GM's army is trapped. Navy Headquarters. Open black lens bracket Marinfando close black lens bracket. Bang. The Warring States period has just returned to the office. The door was knocked open by someone. Warring States, what happened? Cap's voice trembled. I heard Luffy's child was also sent to Propulsion City. Although he tried his best to suppress the restless anger in his heart. But the expression on the face. But it is still obviously a bit hideous and terrifying. Just over 10 minutes ago. Capo came from the soldiers responsible for escorting Luffy to Propulsion City. I heard what happened. As a Navy general. What kind of punishment will Luffy be punished next? He knows it better than anyone else. If. Just an ace. Cap just tolerated it. But now, even his grandson could not escape death. No matter how big Rycap's nerves are on weekdays. Now, I couldn't suppress the urge to go wild. Cap, you bastard, you have the face to come over and ask me what happened. Quote. The face of the Warring States period changed several times. He knew Cap's temper so well. If you can't immediately dispel the other party's wrong thoughts that were erratic in his heart, I'm afraid there is no need to wait until the day of public execution. Promote the city gate. Then he would be punched by this reckless old bastard. Thinking of this, the expression on the Warring States period suddenly became cold. The tone also became stern. First it's Dorag, then it's Ace, then Luffy. Shouldn't you reflect on your own educational issues first? From the day when those two children became pirates, you should have expected that they would have such a day sooner or later. But Cap's breathing stagnated. Want to defend. But he was powerless to refute. What the Warring States period said was nothing wrong. Even though Cap's original intention, it is to use Ace and Luffy. They are all trained to become the strongest naval soldiers in the new generation. But it just won't go as expected. These two teenagers who inherited the freedom gene in their bloodlines. To the end, they all became pirates. Not only did Cape not educate Ace and Luffy well, at the same time, he also failed to fulfill his grandfather's obligations. When the two of them had just gone out to sea, he had many opportunities to stop it. This includes many subsequent encounters. Cap also gave up by releasing water. So, at this moment, he really didn't know what excuse to use. Let's refute the words of the Warring States period. That's right. In a sense, Ace and Luffy are now in a difficult situation. It was indeed caused by him. But this does not mean it. Carp will be wronged and choose to watch his two grandsons be executed publicly. I can't argue that Ace is Roger's son. But Luffy is innocent. That silly boy just thinks it's fun to go out to sea to be a pirate. He didn't do anything bad. There's no need to treat him like this, right? Having said this, a pleading look suddenly appeared on Cap's face. In a trembling voice. Warring States period, let me try it. Maybe I can persuade the child to turn against him. I advise you to give up this heart quickly. A trace of sympathy flashed in the Warring States period's eyes. But his tone was still ruthless. Public execution is an order issued by 5 old stars in person. Even if it's me, I can't change it. Now, I just hope that you can adhere to the duties of the general. Pause slightly. The Warring States period stared at Cap's eyes and said word by word. Old guy, don't force me to attack you. The Warring States period words were not kidding. Since childhood, he is the most loyal supporter of the world, and thus climbed to the position of marshal. In the eyes of the Warring States period, those who disobey the world's ZF commands, I don't deserve to be a navy. He is a dogmatist with extremely stubborn old ideas. Anyone who dares to doubt the world, even companions, it will also be regarded as the target of attack by the Warring States period. As early as the Rocks era, it was the Warring States period's idea to use crew members to threaten Roger to participate in the war. And 20 years ago, in action to destroy O'Hara. Although the order was issued by 5 old stars. But the Warring States period was the one who planned the overall situation personally. And when Lieutenant General Soro, the defector, questioned the justice pursued by the Navy in the Warring States period, he immediately shouted righteously and said, "Are you questioning the world's Zeef's judgment? This can be seen from this. His loyalty to the world." Fart. Cap's face turned red. He roared in anger. I remember back then, in order to rescue Rocinante, the adopted son who exposed his undercover identity, did you use different powers that you shouldn't have used? Why can your adopted son not die, but my grandson must die? If Luffy must die, then I don't take this shitty general. Even my grandson can't save me. How can such a useless grandfather save others? At the end of the day, there was only ferociousness left on Cap's face. If the person in front of him was not the Warring States period. I'm afraid his iron fist that could crush the mountain. The other party's head had already been blown. Cap, you old bastard. The anger in the Warring States period was also ignited. Almost on Cap's face. A loud roared. Do you want to betray the Navy and justice that devoted your lifelong efforts? The violent aura on Cap's body instantly stopped. The fierce expression also became a little dazed. After a long silence. It's like a complete overdrawing of physical strength. Sitting weakly on the sofa. Open black lens bracket justice close black lens bracket. This damn justice. At this moment, he was so breathless. 1 day later. Open black lens bracket great way close black lens bracket. Island of White Earth Baldigo. Mr. Dorag, not only did Luffy's execution time be disclosed this time, but your blood relationship with General Cap was also reported. Now, your life experience is suddenly known to the whole world. The soldiers distributed in various seas may be shaken in their hearts. Members of GM Army. After seeing the news about public execution of Luffy, printed in the newspaper. Then he hurriedly informed him the leader of theirs. Monkey D. Dorag. Fate is such an unpredictable prank. Dorag said in a complicated expression. I originally wanted Luffy to choose his future path according to his will. Then in this turbulent era, we will achieve our wishes with all chances and aspirations. Unexpectedly, he ended up like this. Speaking of this, my father is really incompetent. Even after Luffy was born. Dorag left in a hurry before he could even take a look. Even over the years. They are father and son. I've only seen it once in Raj Town. But Luffy is his blood after all. How could Dorag watch him die? Only. As the supreme commander of the GM Army. He has no excuses. Ask your subordinates. At the cost of heavy casualties. Go with him to Propulsion City to rescue Luffy. Mr. Dorag, we must not refuse to save Luffy. It's at this moment. As the second leader of the GM Army, Sob stood up. Although in childhood, he still sank the ship after being bombarded. But Sob did not lose his memory as in the original work. So, he is now his brother. How could he be punished by his younger brother Luffy and refuse to save him? Seeing Dorag didn't say anything. Sabo continued anxiously. This time, the World ZF deliberately made it clear that the relationship between you and Mr. Cap and Luffy were directly revealed. The real purpose is nothing more than using this public execution to minimize your influence in the world. Imagine if you can't even save your own son. So who would believe that you and GM Army can really save them from dire straits? Sabo said sincerely. It is reasonable and well-founded. The members of the GM Army, who were already a little hesitant around him. At this moment, they nodded in agreement. And what he said. It can be said that it is right. Dorag is just this one. Immediately nodded without hesitation and said, you are right. As a father, if I face the provocation of the world, even if my son is executed, I can only choose to stand by and watch. Which country, which citizens are there, and who will choose to believe in the ideas we spread? Comrades, it seems necessary to gather cadres scattered around the world. This operation is not just to rescue Luffy. To prove to the whole world that our GM Army has the strength to compete with the Navy head-on. In the conflict between Whitebeard and the Navy, no matter who loses and who wins, there will be extremely huge changes on the sea. And all we have to do is to be in it, seize opportunities, spread our free thoughts, and plant the spark of resistance. Dorag is a successful leader and speaker. A few words. Then he mobilized the enthusiasm of all members of the GM Army. Everyone's faces were full of excitement and expectation. However, including Dorag, no one realizes it. They have fallen into a huge trap carefully woven by Yu. This expedition. It will bring the most fatal blow to GM Army ever. Mouth. Chapter 91. Minister of Intelligence Golden Emperor, red hair is taken to the bait. Open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket. A giant ship that is 10,000 meters long and is cast from gold. It is quietly anchoring in a certain sea area. Not so much a ship. It is more appropriate to say that it is an independent kingdom. Not only are there high, medium and low entertainment cities built on it. It's still the only one in the world. Independent states and unarmed areas recognized by the world. Even the Navy and the World ZF members. A wanted criminal was encountered on the ship. You must not take action either. This is the world's largest entertainment city, Gulen Tezolo. And at this moment, the owner of this entertainment city, Guild Tezolo. That is the famous Golden Emperor. It's in my office right now. Laughed excitedly at the newspaper with, open execution of Luffy. La ha 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 ha, I am really worthy of being Lord Yu. The major events that have happened in recent years are exactly the same as what he predicted in advance. Tazolo's face was full of admiration and conviction. Even the sound. He also trembled slightly due to excitement. Looking at the entire sea. It can hold 20% of the world's Bailey. The black and white tasty Tazolo showed such a posture. I'm afraid Yu is the only one. The last 4 days are left before the date of public execution. By then, we should be able to meet Lord Yu, right? One with long blonde hair, 127. The sweet smiling woman walked over and said. Finally, we seem to have not seen each other for 22 years. I really miss him. You're right, Stella. A gentle look appeared on Tezolo's face. Gently pull the woman over and sit next to him. Recalling. Although Lord Yu contacted us several times during this period. But if you want to say something about meeting, since that time after leaving, 22 years have passed. Tazolo's thoughts. In an instant, I jumped back to the day when the two met 22 years ago. Open black lens bracket Shambodian Islands close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Human Trading Store close black lens bracket. Everything has cracks, that is where the sun shines in. Close black lens bracket. For Tezolo at that time. Stella lights up the warm light of his dark life. In order to regain Stella's freedom as an auction item. This bad boy who once did everything he wanted. Decided to reform. After 3 years of hard work, I forgot to eat and sleep. Finally. 19-year-old Tezolo has collected enough money. Then. He put on the neat old suit. I combed my big back head that I thought was the most handsome. Carrying money. I happily came to the store where Stella was selling. Everything went smoothly. 3 years later. Two people who love each other. The first time without windows and railings. Fingers are linked together. On the faces of Tezolo and Stella. They all showed a warm and sweet smile. At this moment. All the sufferings in life. The twists and turns of fate. Nothing matters anymore. Because. The two people in love finally got together. They usher in their own rebirth. However. Until an ugly Tianlong man wearing a bubble helmet appeared. The two of them had a dream shattered. Disasters are coming again. Watching Stella, who was put back on her neck back into her slave collar. Tazolo was in pain. He struggled desperately. But he is not a match for the CP members at all. For the first time, he felt his insignificance and helplessness. And that gentle woman. Until the last moment before being taken away. Still using her warmth. Comfort your lover. I am already very happy with your intention. They are celestial dragons and can buy anything in this world with money. I really feel very happy from the bottom of my heart to meet you in this life. Open black lens bracket goodbye, my lover close black lens bracket. Even though tears couldn't stop flowing out. But Stella's face. But he always maintains a sweet and gentle smile. Because. She wants to make herself the best. It will be forever and forever imprinted in the memory of the beloved. But Stella's words. Just like a sharp knife. It kept tingling with Tezolo's heart. He actually. I can't even protect my favorite woman. Open black lens bracket sorry, Stella, I'm just a waist close black lens bracket. Looking at Stella who was dragged away by the dragon man like a dog. Tears blurred Tezolo's eyes. His world. Once again, it was shrouded in endless darkness. As long as you have money, you can buy anything in the world. Tazzolo's ears kept echoing the words of the dragon man just now before leaving. The heart is like a knife. It's so sad. However, Tazzolo was unable to resist at all. Even himself. He was also tied to a slave collar by members of the CP organization. That's right. Even if it is just a question of the dragon, they will be guilty of being a serious crime. Despair. Endless despair instantly enveloped Tazzolo's whole body. But at this moment, a majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of Tazzolo. Do you want to save your lover? Close black lens bracket. A magnetic sound. In an instant, it became the entire motivation for Tazzolo to continue to live. He nodded like a madman. I don't want Stella to leave. I want to be with her forever. Please help me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Very good, then follow me. Close black lens bracket. This story, which should have ended in tragedy, has since been rewritten. Stella was not stolen by the dragon man. Tazzolo did not become a slave to the dragon people. And witnessed with your own eyes. Yu blinked his fingers in a flash. Then he snatched Stella's celestial dragon man. After all the CP members who were guarding under his command were killed. This man. Then he became the only true god in Tazzolo's heart. Yu first left a considerable treasure for Tazzolo. Then he told him again. Where golden fruit may appear in 10 years. Then he embarked on a journey again with the two girls Tianyushi and Orbia. And Tazzolo. It also relies on the startup funds provided by Yu. And the golden fruit snatched from Doflamingo's auction. It took less than 12 years. Then he was from an unknown slave. Leaping. Directly promoted to master 20% of the world Bailey. The Golden Emperor who can even use gold and wealth to mobilize the world's ZF power. But for Tazzolo, he prefers to use Yu's intelligence minister and logistics minister from home. After traveling through time as Yu and the other three. The first, fire, found. Tazzolo later used the special attributes of casino. The action to find other, fire seeds, for Yu after. Provides a lot of information and intelligence. This is why Yu. Every time, you can accurately find the main reasons for the target character and the corresponding devil fruit. And as long as it is Yu's request. Tazzolo with unconditional consent. They will do things to the extreme. In the words of Little White Hair Orbia. Yu, this great god stick. Successfully fooled Tazzolo. Bacala, send the order to drive the ship to Marinfando. I must arrive there before the others to welcome Lord Yu's god. Time passes quickly. 0. The last day is only left before the date of public execution. The whole world. They all began to be shrouded in an atmosphere of panic. No one can guess. What will happen next? What will happen? It's like the calm before a storm. It makes people feel tormented and unbearable. Open black lens bracket. New world. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Honey Island. Close black lens bracket. Nearby. Red Foss was moving forward rapidly on the sea. On the deck. Shanks, don't you think this operation of beast pirates is a bit too high profile? Ben Beckman was holding a cigarette in his mouth. His face was full of solemn expressions. They knew from yesterday. Beast pirates will take the opportunity to plunder the White Beast pirates' territory and start intelligence. Along the way, Beckman thinks something seems to be wrong with this matter. Kaido has always been insidious and cunning. If you really want to attack Whitebeard's territory, there wouldn't be such a high-profile news at all. The day the news was leaked, it almost spread throughout the entire New World. The speed is so fast. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was going to do a sneak attack. Be reasonable. Beckman's move to the red-haired rush to assist the White Beast Pirates station. It is extremely disagreeable. Because something abnormal will happen. It's probably a trap. But what if? But he couldn't resist his own captain who always likes to meddle in business. No matter what purpose Kaido's newspaper is, we must stop him from acting. Red-haired eyes are firm. Said firmly. Now things have moved in the direction I least want to see. The battle between the Navy and the White Beast pirates is inevitable. At times like this, we have to stop Kaido's small moves. Otherwise, this rampant era will be completely free from the shackles and become uncontrollable. Beckman didn't speak anymore. He just looked at the red hair with a helpless look on his face. Sometimes, Beckman even felt, Shanks really shouldn't be a pirate. Instead, we should be a Navy. 3.9. In that case, with his character, you will definitely become a general who guards peace in one side, right? Hey, Captain, you've found the traces of the beast pirates ahead. It's at this moment. The voice of Sniper Jesus BU came from the watchtower. Everyone looked terrified. They looked forward one after another. I looked from afar. A large pirate ship with a horned skeleton flag flying. It is quietly displayed on the sea. It seems to be waiting for their arrival. Oh. Kaido's brutal and unrestrained laughter came from the sky. Brother Yi is right, red-haired. You, the nosy grandson, jumped out stupidly. That's right. Brother Yi is really wise and powerful. 3 disasters standing behind Kaido, shaking his head and licking him. Boss's boss. That is naturally there, big brother. The red-haired eyes froze and shouted with righteousness, Kaido, I will never let you go today, wait a moment. However, he has not finished speaking. It ended abruptly. The red-haired eyes instantly widened. The expression on his face also became shocked and horrified. Even the voice trembled. He asked in a speechless voice. You just said who? Chapter 92 Kaido vs. Red-haired, black-bearded was taken first. Now. Red Hair couldn't believe his ears. His face was full of disbelief. He was actually in the sight of Kaido and others. Heard. The name that has disappeared for a full 30 years. What the hell is going on? However, it's at this moment. Another shocking evil laughter. But suddenly came from behind Red Foss. Momo. Big katakana middle dot mom stepped on the dark thunder clouds. Holding a sharp giant sword. Release the blazing flames of hot temperatures. Wrapped over her head and above the blade. The whole person looks like. It's as terrifying as the hellfire demon. Big katakana middle dot mom took her 3 strongest homies from the sky. He said with a grim smile on his face. That's natural. Yi is the man who is about to become my son-in-law. Boom. A loud bang came from the red-haired mind again. Yi. Big katakana middle dot mom. Son-in-law. It's in chaos. All fucking messed up. Who can tell? What the hell is going on? Besides. Shouldn't Kaido and Big Mom be their old enemies? In the New World these years. The two of them, 4 emperors, often fight. Why did he suddenly join forces? Hey, Ling, don't you be so stinking. Kaido's face sank. Unwilling to fall behind, shouted. Night brother you is also my booked son-in-law. Quote. Nani. 04. Now even all the crew members on the Red Foss. They were all stunned. 2-0, the 3-4 emperors appear in the same sea area at the same time. It's already incredible enough. But 2-4 emperors in front of you. The bloody plot of fighting for a son-in-law at the same time. They broke their heads. It's absolutely impossible to imagine. Besides, who is this guy named Yi? Why did Kaido call him Big Brother? Do you want to marry your daughter to him? This generation is so messy. And the red hair standing at the bow of the ship at this moment. Cold sweat on the forehead. It can no longer stop flowing downward. My body also became a little stiff. It turns out. Is it really Yi? That was in the old era. The only guy who is called Monster Genius. That one after the Battle of Gods. He was named God Slayer by the world. The one was white-bearded. Call it a man who has surpassed the Sea Overlord locks. But this legend of the old age. Shouldn't it be dead long ago? After all, he hasn't appeared for a full 30 years. There is no news about him even on 5 Old Stars. How could it be in such a sensitive time period? Suddenly it appeared again. What exactly does that man want to do? Looking at the 2 4 emperor groups that suddenly gathered together in front of me, Red Hair only felt an unprecedented sense of crisis coming. It can make Kaido and Big Mom gather together so conscientiously, looking at the whole world. I'm afraid only that man named Yu can do it. This era, with that man's return, face again. What are the unimaginable huge changes? Redhead didn't dare to continue thinking. Shanks, what should we do now? Benkman's anxious voice interrupted the red-haired thoughts. Even if red-haired pirates have always been, they are all called the most balanced Iron Wall pirates. But right now, we are facing 2 4 emperors at the same time. Even Ben Beckman, who is Emperor Deputy, couldn't help but feel nervous. Redhead also came back to his senses from the previous shock. That's right. Compared to the crisis that the man will cause next. At the moment, the whole red-haired pirates, it is already the time of life and death. Facing the attack of Kaido and Big Mom, 2 4 emperors. Today, I'm afraid many people will die. The next morning, Navy headquarters. Open black lens bracket Marinfando close black lens bracket. There are only the last 5 hours left before the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Different from the past. Today, this town symbolizes absolute justice. Every inch of the corner. They are all surrounded by solemn and nervous emotions. Another 5 hours. The Navy will be here. And the Whitebeard Pirates, named World's Strongest. A super war that can be called an epic level is staged. And at this moment, 100,000 elite soldiers drawn from all over the world. Already wearing a strong and sharp edge. Ready to go. Wait quietly for the moment when the decisive battle comes. Crescent-shaped bayhead in the entire island. There are 50 large warships surrounding a total of 50. Sure. There are hundreds of cannons installed. Neatly arranged. It can be clearly seen from the port. Standing in front of the naval array. They are 5 members of the King's 7 Martial Seas. As the check and balance, 4 emperors' third-party force. They are unshit. It was placed on the forefront of the battlefield by the Warring States period. The meaning is self-evident. Then, on the execution platform standing at the end of the square, the central figure who caused the incident, Whitebeast Pirates Katakana middle. Second Captain Portgas D Katakana middle. Ace. I was quietly waiting for the moment of execution to arrive. Below him, 3 powerful figures slowly sat down. It's except Cap. The other 3 naval generals. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji. Now, all the Navy's high-end combat power has gathered here. In order to stop the evil behavior of Whitebeard. And be ready at all times. This huge war machine of the Navy headquarters. It has been fully operational. Marshal's office. The Warring States period looked into the distance through the window. I kept calculating the possible location of the Whitebeast Pirates. Strive to be foolproof. Report. The Warring States Marshal, the outpost responsible for patrolling on the outside, has sent back the news, but there are still no traces of the Whitebeard Pirates. Let them continue to reconnaissance, absolutely not relax. Warring States period, cold face. He ordered in a deep voice. That guy with white beard is not a good person. Maybe at a time, he will suddenly jump out of an unknown corner. Damn it. Where is the Whitebeard Pirates hidden? What kind of way will the attack be launched? Questions like this. Since the day that Whitebeast Pirates disappeared. Then he began to torment the Warring States period. Being a marshal, the Warring States period undoubtedly wanted to take advantage of this public execution. In front of the world. A high-profile show of presence. Then, by taking advantage of the power of killing the Whitebeast Pirates. Opening a new era that belongs to the Navy. This is the selfishness of the Warring States period. However. But he was a little too scrupulous of the wisdom of Whitebeard. The other party suddenly started playing with news. This made the Warring States period even more uncomfortable than eating 10 kilograms of shang. Just as I closed my eyes and pondered in the Warring States period, a series of rapid footsteps were getting closer and closer. Martyr of the Warring States period, it's not good. Blackbeard disappeared. A communication soldier's panicked expression. We have sent people to search the entire island, but we still haven't found his whereabouts. What? That bastard with black beard. The face of the Warring States period suddenly became a little ferocious. There are less than 5 hours left before the execution begins. Whitebeast pirates, I don't know when it will pop up suddenly. At such a critical moment. That black-bearded bastard actually disappeared. Sure enough. Pirates are so unreliable. There is another thing to report. The news just came from Propulsion City that a warship that had not been approved for 127 was heading towards the port of Propulsion City. The Warring States period was so fierce that his eyes widened. A bad premonition suddenly came to my mind. These two things. That's a coincidence, right? But it's fine. Just in case. The Warring States period had already sent Lieutenant General Ghost Spider in advance. And 5 large frigates. Add Fire Fist, Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Secretly escorted from Promoting City. Now we have arrived at the gate of justice. Even the black-bearded guy. There are really any bad intentions. As long as the current war is not involved. In the Warring States period, they would turn a blind eye. After this battle is over. Let's find the final account again. However. It turns out. In addition to Yi Yu, the time traveler. Including Whitebeard. Almost everyone. Everyone underestimated the ambitions of this black fat man. In order to obtain a dark fruit that is uncertain. Blackbeard has been dormant in the Whitebeard pirates for more than 20 years. And after the devil fruit succeeded. He immediately showed his huge ambition to swallow mountains and rivers. It is true that the Navy wants to take the opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard. He is black-bearded. Why don't you want to use the Navy to destroy the powerful Whitebeard? The mantis stalks the cicada. The oriole is behind. Now. A proud black beard. I have long regarded myself as the oriole who will achieve final victory. Only. His wishful thinking is doomed to be unfulfilled. With Yi Yu's intervention. Things have already developed in an unknown direction. Just like now. The Blackbeard and his gang have just arrived at the port of Propulsion City. Then I was stunned by the messy scene in front of me. Sharp alarm ringtones. The entire island has resounded at this moment. Someone actually rushed before Blackbeard. For the promotion city known as Copper Wall. Have you started? Chapter 93. The GM army was dispatched, Blackbeard's shocking secret. Promote the city. Open black lens bracket level 4th level katakana middle dot scam hell close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket hell katakana middle dot poison dragon close black lens bracket. 3 huge poisonous dragons formed by deep purple poisons. Toward Dorag and his group wearing a wide cloak. He rushed towards him. Magellan, the director of the city, is known as the strongest man in propelling the city. The look on his face was extremely complicated. He never thought of it. The leader of the GM army, Monkey D. Dorag. It suddenly appeared here. The other party uses its powerful strength. And that weird wind control ability. After the invasion. This directly cut off the connection between promoting the city and the outside world. Open black lens bracket the wind cannon close black lens bracket. A fierce hurricane rages out from Dorag's palm. The stormy wind blade. First, we smashed all the 3 poisonous dragons that came towards us. Then it turned into a sharp, wind gun. It instantly penetrated Magellan's body. And on the stone wall further behind. A big pit was blasted out. The power can be seen. Thump. Magellan smashed heavily into the ground. I struggled several times to get up again. But none of them succeeded. Obviously. No matter its own strength. Still the ability of Devil Fruit. Dorag is better. Especially Hurricane Fruit. Poisonous fruit for Magellan. It's simply a suppressive existence. Even in the original work, Magellan relies on this ability. With one move, he almost took the entire Blackbeard pirates away. But in front of Dorag, his attack, he couldn't even touch the other person's body. Stop trying. Dorag looked at Magellan with a cold expression. He spoke lightly. Your internal organs have been seriously damaged by the hit just now. If you don't want to die, you'd better stay there and wait for rescue. I will show up here just to save my son. So don't force me to kill you. After saying that, Dorag no longer paid attention to Magellan with unwilling expression on his face. With Sob and others, continue to walk towards level 6th floor. For Luffy, Dorag finally took the risk. After solving the most difficult Magellan with his own hands, they are pushing all the way down, hiding in level 5.5 behind Shemale King Ivankov. Finally came to infinite hell. Only, at this time, Luffy was imprisoned in the cell. The building has long been empty. Luffy, Ace isn't he anymore? Sabo said with a frustrated look on his face. Damn it, we are still one step late after all. The three brothers have been separated for 10 years. I thought I would meet again. But I don't want to. After all, I missed it. Dorag's face also became a little ugly. I have already started to think about it in my mind. If you go directly to the Navy headquarters, what is the chance of rescuing Luffy? Hey, you guys are all here to find brothers Lady Luffy and Ace. At this moment, in a cell not far away, suddenly a voice came. They have just been taken away for a while, and it's still time to chase them. It should be able to catch up before they arrive at the gate of justice. The speaker. It was exactly before those who were imprisoned for refusing to force the Navy to summon former members of the King's 7 Warriors C. Open black lens bracket high hero close black lens bracket Jinping. After being sent to Promoting City by the Warring States period. He was so locked up with Ace. After Luffy was arrested, they happened to be locked opposite the two of them. So, Jinping is about Ace. Guan Bufin is always shouting that he wants to become the stinky brother of One Piece. Damn it, we're just one step away. Sabo said excitedly when he heard this, Mr. Dorag, let's go chase immediately. With your ability, I believe I can rescue Luffy and Ace before they arrive at Marinfando. Didn't wait for Dorag to speak. Jinping in the cell opposite had already said first. Please take them together. I also want to contribute a little bit of strength to the Ace brothers and the Whitebearded Daddy. Although Jinping is not a member of the Whitebeast Pirates. But it's the same as Ace and others. He called Whitebeard Dad. Open black lens bracket high hero close black lens bracket Jinpei. Dorag has some understanding of the members of the King of 7 Warriors. After pondering for a moment, nodded. Let him out. Now, we really need such a powerful helper. Hey, GM Army, I don't want to miss this battle. It's at this moment. In another cell not far away. A hoarse voice came. One with a big back. There is a very conspicuous man with a 5.5 open cross-section and a scar on his face. A sinister smile said. It seems that there are a lot of interesting things happening outside, and my ability will definitely help you. If you let me out, it will be good for everyone. Dorag's pupils slightly condensed. You are Clockdal. At the same time. Open black lens bracket level 4th level katakana middle dot scam held close black lens bracket. Thief ha 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 ha. Blackbeard brings 4 men. He walked to Magellan with an arrogant look on his face. He said with a grim smile. Director Magellan, I was thinking about how to deal with you, the difficult guy. But it seems that someone has helped me solve this problem. Blackbeard. Magellan stared at the other person with anger on his face. If it is normal. Just these crooked melons and dates in front of you. Even if Magellan closed his eyes and took him away in a flash. Even if the Blackbeard has the dark fruit of the person who has the ability to restrain himself. But as long as the poison touches him. Still unable to escape death. But now. But he could only watch the other party shouting in front of him. It's so annoying. Why I have said a long time ago that the captain's luck has always been very good. It seems that we seem to be favored by the goddess of destiny this time. Good luck is really coming. On the faces of Bashes and others. They all showed a gloating smile. Thief ha. A hint of greed appeared in Blackbeard's pupils. His eyes kept spinning on Magellan. It is obviously a poisonous fruit in the other person's body. Although poisonous fruit is very lethal. But if it is compared with the shock fruit on Whitebeard, there is still a big gap after all. Besides, although the black beard came from his father, it has been inherited to the extremely special Chimera triploid. It has 3 independent bloodline factor chains. This can break the inherent ban and curse. Even if you eat 3 devil fruits in a row, there will be no explosion or death. Only these 3 devil fruits. But it cannot belong to the same category. Otherwise, eaters will still die. Although I don't know what is the truth in this. But this is Blackbeard's mother. Before death, important things he has repeatedly advised him. That is to say, Blackbeard can eat 1 natural, 1 animal system, and a devil fruit of Superman. 1 person. You can have 3 different powers at the same time. It's a miracle. And the poisonous fruit on Magellan's body. They are also among the shock fruit on Whitebeard. Blackbeard natural, the latter is about to be chosen. Magellan, it seems that today is also your lucky day. After giving up your mind, Blackbeard ignored Magellan, who fell to the ground. With 4 younger brothers. Keep walking down. Thief ha. Little ones, as long as we complete that thing, our reputation will surely resound throughout the world. After more than 10 minutes, Dorag and others rushed out of infinite hell. Soon the black-bearded gang met. None of them acted rashly. The atmosphere on the scene also became tense and weird. Thief ha. As a great man came to promoting the city, I said, why even a strong man like Magellan was defeated so easily. Blackbeard recognized Dorag's appearance at a glance. Although I was shocked. But there was still an unscrupulous smile on his face. Be the first to speak. Hey, GM Jun, we have different purposes for coming here. If the fight really starts, it will probably not be the best result for anyone. How about we not be able to break the river water? Actually, Blackbeard was not afraid of Dorag and others on the opposite side. Even if there are 2 additional members of the former king under the 7 warriors see. Even if the rare hurricane fruit on Dorag's body. Not natural. Today, Blackbeard will definitely not let Dorag leave Propulsion City alive. But it's a pity. The devil fruit on both of them belongs to the natural system. This way, Blackbeard lost interest. As the words fell, Blackbeard even took the initiative to make way for Dorag and others. I have to say, the black fat man's judgment and grasp of the situation can be called the master level. When should I kneel down and call you? When should I stand and be a father? He took everything right. If you can go to Simida, the whole scene. A true villain male lead. Let's go. Dorag glanced at Blackbeard. His eyes were full of fear. Because he is on the black fat man opposite. I smelled the same ambition as myself. There is no doubt. The 2 of them are the same type of people with different goals. However, it is urgent to rescue Luffy. Dorag didn't want to be an insignificant person like Blackbeard. Too much time wasted. With the departure of GM Jun and others, the Blackbeard and his group soon arrived at the end of the trip. Open black lens bracket level 6 katakana middle dot infinite held close black lens bracket. Thief ha. Hello everyone, you guys who have no dreams and can only waste your life in the cage. Since you're waiting for death for the rest of your life, why don't you listen to me? How about you fighting to the death in this prison first? The surviving person will become my partner. I got Zhao, take you back to freedom and stand at the peak of the sea. Accompanied by Blackbeard's incitement, a highly sensitive speech. The key to open the Halu stone shackle was thrown into every cell. In an instant, an extremely cruel and bloody chaos broke out. Prisoners who uncuffed their handcuffs, like a tiger out of the cage, started crazy killing. A prisoner who can be locked in infinite hell. Almost every one. It's all because it's too vicious. And the monster erased from history by the world. There are countless legendary characters. However, no matter how intense the battle is, no matter how chaotic it is, but there was no prisoner dare to get close to the prison inside. It seems like something lives inside. Even these extremely vicious people. They will feel like a monster who is afraid. A heavy footsteps sounded. A tall and strong man slowly walked out of the cell. The originally chaotic battlefield suddenly became silent. I didn't expect you to be alive, Devil's Heir Douglas Barrett. Blackbeard's pupils shrank. His face was full of fear. That's right. It is in infinite hell. Barrett, who has been imprisoned for 20 years. It seems that it has really begun, the war that Brother Yu once said. Barrett's face showed a look of excitement. Then he looked at Blackbeard and others. He grinned. I'm here, but I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 94 opened from the top, the King's Way Back. The last 3 hours before public execution. Open black lens bracket Shambodian Islands close black lens bracket. An atmosphere of tension and depression began to permeate the entire island. A large number of journalists and photographers gathered from all over the world. And the pirates and civilians who flocked in. Now, they all held their breath and were guarding in front of the big screen. Waiting quietly. This epic super war has officially begun. Will the Whitebeard come? Why hasn't there any news about the White Beast pirates yet? Isn't Whitebeard scared? Which of the Navy and the strongest 4 Emperor's regiment will be the winners of today's battle? In the hearts of everyone. Full of questions of various kinds and those waiting to be answered. And including Kizaru, Empress, and several other members of the Tinder, who have not yet appeared. He was looking forward to the arrival of their king. Time passes by minute. Finally, the heavy door behind the platform was pushed open. Immediately afterwards, 4 executioners. They were respectively Betting Portkas D. Ace and Monkey D. Luffy. Walked out slowly. Cap, I hope you can control your emotions. The Warring States period is heading for punishment. He said to Cap, who was following behind him with a gloomy face. I warn you that this public execution will be broadcast live to the whole world. If you dare to do something stupid to betray justice, then even if I don't deal with you, there will be no place for you in this world. Originally, the Warring States period was not prepared to allow Carp to participate in this punishment. But this guy has to come over whatever he says. It's of great importance. The Warring States period had to be more cautious. Whatever you want, I'm going downstairs. A simple sentence. It seemed as if it was directly draining Carp's entire body of strength. He didn't even dare to look at Ace and Luffy on the execution platform for a more time. It was originally like a mountain male. Sturdy back. He also hunched down little by little. What kind of powerful people are majestic? What legendary style? What a righteous man. At this moment, all under the bond of family affection. The smoke disappeared. Capo climbed down the stairs. It's more like a sad jade old man in the evening. The background shows desolation and sadness. It's not your fault. Staff, he comforted him a little unbearable. Ha 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 ha, Xiaohei, you are still as gentle as before. Capo grinned. But anyone can see it. That was just a forced smile. At the same time, the Warring States period on the criminal stage received the radio call bug. A loud voice. It resounded instantly throughout Malin Vando. Before the punishment begins, there are 2 things I must explain to the individual digits in advance. First of all, Portkas D. Ace about this man, the great significance of having to die here today. This statement comes out. Whether it is the elite 127 people gathered here. It is still the countless people gathered in the Shampoa Islands. All of them looked solemn. Realize that something amazing is going to happen. Ace, name your father. The Warring States period shouted loudly. A look of pain appeared on Ace's face. I instantly understood the purpose of the Warring States period. He shouted at the top of his lungs. I am son of Whitebeard. Haha, don't you admit it? The Warring States period sneered repeatedly. Immediately. In the confusing eyes of everyone. The Warring States period told the truth that shocked the whole world. Whitebeast Pirates captain of the second team. Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace. It turned out to be the son of One Piece Gore D. Roger. This statement comes out. The world is terrifying. The whole world became quiet. Whether it is the Navy. He is also a member of the King's 7 Warriors Sea. Or maybe countless people around the world are watching the live broadcast. Now. All were bomb-like news. Shocked and stunned. No one can imagine it. The man who started the great pirate age with his own hands. The man who is known as One Piece by the world. His blood full of sin. Still alive. Only Luffy was a little listless under the influence of hunger and Halu stone handcuffs. Turning his head and asking with concern. Ace, are you okay? Sabo told me that you must not mention that name in front of you. But Ace lowered his head at this moment. But I can't say anything. That's right. He hated that name. He hated that man. Even for this. He was unwilling to bear the other person's surname. But. Even so. He can't change, either. The fact that the other person's blood flows in his body. Just end it like this. Perhaps. This ends for everyone. This is the best result. Now. Facing the coming death. Ace actually felt relieved and expectant in his heart. Only. But the Warring States period was not prepared to let him go so simply. Continue to say passionately. So, taking off your head here today and completely cutting off the most evil bloodline in the world flowing on you is the greatest significance of this public punishment. Even if you do this, you will have a full-scale war with Whitebeard, and the Navy will do whatever you want. Open black lens bracket justice close black lens bracket must win. The morale of the 100,000 elite Navy soldiers under the execution platform was immediately boosted. He raised his weapons. The sound shook the sky. Is really surprising news. Doflamingo, who knows the inside story of that past. At this time, AEDJ couldn't help but muttered. The world ZF obviously dealt with everyone related to that man at that time. His son survived. I have to say, this is such a great miracle. However. Soon on his face. Then he showed a gloating look. Looking at the Warring States period with malicious intentions. Murmur. Boot, is it really okay for you to tell all the truth like this? After all, this is equivalent to fighting the world ZF and those 5-0, it's the faces of 4 old guys. Compared to Doflamingo. The other 4 members of the King's 7 Warriors Sea. Obviously, there is no such gossip. The Empress is now so proud of her. All the thoughts in my mind were you. Whose son is Ace? Whose son is Luffy? And this top war that concerns the world pattern. For the Empress. None of them makes any sense. She was too lazy to even bother to pay attention to it. There is that time. Think more about how many children you will give birth to in the future. Isn't he good? In the eyes of the Empress. There are men in this world except you. All are stinky garbage. And now. The only thing the Empress expects. When will her king return? The first meeting spans 17 years. What kind of industry and format should I welcome that adult? Haha tilde 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 tilde. It makes people feel very lucky, shamed, blessed, tressed. And Basalami Bear, who has been modified by Bega Punk. Not to mention. He is now. Have completely lost my sense of self. Completely became a pacifist who obeys the world. It is the true sense of walking zombies, walking, and flesh. And Moria, who still had a bandage on her head. Then he stared at Luffy, who had defeated him with anger. What I thought in my heart. How do you get punished after the other party is sentenced? Steal his body back. This will reappear the glory of the zombie army. Among the few. It seems that there is only Hawkeye Mahawk's reaction. It can be considered normal. After hearing Roger's name. On his gouging Bubo's face. Finally, a hint of surprise appeared. Here you come, all the members are in combat. But at this moment, the Warring States period, who received the notice, suddenly issued a battle order. The atmosphere instantly condensed. Almost everyone. They all looked into the foggy area outside the harbor. See. A huge fleet of dozens of large pirate ships. Suddenly, he came out of the hazy fog. In the blink of an eye. Then he had arrived directly in front of Crescent Bay. With the naval fleet that was deployed in advance in the periphery. A tit-for-tat trend has been formed. It is the 43 extra staff captains under the White Beast pirates. Lead the team to attack first. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more tense. The soldiers held the weapons in their hands one after another. Many people kept swallowing and swallowing water. Even the nerves of the Warring States period tensed up. Only. When he looked up. But it was not in the enemy's fleet. The figure of Whitebeard was found. Where is that damn guy hiding? Marty of the Warring States period, do we want to launch an attack now? Wait a little longer, Whitebeard must be nearby. This bastard must be planning something, paying attention to me at sea. However. When everyone is searching for traces of Whitebeard in the mist and the sea. Under the huge sea in the middle of the harbor. A large number of bubbles continued to emerge. The top naval leaders, including the Warring States period, were instantly aware of it. A look of surprise appeared on his face. These guys. I actually chose this way of entry. It seems this time. Their decision-making made a lot of mistakes. Crazy. 4 huge pirate ships that look like whales. In the astonished eyes of everyone. It rose from the bottom of the sea. White Beast pirates, all members are here to pay tribute. Accompanied by a heavy and powerful sound of footsteps. A burly figure like a mountain. He slowly boarded the bow of the Moby-Dick ship. Gulalala Warring States, since the war in God Valley we seem to have not seen each other for decades. Whitebeard holds Kongyun Cut in hand. The sound is like thunder. The domineering eyes look down on all sides. The terrifying power radiates from the body. It makes people feel even more chilling. And this scene in front of you. It reminds Whitebeard of 36 years ago. The battle in the God's Valley. The same force that is several times more than one's own. The battlefield where strong enemies are everywhere. The same determination to be ready to die. At that time, Yiyu forced himself to use his strength alone. Win a glimmer of hope for them. Thinking of this, Bebe couldn't help but feel grateful for Yiyu. All know. He must have me in his heart .. Gay.jpg. If it weren't half a month ago. Yiyu took Luo over to treat his injuries. I'm afraid at this moment. Whitebeard doesn't have as much confidence as she is now. Just don't know. Will that guy Yiyu come today? Whitebeard couldn't help but glance at Trafalgar R.O., who was standing with a knife behind him. He was on the other person's face. I saw a lot of hope. Obviously. That man will definitely come. Very good. Whitebeard couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. The long-lost battle blood. It even became boiling again. Nowski. The two of them. Can you continue the glory of the past? Fight side by side. Killing all directions. This old guy is really a gay, right? Seeing the expression full of affection on the white-bearded face. Luo couldn't help but shivered. He took a few steps back one after another. No wonder Lord Yiyu didn't want to pay attention to him. What's this, 4 emperors? It's obviously basic, emperor. That day. After Yiyu left. Luo began to use the special abilities of Surgery Fruit. And Marcos Healing Flame. Diagnosis of the old wounds in Whitebeard's body. Carry out comprehensive and systematic repairs. But Surgery Fruit is not omnipotent after all. The problems caused by Whitebeard itself due to aging. Even Luo. Also helpless. To the end. Although it was not completely eradicated from the injury on Whitebeard. But dangerous state. But it has been greatly alleviated and suppressed. Whitebeard today. It can be completely in a short time. It burst out with terrifying combat power comparable to its peak period. So. Even. At this moment, the 100,000 elite Navy soldiers were already ready to go. Even. At this moment, high-end combat forces such as the King's 7 Martial Arts C and the 4 generals are all gathered here. But in this man's face. However, everyone still couldn't see any worry or hesitation. This. It is the worldly spirit that the strongest man in the world has. This. It is the leader charm that Whitebeard possesses as the captain. As long as this man is present. His crew. Even if you face a strong enemy that is several times more than you. It can also burst out with the courage to put life and death aside. Gulalalami, dear son, are you okay? A kind smile appeared on the white-bearded face. His eyes were extremely firm. Today. He must rescue Ace. Dadavarionate was obviously because I acted without authorization and ignored everyone's advice, so I ended up like this. On the execution platform, Ace choked and wailed. Why do you come to save me? Wouldn't it be better to just ignore my existence? At the end of the day. Ace was already crying. Gulalalami, stupid son, it's obviously my dad, I asked you to deal with that bastard. As the words fell. Whitebeard clenched his fists. A white halo suddenly surrounded it. Then. He smashed his fists outwards. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound. The place where the horn punch hits. There were actually mesh cracks that were visible to the eyes as if the mirror was broken. At the moment of shattering. The turbulent sea surface directly caused a tremendous wave of up to 100 meters. It is wrapped in the power of destroying the world that crushes everything. Pushed from both sides of Malin Vando. So far. The long-awaited war on the top officially kicked off. Attacking side. It is a 47th New World pirate fleet led by Whitebeard. And the defense. It is a super coalition composed of the Navy headquarters, the King Shah Chiwahai and the World ZF Army that is on standby to support it at any time. Besides. In the mist. There is also a mysterious force that has not yet appeared. In the mood of being ready. In this battle. No matter who wins and who loses. Times will surely be rewritten. Because. The man who transformed into a dragon. At this moment, I am carrying the truth about Orbia and 100 years of blank. As well as. The strongest will to the top. Decision to subvert the world. The hegemony of conquering the sea. Racing towards Malin Vando. That man. Coming to the battlefield. P.S. The pace of this chapter is a little slower, there is no way, the top start must be explained in a comprehensive way, otherwise it will feel a serious sense of terror when you read it. But please rest assured. Everyone knows my style. I have always written the outline as the main text. Originally, content with at least 1 million words. It is a sudden, protruding, forward. Dry. Next will be the final battle to conquer the hurdles. I will focus on solving some unsolved mysteries in pirate personal conjecture, not official history. Why is 77 Cap single all year round? Why does Ugly be Dicky sleepless at night? Bug fruit ability tyrant. Why is the bear willing to become a killing machine? Who is Dorig's mother? Who is the first tough man of pirates? Can the red-haired fruit of face stop the war from escalating? Did Blackbeard get the shock fruit as he wished? What truth does the history of 100 years of blank space hide? What is the national treasure on the Holy Land? Who is the big boss I am? When will the strongest costume King Yeyu return to the king? Behind all these problems. After all, it is the author's twisted human nature. Or is it a moral decline or a loss? It is a wise and retarded person. Or is the rise of God Bird? Please pay attention to the large-scale puzzle war novels that are being updated daily. War on the top katakana middle. Guess. Chapter 95, The actor Kizaru, 3 years later and 3 years. Open black lens bracket Ice Age close black lens bracket. Faced with the crushing tsunami, Aokiji took the lead in taking action, covering the sky and waves. Instantly it turned into a standing blue ice. Together with the sea surface in the crescent-shaped harbor, it was all shrouded in a snowy and ice. The power of the general. It's as scary as a hiss. However, the frozen ocean. It also happens to be the landing battle of the Whitebeast pirates tilde. Provides some convenience. Come on, brothers, I'm going to go. Yes, let this group of garbage navy see our strength. Asako is still in charge. She is waiting for our rescue on the execution platform. Kill into the harbor. For the sake of my dad, for Ace go. Except for Whitebeard and Luo. Captains of major squads such as Marco, Jose, and Beasta. And those outside. Captains from New World. Now. They jumped off the bow of the ship one after another. The first fierce offensive was launched towards the harbor. It's coming, the captains of the Whitebeast pirates. Open black lens bracket Immortal Bird close black lens bracket Malco, open black lens bracket Diamond close black lens bracket Jose, open black lens bracket Fantas close black lens bracket Beasta. Hey, the man standing next to the Whitebeard is. Damn it, it turned out to be the recently famous Extreme Evil Generation Supernova Death Sergeant Trafalgar R.O. Why is he here? Did he have joined the Whitebeast pirates? Even if you are prepared. The elite naval forces in the harbor saw such a powerful formation. It is inevitable that I will become nervous about it. Rareless, you must never let the pirates step into the harbor. The Warring States period glared at me. The order was issued immediately. Dozens of lieutenant generals led by Cheek Squirrel, Rosinante Not Dead, Peach Rabbit, Ghost Spider, etc. They all appeared one after another. Led his troops to launch a counterattack. On the huge ice battlefield. Two torrents of steel collided with each other. Soldiers versus. Will be against the opponent. The cruel fight begins. It went straight to a white-hot stage. In the face of such a formation, I'm afraid even the demon-slaying order will feel overshadowed. Only. The Whitebeard always looks like a magic needle for the sea. Stand firmly on the bow of the ship. Gulalalala. Whitebeard turned his head. Half-jokingly said to Luo, who was standing behind him with a knife. Aren't you going to go down and show your talents? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become famous in the ocean. Rescue Ace is your Whitebeast pirate's business, it has nothing to do with me. Luo's face still maintained a cold and arrogant look. Said with a full look. The reason I stayed here is because Lord Yu also gave me other tasks. Oh. A look of interest suddenly appeared on the white-bearded face. He wanted to know. Yu not only asked Luo to treat him. What else has been explained? Only. When I saw Luo Na's little arrogant look with a look of, don't be close to someone else. Whitebeard immediately gave up the idea of asking. Because the other party will definitely not say it. Gulalalala, I have to say that your kid's personality is exactly the same as that guy Yu. Whitebeard seems to recall the time when he was in the Rocks Pirates. Every bit of what I have experienced with Yu. Laughing happily. Although you look very cold on the outside, I guess your heart is as hot as Yu. Damn it. Luo was immediately shocked by the Whitebeard's words and got goosebumps all over his chicken. He stepped back several times. The ghost cry in his hand almost lost his hand. What kind of gay words is this? Hello. Whitebeard. No matter how you say it, you are also the leader of the 4 emperors. When talking about my adults, can you please pay more attention to your personality? The original domineering style. Why do you mention Lord Yu every time? It collapsed instantly. This is so outrageous, is there any? But at this moment, a huge sword energy in the shape of a crescent moon cut through the sky. It runs out from the periphery of the harbor. Beyond what you pass. Both men and gods avoid. It's even more on the hard ice surface. A deep ravine that is 1,000 meters long is left. The Whitebeard attacked towards the bow of the ship. It was the Hawkeye who had the title of World Number 1, the sword master, that took action. He wants to see it. What is the difference between yourself and the strongest in the world? Only this world's number 1 huge slash. Then he was blocked directly by the captain of the third team, Diamond Joes. Although Hawkeye is the most powerful swordsman in the world. But in this battle. But still not qualified. Face their king directly. The lower part of the punishment platform. It's true ... I'm sure the captains of the White Beast pirates, they are all as strong as monsters ... Kizaru glanced at the stalemate battle below with a look of lewdness. Although the attack of the White Beast pirates seems fierce at the moment. But at that time. In a short time. But they were unable to break through the layers of defense harbor. Not to mention. Traveling through the huge square. Arrived directly below the execution platform. If this continues. I'm afraid I'll wait a while. The outer walls surrounding the iron walls rise. White Beast pirates will be completely annihilated on the ice. Isn't this possible? This war is Night Lord you carefully planned. Before he rushes back. Anyway. We cannot let this war end early. Sure enough. At critical moments, I still need to take action as the gold medal actor. Let's help them a little first. Thinking about this. A cunning look flashed in Kizaru's eyes. Pinch your chin immediately. He stood up slowly and said. If you want to minimize the losses, it seems that you can only choose to capture the thief and capture the king first. Sakazuki, I'll go first and get a white beard. Stay here and don't move. The words fell. Kizaru's figure suddenly turned into a dazzling light. Crossing the sky. It appeared directly above the Mobidic. Nani? Akainu was so question marks on her face at this moment. Could it be that the sun came out from the west today? Otherwise. This big gangster Porisalino. Why did you suddenly become so diligent? Hey, Whitebeard, now is not the time to disperse. 8-foot Chong Guyu Katakana middle dot stroke. Kizaru, who turns on the best actor mode, crosses his hands. Countless dazzling bombs containing terrifying power. It fell from the sky like raindrops. Open black lens bracket immortal thistle close black lens bracket. A figure emitting blue flames. It suddenly blocked the light bullets in the sky. The phoenix is bloody. Nirvana rebirth. The captain of the first team, Marco, danced the regeneration flame. A blue hot iron wall was cast in front of the white beard. He took down all Kizaru's attacks. The cold and green flame dances in the wind. The strong impact swept across the world. After the explosion, Marco revealed his body from the surging blue flames. Staring at Kizaru, he said, "Don't underestimate us too much. If you want to attack our king, just take off my head first, right?" The words fell. Cyan flames cover the whole body. While repairing all injuries, Marco directly activated Phantom Beast type and Immortal Bird form. The Divine Bird suppresses disasters. The flame wings show bright light. A flying fire flashed by. The Immortal Bird dragged out its long blue flame tail in the air. Like a flying fire meteor. He rushed to Kizaru in an instant. Hang upside down in the air. A powerful force as powerful as a battle axe was smashed down on his head. It's really scary ... Kizaru raised his hand to block it. The two were in a stalemate. He didn't forget to joke. Well ... it hurts so much now. Stop lying to others. Marco's face showed an angry look. The Divine Bird's sharp claws suddenly exerted force. Next second. The figure of Kizaru had turned into a dazzling stream of light and flew backwards. Rumble. A terrifying explosion soared into the sky. The heavy walls outside the harbor. Kizaru was actually blown up to a huge gap. What? He actually knocked Mr. Porisalino away. This is not true. General Kizaru is the highest combat power in the headquarters. Are the captains of the White Beast pirates so powerful? This sudden scene in front of me. It caused an uproar in the naval camp. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The Warring States period on the punishment platform. He was so angry that he almost cursed. Kizaru. Is this what you believe in, justice? You played me at the beginning. Are you afraid you really think I'm blind? Amir Marco. Is it worthy of making you show that embarrassing attitude? Can you still have some shame? Hello. Let alone the Navy. Now. Even the pirates. They were all stunned by this scene. They even had an illusion. Marco equals general. After a moment. The cheers burst out. Bad Navy, this time, do you know how powerful our Whitebeard pirates are? Yes, Captain Marco has combat power that is comparable to that of a general. Ha ha ha, are you scared now? Captain Marco has opened a gap for us, and everyone is rushing there. Capture the Navy headquarters. Save Brother Ace. The morale of the pirates instantly surged to the peak. In their opinion. What generals are not generals? It's all bullshit now. Even a captain in my family can't beat him. Who? It's really useless. Hey, Marco, what the hell is that guy Kizaru doing? Whitebeard turned his head and looked at Marco, who had just fallen on the deck. His eyes were full of doubt. He doesn't think Kizaru is weak. Instead, on Kizaru, he keenly captured a trace of extremely terrifying power. But Whitebeard couldn't figure it out. Why did the other party hold back in the hit just now? And it also helped them open a channel with less resistance. Is this unreasonable? Two don't know either. Marco looked at his hands blankly. If it weren't for the casual look that Kizaru had just seen. I'm afraid he is now. I've already believed that I can beat Kizaru. This kind of unreliable nonsense is gone. On the battlefield. Swish. A dazzling stream of light flashed by. Kizaru reappeared in front of a group of Navy. Brand new suit. Brand new cloak. In that hit just now. Kizaru's body was not stained with any dust. Yo tilde it seems that it's not that simple. Let's just straighten ITW. Here is the island, Yellow and Dragon. Quote. Giant troops, you have to pay attention to the sky tilde. Kizaru pinched her chin. He ordered to pretend. But in his heart. Actually, I'm already thinking about it. How to act next. Only. It's really hard to act like this high-end game tilde. Kizaru sighed to the sky. It was clearly stated that it would be just a few years undercover in the Navy. But 3 years later. 3 years later and 3 years. It has been 30 years now. I've become such a fucking general. Lord Yu. If you don't hurry back. My undercover identity. This time it will be exposed. I really want to hide behind you and hang up the phone with peace of mind. Mouth. Chapter 96 The Seven Warriors See shows power, the secret of the tyrant bear. Open black lens bracket Marinfando close black lens bracket. Inside the frozen harbor. A tragic fight can be seen everywhere. Because of Kizaru's helpfulness. Whitebeast pirate unexpectedly found the direction to break the deadlock. Under the charge of several captains, they took the lead. A large number of pirates followed closely behind. Move forward. Successfully break through the Navy's blockade and encirclement. From the huge gap. He broke into the edge of the square. This move. It undoubtedly successfully disrupted the Navy's previous deployment and strategy. It also caught the Warring States on the wrong side. The Warring States period was so angry that he wished that, Bang Bang, would give Kizaru two Big Buddha shock. Make this, waste, into waste. However, although a large number of members of the Whitebeast pirates successfully entered the harbor, but it doesn't show off. They can win the final victory. The King's 7 warriors seized who were originally deliberately arranged on the harbor wall by the Warring States period. Now, in an instant, it became the first level to stop them from moving forward. Boom boom boom. Thunderous explosions continued. Blood and flesh fly everywhere. Corpse everywhere. Hawkeye 1 Blade 999. Knife and critical strike. Flatta zoom in and open the crazy harvest mode. The Empress attacks indiscriminately. No distinction between enemies and us. Any male, sexual creature who dares to approach her domain. All of them will be turned into stone sculptures by sweet and sweet wind. Mechanical tyrant bear rebounds all damage. Thundering pressure cannons and radium lasers swept across the thousands of 127 troops. Moonlight Molia summons the zombie legion. Shadow cut ability to create immortal monsters. Doflamingo parasitic puppet. Wanderingly manipulate the pirates to kill each other. Although the King's 7 warriors C occupies an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. But except for a few top-ranked captains. Other pirates. In front of these people. I couldn't even hold on to a single move. The momentum of breaking bamboo suddenly stopped. Damn it, the King of the 7 warriors, you group of naval lackeys, hurry up and dodge me. Yes, no one can stop us today. Nearly 100 pirates directly locked in the Empress. He raised his weapon and rushed over fiercely. However. Open black lens bracket pursued arrow close black lens bracket. The pirates have not yet arrived. Pink and red arrows pouring down like a rain curtain. So they were petrified. And. Different from sweet and sweet wind. The target hit by purchased arrow. Whether you are attracted to the Empress or not. Even the weapon in their hands. They will be petrified the same. Of course. It's not just pirates. Entering the Navy. It will also be attacked indiscriminately. Even more dead. Anyway, it's just one sentence. Those who enter the circle will die. Empress, are you crazy? Bastard, you actually dare to attack the Navy. Have you forgotten your position as the 7 warriors C? Yes, taking action against the Navy is equivalent to betrayal. Several generals who were barely able to withstand the attack of the Empress. He asked with anger on his face. Although the I family responded to the call of the world, they came here to deal with the Whitebeard, but they did not take the watch and regarded the Navy as their companion. The Empress has a beautiful spin and jump. Sit back on the pet snake Sarum. He said cold and unyieldingly. Besides, men's words are the same regardless of their enemies. Apart from that adult, any other man who dares to approach the I family will be sentenced to death. But I hope you can be the I family has abide by the agreement and die humbly. Even if the Empress takes action ruthlessly. The attitude is extremely bad. Extremely disdainful eyes. But the elite naval forces around. But there was still an obsessive expression on his face. You are right, we should die so humbly. It's so beautiful, let's die now. The Empress's beauty is blessed by sweet fruit. It has reached its peak. As long as there is even a trace of evil thoughts in your heart. All can be infinitely magnified in her beauty. Thus losing resistance. Even if the Empress is just a simple wave. They can all be fascinated by it. However. Extreme beauty. It is precisely the Empress's most deadly killer. A hint of disgust flashed in his beautiful eyes. Next second. The group of navies opposite have all turned into stone sculptures. Horrible scenes. The pirates who rushed towards him were so scared that they quickly retreated. He didn't even dare to look at the Empress more. However, as rumored, he is a guy with extremely bad personality. Quote. Doflamingo smiled and said with a wicked smile. I really don't know what kind of man can subdue her. It's at this moment. The demon, little OZJR, holding a huge machete, rushed towards him. Doflamingo once again showed a cruel grin on his face. While his body soared into the sky. Finger buckle slightly. Almost transparent sharp lines. Directly cut OZJR's right leg into 2 pieces. In Moonlight Molia. Then use a shadow corner gun to finish the attack perfectly. Successfully killed. Little OZJR's huge figure smashed heavily. The ground of the entire square trembled. The pirates, offensive. Instantly, it was a stagnant. Good job. The Warring States period on the execution stage breathed a long sigh of relief. The bad situation was finally curbed. But. Even he didn't expect it. The kings under the 7 martial arts see it's so powerful today. It's much better than the iron waist of Kizaru. Don't stand there stupidly. The whole person is completely ice-like. You must not let the remaining pirates step into the square in the future. The Warring States period immediately adjusted its tactics. A new round of orders was issued. 20 Passist is under the leadership of the Captain Zontaumaru. Come from the rear. Wherever you pass. Corpse everywhere. The battle situation that has just been eased. It heats up again in an instant. A new round of fierce battles. Turn on. At the same time. On the left side of the harbor, it is a glacier that is 100 meters high. The group was closely watching the movements on the battlefield below. It was the GM army led by Dorag. And the Shemale Legion led by Shemale King Ivankov. There is also the Prison Break Alliance composed by Jinpin, Klokdal and others. Dorag, your son is still on the execution stage. When will we wait until we take action? Shemale King Ivankov said anxiously. Also, how did the gentle bear in the past become such a terrifying and bloodthirsty look? Although different from the original work. Ivankov had never seen Luffy, a straw hat, before. But the other party is the son of his friend Dorag. It can be said that it is the prince of their GM army. So. He would have such an eager attitude. There is nothing wrong with it. Yes, Mr. Dorag, Ace and Luffy are all on the execution stand, let's do it. Among the people, Sob can be said to be the one who is most anxious. Seeing the two brothers who had bloodshed in the past. He is about to be killed by the Navy. Sabo wished he could kill the criminal platform alone now. Rescue the two. That's right, Mr. Dorag, my father and the others are currently under the calculation and siege of the Navy. If we lend a helping hand, we will definitely share the lower pressure for Dad and the others. Jinping said sincerely. In this way, the success rate of saving the Ace brothers and Luffy will be greatly improved. However, no matter what others say, Dorag was still unmoved. A pair of sharp eyes kept swimming back and forth on the battlefield. It seems to be examining the current situation. It's not time yet, we're waiting. Looking at Sabo and others with an anxious face. Dorag directly gave his judgment. The Navy obviously has a backup plan, and his eyes slowly turned to the place. Ace, who was kneeling beside Luffy on the execution platform. Dorag said meaningfully. The child's identity is too special. If it were me, he would definitely use his identity to do a good job. Jinping, Igaldi Roger's arrogant age. You can guarantee that under Whitebeard, there are no guys who have ever made enemies with him. Hiss. Jinping was immediately shocked and sweated. Looking at Dorag's eyes. I couldn't help but look a little more afraid and grateful. Fine. The enemy my dad faces is not him. But for Ace's life experience. Jinping really dared not guarantee the bill. It would be easy to say if it was limited to the Whitebeast pirates. After all, there are many people. Everyone knows Ace's true identity. And my father, Whitebeard, was originally an enemy of Roger. Later, the heroes cherish each other. The two turned enemies into friends. This is well known inside. But the 43 affiliated pirates from New World. But it's hard to say. Among them, there is the Witch of Ice Widub, who is next to Whitebeard in the early stages of the group. But there are many who are originally famous. Later, Roger accidentally destroyed the group. These people worship the friendship and reputation of Whitebeard. But do you agree with the son of the enemy? This is unknown. When I think of this. Jinping, the great filial son. The expression on his face suddenly became nervous. No one objected. Dorag's wise eyes. Transfer again. In the end, it fell on Basalami Bear, who was slaughtering pirates. Only. In theory. A close comrade in the past. Now it has become a weapon of killing. Dorag's face should have a look of sadness and anger. But his expression at this moment. But it's very subtle. It can even be said to be a little confused. Seem. He was not surprised that Basalami Bear was transformed into a pacificant. Hesitated again and again. Dorag's eyes gradually became firmer when he looked at Luffy. It seems like I have made some decision in my heart. Turning his head to look at GM Jun Nan J Chief Inventor Lindbergh said. It seems that we can't wait for the agreed day to come. Have you brought something that can awaken the bear? I'm sure I've always taken over the important East 3.9 West, but... Lindbergh showed a look of surprise on his face. He said in a heavy tone. Dorag, have you really decided? This is what you thought of after years of layout. It's the killer weapon that can help our GM Army completely turn the situation around the battle at a critical moment. GM Army North J Chief Crow Karas also spoke at this time. That's right, are you really going to reveal it in advance today? Dorag suddenly fell into silence when he heard this. However, the battle situation that took a sharp turn for the battlefield below. But it made him make up his mind again. Luffy is his son after all. And he is an extremely incompetent father. If you can't even save your son, then is he worthy of saving others? No way. Dorag could only give up this plan that had been deeply rooted for many years. Although my heart is full of frustration and loss. But for the sake of his son's life, Dorag went for it. Only. These words in my heart. How could he say it to others? I've decided. Dorag's eyes were firm. Nodded with a high sound. As long as his characteristics are not exposed in advance, no one should discover this secret. And once our rescue fails, everyone needs to rely on the bear's ability to retreat safely. So, Lindbergh, wake up the bear in advance. Chapter 97 Dorag's shocking plan was destroyed, the filial son's sword failed. Hey, Dorag, what are you talking about there? Ivankov heard it so much that the clouds and mountains were surrounded by mist. He looked at Lindbergh with a puzzled face and asked. What do you mean by awakening the big bear? What the hell happened to him? Lindbergh did not rush to explain. Instead, turn your head and look at Dorag first. After getting permission from the other party. Then he stepped to Ivankov. With a voice that only two people can hear. After Ivankov was accidentally caught, push the city. The amazing truth that happened. Turned out to be. The Basalami bear who appeared in front of everyone. It has been transformed by the genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk. The pacifist PX-0 prototype has completely lost its self-awareness. There has always been such a saying within the Navy. It was Basalami Bear who took the initiative to propose to the world. Voluntarily give up his personality. Become the first experimental subject of Vegapunk's human weapon project. But in fact, behind all this, it's because Basalami Bear and the world. A secret agreement was signed. At the cost of his body. In exchange for the personal freedom of his mother Joeli Pani. That's right. You read that right. It is the big-stomached girl Joeli Boney who is tied for the Extreme Evil Generation Supernova with Monkey D. Luffy, Trafalgar Rod, Eustace Kid and others. She is actually the ability of Superman System Katakana Middle-Age Fruit. The body will not have any impact on the increase in age. They will not die because of old age. And her other unknown identity. It is the Queen Mother of King of Soul. That is, Basalamim Bear's biological mother. More than 20 years ago. In a rebellion secretly planned by the world. The then king of Basalami Bear was exiled by the people. Joeli Pani was captured by members of CP0. For a long time since then. Basalami Bear appears on the sea as a pirate and tyrant. Over time. Even the Navy and the World War II think so naturally. But in fact, Basalami Bear has joined the GM Army. And become one of the cadres. Later. Basalami Bear became the king of the Seven Warriors Sea. The members of CP0 came to him. The life and freedom of Joeli Pani is threatened. Forcing Basalami Bear to, voluntarily, become Dr. Vegapunk's experimental product. And he also chose to agree happily. Next. Basalami Bear has been transformed step by step. Finally, it was not long before the Super War began. It was completely transformed into the first Pacifician prototype. However, all this. Actually. All in Dorag's plan. Because as the inventor Lindbergh, the Fur tribe. He was once a disciple and assistant of Vegapunk. In the field of mechanical research. Has a high level of attainment. It is also based on this. Only then did Dorag's plan be implemented perfectly. Because for this shocking plan that is enough to shock the world. The complete transformation of Bartholomew Bear. It is absolutely essential. Once the plan is successfully implemented. So, known as human weapon, open black lens bracket pacifist close black lens bracket, will become GM Army. The winning trump card that overthrew the world ZF. And Bartholomew Bear did not really become a walking zombie who only knew to obey orders. That's right. He wasn't dead. Although it sounds extremely cruel and harsh. But Bartholomew Bear's life and death. But it is the key to whether Dorig's plan can be successful. Looking at Ivankov's increasingly horrified face, Lindbergh began to explain further. Turn out to be all mass-produced pacifists. All are replicas of Bartholomew Bear. Their system is closely linked to Bartholomew Bear and Bartholomew Kuma himself's consciousness. Before Dr. Punk's last surgery, Lindbergh took the lead. Stored through chips. This chip. It is the key to awakening Bartholomew Bear. As long as you have it. Open black lens bracket GM Army close black lens bracket can be anytime, anywhere. Restart Bartholomew Bear's consciousness. Just wait patiently until the time is ripe. The world ZF let go of your guard. Begin mass production of pacifist. By then, they will reawaken Bartholomew Bear. Then he controls all the pacifists. Together with GM Army. Launch a final counterattack against the world ZF and the Tianlong people. I have to say, Dorig's plan is really imaginative. It's shocking. If it can be successful. GM Army is equivalent to spending no resources and time. Then, it comes directly from the world. He stole hundreds of pacifists with strength comparable to ordinary lieutenant generals. It is a typical example of, no guns, no cannons, the enemy will make it for us. But it's a pity. Dorag met Yu. Or, because of the mistakes Cap made in the past. The accident involved his plan. If Doriger knew the causal relationship between these two things. Don't know if he should resent Yu. Or should I blame Carp? And Bartholomew Bear. Of course, it became the most important in this plan. It is also the only victim. Even to the end. He can restore his consciousness through the chip. But then Bartholomew Bear. But he has long become a fully mechanized, completely transformed person. Or robots are more appropriate. But originally, Bartholomew Bear saved his mother. I have to choose to compromise. Dorag knew his decision. Only then did he make such a shocking plan. And this shocking secret. Even inside the GM Army. Only a few people know about it. But Ivankov is not an outsider either. He was originally the leader of the GM Army Great Root. So tell him the secret. There is no risk of leakage. Only. No one can imagine. This is a perfectly exquisite plan. It actually happened in this situation. Turn on in advance. Having said that, Lindbergh couldn't help but look disappointed on his face. Because for GM Army. Equivalent to. Lost a great opportunity to fight back. The sacrifices and sweat they made before. All of them will be wasted. But this involves Dorig's own son after all. Even Lindbergh and others had complaints. No one dared to say it at this moment. Ivankov heard this. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. While marveling at Dorig's grand schemes. It is also for starting the plan ahead. Feel endless regret. Only. At the moment, this situation seems to be the safest choice. Because except for Karp, the other three naval generals are up to now. Haven't taken any serious action. And, under the double team of a large number of pacifists. Whitebeast pirates, there have been a large number of casualties. The situation is not optimistic. Dorag made such a decision. Reasonable. Seeing that everyone had no objection. Dorag's heart hung. He also let it go. Looking at the listless and stinky sun on the execution platform. Dorag murmured to himself. Luffy, there's only so much I can do for you. Time passes every second. The battle between the harbor below and the edge of the square. It has entered a white-hot stage. Marco, Joe's and other major team captains came out in full swing. Only the white beard stood on the bow of the boat. But Luo still looked like he was so timid. Carrying Ghost Cry. Rely on one side of the huge mast. It seems that he has no interest in the bloody, cruel tearing and killing in the distance. But that's right. Being a pirate. What you pass is a knife head, licking and blood. A day of stagnation. Killing and being killed are normal. There is no need to make a fuss. Plus, Luo Zheng saw Yi Yu take action with his own eyes. That momentum that shakes the sky and the earth. It is even more terrifying than the hundreds of thousands of people on the battlefield at this moment. Naturally, he couldn't get interested. But soon, Luo seemed to notice something. Raise his eyebrows. A sneer appeared in the corner. Finally here. The big filial son, mentioned by Lord Yi Yu. Not long. A sneaky figure. Has quietly arrived at the white beard behind. Skiyard, are you okay? After seeing the visitor. A look of concern appeared on his face and said. I haven't been able to contact you since the beginning. How is the situation in the Beitu? Sorry, Dad. Squard smiled embarrassedly. He said with an extremely complicated expression. We pirates who are under the siege behind us have suffered serious losses. I took a shortcut to come here. Yes, the Warring States period will never show mercy. The white beard stares at the battlefield. No warning at all about Squard. He said without looking back. At present, if you want to avoid being held back, you have to put all your troops on the front line. Whether you succeed depends on this. I will also go out with everyone, and I will definitely break through the enemy's formation in one go. It's true. A look of determination appeared in Squard's eyes. Murmur. Each of the 43 pirate groups under your command has received your great kindness. We will go through fire and water naturally for the White Beast pirates. But in your eyes, we are still not as good as Roger's son after all. As the words fell. The long sword has been unsheathed. The white-bearded Yu Shangkong stabbed up. This scene suddenly came as it happened. Everyone was stunned. Even the white beard himself. Even they couldn't come back to their senses from the shock. He never even thought about it. One day, his son would draw his sword at him. The heart-to-heart filial sword is imminent. However, at this critical moment. Open black lens bracket room katakana middle dot slaughterhouse close black lens bracket 127. The hemispherical space instantly covers the entire bow. The moment the blade in Squard's hand was about to cut through the skin of the white-bearded Yu Hung's skin. Luo's figure appeared out of thin air. Ghost Cry in his hand was slashed. Puff. Squard was split directly from it in half. The long sword in hand. It also fell to the ground. However, Squard did not die. The broken wound. There was no trace of blood. In slaughterhouse. The creature separated by Luo will not die. No bleeding, either. So Squard still maintains a clear consciousness. Only. Squard, blinded by hatred. Already like a mad dog. There, he talked about the crime of Whitebeard. That's right. He was successfully instigated. Dad. Marco turns on immortal form. Cut through the sky quickly. He rushed to the white beard. I'm fine, don't attack Squard, it must be the Navy's fault. The white-bearded face was extremely gloomy. The Navy is really capable. Even his son was able to successfully instigate him. Whitebeard at this moment. Feeling unprecedented humiliation. Anger in my heart. It has even reached its peak. Looking at the Warring States period on the far-reaching execution platform. Murmur. It's really the sword is not old, Warring States period. My son, you're totally fooled. Then. The white beard looked at Luo with a grateful face and said. Thank you, little dear. If you want to thank me, just thank my Lord Yi Yu. Luo didn't catch a cold when he was talking about Whitebeard. He said in a cold tone. He reminded me to stay here. After saying that, Luo then carried the knife and walked under the Moby Dick. Yi Yu's mission to him has been completed. The next battle. It has nothing to do with him. Luo just needs to wait before Yu comes back. Just pay attention to the life of Whitebeard. Yu. Whitebeard was shocked. More than half a month ago appeared in my mind again. Yu's warning. Open black lens bracket. The rescue operation will fail. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You will die there too. Close black lens bracket. Think of these. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh again. What a terrible man. Even this was expected early. From the old era to the present. In this world. It seemed that there was nothing that the man didn't know. Chapter 98. The Revolutionary Army entered the field and the battle situation escalated. Damn it, I just almost succeeded. That bastard Trafalgar R.O. actually broke my plan at this time. The Warring States period was so annoyed. A ferocious anger appeared on his face. If Whitebeard can be seriously injured in the next battle force, the Navy can not only respond more calmly, it can also make the casualty rate. It also dropped to the bottom. But now, such an important plan. All of them were destroyed by a fledgling little devil. In the Warring States period, I wish I could slap Luo directly to death with one palm. But even if the Warring States period is broken, it is absolutely impossible to imagine it. Luo is just an executor of executing orders. The real master behind the scenes. It is Yu who has disappeared for 30 years. And this man who spans the entire old era. Arrival at Marinfando soon. Then, just when the Warring States period was preparing to issue a new round of orders, on the battlefield. But suddenly there was a noisy scream. Look, it seems something fell from the sky. Huh, it seems like a warship fell down. Ah, what a strong storm. It seems that there are still many people on the boat. Above the harbor. Suddenly, a black tornado with extremely terrifying momentum was scraped. Then in everyone's shocked eyes. The tornado carried a large warship down from the sky. It landed steadily next to the Mobidic where the Whitebeard was located. Dorag, Ivankov, Jinpin, Klokdal and others showed their figures one after another. Appeared on the deck. This sudden scene shocked the audience instantly. Hey, look, are those two people not the sea hero Jinbei and sand crocodile Klokdal from the previous King of the King's 7 warriors? Why do they appear here? Oh my god, the one standing in the front row is Dorag, who is the most wanted GM army leader, who is Dorag, right? And there are Shemale King Ivankov, and those criminals. Shouldn't these people be locked in Propulsion City? Why did they appear next to Whitebeard? Could it be Thathy have joined forces? As the time for punishment approaches, explosive major events happened one after another. They are presented to the world one after another. Anyone can imagine it. Promotion City, known as Copper Wall and Iron Wall. It was actually captured by the GM army. He also successfully released so many notorious prisoners. These shocking scenes are in front of you. It's shocking. It also indicates this peak showdown. The whole world will surely be rewritten. And now, people surrounding the big screen. Only hold your breath. Quietly waiting for a turbulent future that they themselves cannot control. And on the battlefield at this time, the naval elite who were originally highly motivated. Because of the sudden intervention of GM army. And it became a little quiet. This war. It's just started not long ago. It has become impossible to guess its direction. It became more confusing. What will be the final result? Bastard, this time it's your family again. On the punishment platform. The moment in the Warring States period saw Dorag and others appear. I guessed it already. Promoting the city, it must be lost. Anger suddenly burst out from the old pupils. The Warring States period is now. I really wish I could only hit Cap's dog head. Including Carp. Son Dorag. Grandson Luffy. There is nothing special about this family. One is worry-free. The Navy is just in their family. It consumes a lot of energy. Cap, although that's your son, this time. A decisive look appeared on the Warring States period. Don't blame me for killing me. The appearance of Dorag. It has completely angered the bottom line of the Warring States period. Even though you, Cap, cannot control your son and grandson. Then today, my old friend. Let's discipline you. Only. They will definitely be reckless for their own behavior. Pay the price of life. The Warring States period immediately grabbed the phone bug. Continue with the speech that was accidentally interrupted by the appearance of Whitebeard. Now I will continue to the introduction that I just got interrupted. This little devil kneeling beside Ace is not only his righteous brother who grew up with him. It also inherited the GM army leader Dorag's own son Monkey D. Luffy. Today, the Navy will impose final sanctions on the Whitebeard pirates and the GM army in the name of justice in front of the Navy headquarters, which symbolizes absolute justice. Hiss. The entire battlefield suddenly became silent. The needle can be heard. Regardless of the Navy. Still a pirate. Or maybe you are gathering in front of the big screen at this moment. Countless people watching the live broadcast. They were all completely shocked by this sudden scene. Is this a public punishment? It is clearly two, second-generation stars, showing off their backs in a fancy way. One of his real fathers is One Piece Roger. The adoptive father is the strongest man in the world. The other is the son of GM army leader Dorag. These three fathers. No matter which order is taken out. They are all overlords who can change the color of the Navy and the world. And these two teenagers. But with the help of fate's hand. The accidents were intertwined. It amazes countless people. Sighing for it. However. If the world knew Luffy's entire background. And those little-known secret words. I am afraid that I have faith in justice in my heart. It will collapse immediately. Straw Hat Luffy is the inheritor of Shanks, who is willing to bet on his left arm. GM army leader Dorag is actually the son of naval legend hero Cap. One Piece's posthumous son was actually secretly rescued by Capo. Navy represents justice. Pirates represent evil. Such statements are in front of these amazing secrets. It became blurred. What is the boundary between justice and evil determination? Or, only the winner can represent justice. Put it all in one go. The majestic and tyrannical orders of the Warring States period echoed throughout Malin Fando in an instant. The morale of the 100,000 elite Navy players is greatly boosted. A new round of fights begins again. Shouting. Howling. Collision sound. Explosion sound. The noisy sounds mixed together in a mess. Filling in every corner of Malin Vando. Doflamingo laughed wildly unscrupulously. With a hideous gaze, he looked into the distance and looked at the back where Bybert and others were. Murmur. It's so interesting. I didn't expect that through that little guy who is not good looking, he could actually lead such a big shot. What kind of way will this war end today is really exciting. Even Akainu, who had been sitting firmly at the bottom of the execution platform. They all stood up with a ferocious expression. Open black lens bracket naval hero close black lens bracket Cap son. In order not to put shame on the Navy, it seems that he must be completely eradicated. Inside the harbor. GM Army, are you here for the little ghost wearing straw hat? Whitebeard glanced at Dorag, who was standing on the deck. There was no fluctuation on his face. Obviously. He was a little unattractive about GM Army. Whitebeast, the current situation is very unfavorable to you and me. Dorag keenly noticed the Whitebeard's thoughts. Just straight to the point. Pointing to the two, small, figures on the criminal stage said. If we want to successfully rescue Luffy and Ace, the best choice is now the two forces joining forces to advance and retreat. Gulalalala Jinping, it turns out you are here too. Whitebeard laughed loudly. He looked at Dorag with a domineering attitude and said. I didn't take the initiative to ask for your help, but if you dare to drag your back, I will definitely not spare you. This is natural. Dorag nodded in a humble and arrogant manner. We will act as we think, then. Please start. Gulalalawafud is such an impatient guy. The Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. with a contemptuous look at the Warring States period standing at the edge of the Jungtai. He shouted loudly. You dare to use my son to assassinate me in the Warring States period, your Navy's methods are becoming more and more despicable. With the blessing of shock fruit. The Whitebeard's voice was like rolling thunder. It resounded instantly throughout Malin Vando. The elite naval forces fighting below. I couldn't help but shudder at the same time. Even the Warring States period was punished. Then I was sweating coldly. He knows. The man who is known as the strongest in the world. Finally, I'm going to end myself. Damn it, why hasn't the encirclement iron wall beneath completed yet? The Warring States period pointed to the position where the corpse of Oz Jr. was crushed. He shouted anxiously. A normal city wall can't defend against the punch that man who got it. No matter what price you pay, you must try your best to block those two gaps. You must not let Whitebeard attack the square. Swish. At this moment, a dazzling stream of light flashed by. The actor Kizaru appeared gracefully. Mr. Warring States period, if all the guys who came later were executed it doesn't matter, right? Listening to Kizaru's slutty tone. The Warring States period turned black. I wish I could slap him to death with one palm. Damn it. As a waste general. Can't you respect yourself? It's not enough to accompany the Whitebeast pirates to perform. Do you want to find GM Army to show off a wave of horsefly operations? I and the Navy can't afford to lose that person. Such a powerful job that can kill all the things. It seems that I can only leave it to the honest man Akainu Ruanzi. This is the time. He is the safest one. The Warring States period directly chose to ignore Huang Daisy. Akainu ordered toward the lower side. Don't wait any longer, do it. Kurakura. Melt the ice in the encirclement and completely lose the pirates' foothold. Hee is it finally my turn to take action? Oranu's face showed a ferocious smile. He was almost impatient when he was waiting here. Regardless of the pirate. Or GM Army. In his eyes. All deserve to be sentenced to death. Open black lens bracket meteor volcano close black lens bracket. Chapter 99 The Power of the White Beard, the Arrival of Steel Bones. Akainu's arms surged with hot lava. Then she continued to shelve into the clouds. After a moment, the entire sky seemed to be ignited. Reduced to a sea of magma and fire. The countless giant magma fists were like a meteor falling. With a hot high temperature that melts the steel. Falling from the sky. Hey, thesis this the end of the world. It's so terrifying. Is this the real strength of the general? What should I do? Keep standing here, I will be melted by magma. Now. Facing the huge magma bomb that covered the sky and the sun. Even the captains of the Whitebeast pirates. I couldn't help but be shocked by this amazing scene in front of me. He was stunned by fear. Ordinary members. Even though his legs were weak. Sit on the ground. If these lava giant fists successfully fall on the ice, it will instantly become a terrifying sea of lava fire. Even the sea under the ice. It will also be cooked directly until boiling. By then, these are the people. There will be no place to die. Gulalalala. It's at this moment. The domineering laughter of the Whitebeard suddenly resounded throughout the battlefield. It's like a heart-boosting injection. It instantly cleared the panic in the pirates' hearts. Helped them regain their fighting spirit. That's right. As long as there is a dad here. I will never let that guy Akainu succeed. The pirates' eyes were firm. Whitebeard is the undefeated god of war in their hearts. Mark, do you want to order a candle on your birthday cake for me? The white-bearded looked down upon. The arms that tightly clamped Kong Yunch were so vigorously that they gathered power backwards. The muscles on the arms suddenly surged. The veins exploded. The white halo containing the vibration force surrounds the blade of Kong Yunchu. Buzz. The space around actually trembled slightly. Just relying on this little skill, I want to stop me. Magma Kid, you're still far from it. The moment the roar sounded, Kong Yunch knocked towards the sky with a bang of 140. In an instant, The giant magma fist that fell down like a meteor shower curtain. In the astonished eyes of everyone, it actually stopped strangely. It seems like there is an invisible force. He blocked the hundreds of lava giant fists there at the same time. Click. The crisp shatters resounded through the sky. The spider web-like cracks visible to the eyes are cut from where they are cut from the cloud. It began to spread out quickly. The next moment, it collapsed into a terrifying shock wave that could shake the sky and the earth. A giant fist towards the sky. It opened and left. Rumble. The unrivaled shock force swept across the sky. The lava bombs like rain were shattered in an instant. The whole sky. It suddenly exploded into a sea of lava fire. For Whitebeards in good condition, there is nothing. It's something that can't be solved with one punch. If so, then punch again. Open black lens bracket storm raid close black lens bracket. Dorag held his hands upwards. In the air, a huge tornado suddenly appeared. It directly rolled up countless lava residual fires scattered across the sky after the lava bomb exploded. He capsized towards the heavily guarded square. Fire rain falls in the day. In an instant, the entire square was trapped in a sea of lava fire. Screams and wails are endless. Pungent sulfur smell. And the fishy smell emitted by the blood and flesh after being burned. Disgusting. The elite navy was killed or injured immediately. The tragic scene is as terrifying as the purgatory on Earth. Fennies, that's the power of the Whitebeard. Just one punch smashed General Sarkaski's offensive. Almost all navy were stunned by the sudden scene just now. Turning his head mechanically stiffly. Looking at the majestic figure standing proudly on the bow of the Moby ship. Then I suddenly remembered it. That man. It is the protagonist of today's war. That's right. The man recognized by the whole world as the strongest man. It's about to end. Yo tilde 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 it's really worthy of being the leader of 4 emperors. Whitebeard is really a bit outrageously strong tilde 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 tilde. Kizaru pinched her chin and said with emotion. But this is the best. It saves me from secretly helping me. The old man in the Warring States period has already begun to doubt me tilde tilde tilde. Now is not a good time to talk sarcastic. Aokiji's figure flashed out. 2 icicles quickly connected to the ground from his palms. Open black lens bracket ice age close black lens bracket. The blue ice spreads rapidly. In the blink of an eye. The ground of the entire square has been frozen into an ice field. Soldiers struggling in the sea of fire. Finally got relief. Look, General Aokiji took action. Medical soldier, treat the wounded quickly. Don't take it lightly, the pirates are going to attack through the gap. Boom. The Whitebeard jumped off the bow of the ship. The huge ice surface suddenly trembled. A terrifying aura like a demon was raging. A depressing atmosphere that makes people feel suffocating. It swept across the entire naval camp in an instant. Gulalalala. Warring States period, are you ready to meet my anger? The Whitebeard looked forward with a look of contempt. Raise the iron fist. Unparalleled yelled. If you want to follow me, just give up your life and follow me. The words fell. The tall figure had already rushed to the gap opened by Kizaru before. And the pirates on the ice. Then it boiled instantly. Woo. Paving the way for my dad. I will definitely not spare the Navy's waste. Everyone hurry up and follow my dad. It's time for them to see the horror of the world's strongest man. Bastard Navy, let me die obediently. To conquer the Navy headquarters in one go. Save Brothers Ace. The morale of the pirates instantly soared to the peak. Under the leadership of Whitebeard. Everyone is fearless of death. Charge bravely. As long as there is this man by their side. Even if the general comes in person. They did not retreat at all. And the moment when the confessor ended in person. This war on the top. It's really open. It's true that he is a Whitebeard. Just this leader charm is enough to stand out for the heroes. Dorag couldn't help but sigh. Even if he has worked hard for decades. It may not be AEDJ that it can be slightly better than the white beard. Only. Soon Dorig's face turned up. Begin assigning their own tasks to people. Linderberg, Ivankov, Karas, you three went to the edge of the square to rescue Big Bear, and the rest followed me to the execution platform. Immediately. The GM army people followed behind the Whitebeast pirates. With a crushing momentum, he successfully entered the interior of the square from the gap. Halfway. The admirals who tried to block the white-bearded progress. All of them were punched by a child by Whitebeard. The fight made people overturn. The navy at the edge of the square was instantly defeated. The Warring States period above the criminal platform was extremely gloomy. Looking at the huge gap that Whitebeard and others rushed in. The eyes were filled with endless anger. If it weren't for the useless waste of Kizaru to create this gap. At this moment, Whitebeast pirates. I'm afraid I've long been reduced to a turtle in the iron wall. Let the navy slaughter. The more I thought about it in the Warring States period, the more angry I became. If it weren't for Kizaru's years. No suspicious move has ever been done. The Warring States period even doubted. Is this grandson an undercover agent sent by the Whitebeast pirates? And Iokiji. He was actually hit by Diamond Joe's and vomited blood. Or you one or both of you and Kizaru to play me. But fortunately. Almost defeated on the battlefield. He was saved by Akainu. The huge waves of magma surged. Akainu is like a lava demon. Only. It blocked the way of Whitebeard and others. The surging offensive was a stagnant. Gulalalala. The white-bearded smiled domineeringly. Mark, do you think you can stop me by yourself? Kongyan cut in his hand immediately swept out. Click. The white halo lingering on the blade exploded into a violent shock wave of destruction. In an instant, all the naval soldiers within 100 meters nearby were bombarded. However, Akainu seemed to be possessed by the king at this moment. Fork bag with both hands. Step on the blade of Kongyunchu with one foot. This shock wave was forced to resist. Whitebeast, this island represents the absolute justice pursued by the navy, and you cannot let go of trouble here. A ferocious smile appeared on Akainu's face. It's better to extend your head and die. Gulalalala. Whitebeard smiled bitterly. You new generation of navies are really arrogant and do not dare to talk to me even in the Warring States period. Borrowing that man's mantra. If you can do it, then you can try it. Today. Whitebeard must teach this arrogant person in front of him a lesson. Next second. Two iron fists carrying the power of destruction. They collided with each other. Rumble. A terrifying loud bang exploded. The area where the two are located. Instantly it became a sea of rocks and fire. The ground exploded inch by inch. The smoke rose into the sky. A terrifying battle that was enough to destroy the world officially began. On the punishment platform. In the Warring States period, the offensive of the White pirates was blocked. I suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Kate, who was sitting quietly beside Ace and Luffy. He said in a deep voice. Fortunately, Sakazuki is here. But even so, I'm afraid I can't continue to stay out of here. Obviously. The Warring States period was ready to come to an end in person at any time. After all. In the old era more than 30 years ago. He is a white beard in the navy. Although Lien Po is old. Still dare to take the lead. A heavy footsteps sounded. The hair and beard are all white. But the body is still as strong as a mountain. Central Commander, Central Bones. Come to the side of the Warring States period. It seems that your previous worries are correct. Corrosive Kong looked at the members of the GM army in the square below with a gloomy face. He said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that this group of mice that were only hiding in the dark would really dare to appear here blatantly. In the Warring States period, you can just deal with the Whitebeard with peace of mind. Leave all the people from the GM army to me. After saying that, open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket so slightly waved his head toward the rear. Several figures that followed suddenly disappeared from the spot. CP0. The Warring States period frowned slightly. He noticed a strong aura from those people just now. And you, Cap. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket look back in the air. A cold light appeared in the old pupils. Pointing at Cap, who lowered his head and couldn't see his expression, cursed. If you dare to do something stupid to betray justice today, I will be the first to stand up and beat you the dog's head. Quote. Chapter 100 The war escalates again, Dorag vs Kizaru and Aokiji. I understand, old man, if I want to do it, I'll do it long ago. Cap still lowered his head. The tone is full of sadness and helplessness. The voice trembled. Although the pirates are not worthy of sympathy, the family is different. Tilda. Let me be here quietly accompany these two children to the last journey, just. Snort. Cylinder Kong snorted coldly with disdain. Then he ignored the lonely Cap. Instead, continued to look at the chaotic battlefield below. Our disastrous defeat in God's Valley back then has become the greatest shame that will never be erased in the history of the Navy. Cylinder Kong recalled the tragic scene back then in his mind. I suddenly felt like I was a different life. In that battle. Only Yu and Lox were too. He almost directly called the Navy and CP0 back to, excuse. Release. Before. The Navy's elite lost more than half. The middle-level combat power is almost out of reach. The senior executives of CP0 were all killed. Directly becoming a second rate. Even the 5 old stars with swords died on the battlefield. Not to mention. Nearly 100 people, together with God's Valley. The world noble Tianlong people who were completely erased from this world by Yu. For Cylinder empty. This battle is an unforgettable and great humiliation. So much so that, in these 30 years, although Yu has been disappearing, but Cylinder, Sky and the world ZF's pursuit of him. But there has never been even a moment of stagnation. During this period, they have also found some clues. But every time I check it, the clue will come to an abrupt end as if it had disappeared out of thin air. What makes people puzzled? It is precisely because of this. Even Cylinder Kong is now 100 years old. But he still did not abdicate. 4. It's one day. I can find Yu to avenge my previous shame. Today, let us use the victory of this war to wash away the shame of the past and revive the reputation and power of the Navy. Teacher. The Warring States period was filled with blood. In the eyes. It is full of infinite respect for a bright future. However, the reverence of the two is destined to be unfulfilled. Because the Navy was in this battle. Will be with the world. It was completely erased from this world by Yu. The fight in the square continues. After Whitebeard was successfully held back by Akainu. The offensive of Marco and other captains also stumbled. Soon. More than a dozen lieutenant generals led by the Squirrel stood in front of them. Open black lens bracket silent world close black lens bracket. One with short blonde hair. Wearing a red hoodie. A middle-aged man with a 7-point appearance similar to Doflamingo. A sudden snap of his fingers in front of everyone. Buzz. A hemispherical invisible barrier directly covered everyone. The outside voice disappeared. Marco's pupils shrink rapidly. He exclaimed. You are the alternate Navy General Ghost Rosinante. Are you recognized immediately? Rosinante grinned. There seems to be no intention of fighting with Marco and others. After releasing the barrier that can block external sounds. Then he retreated to the back row. Since the war began. His eyes never left far away. Doflamingo, who is wantonly killing members of the Whitebeast pirates. That was his biological brother. It is also Rosinante's biggest enemy. At the age of 10, he killed his father in front of him. And holding his head. Returned to Holy Land Katakana middle. Mary Chawa, I want to exchange this for the identity of the Dragon Man. After being rejected. Doflamingo became the most vicious devil in this world. More than 10 years ago. Rosinante, whose identity was exposed, was almost executed by the other party. Who do Rosinante wants to kill the most? That must be him. Only. Today doesn't seem to be a good opportunity to do it. This battle. It was crucial for Rocinandi's adoptive father, the Warring States period. The evil parties of the White Beast pirates. Your itinerary ends here. Wearing a cloak of justice and holding a famous knife, Jin Chen, Kong Mu, Hook the Peach Rabbit, shouted loudly. Compared to more than 30 years ago, the appearance of Tautu has not changed much. Still beautiful and charming. Only between her eyebrows. But it solidifies the eternal coldness and deep resentment towards someone who wants to do not get it. Somehow. There is always a feeling in the Peach Rabbit. That man. It will appear on this battlefield today. Such an idea. It made her feel excited. Feeling fear again. Although she was but she saw that man. For him. Tautu never married for life. Even though they knew that they could not be together. But she just couldn't suppress her yearning for that man in her heart. Ask but cannot get it. Toss and turn. But at the same time, Tautu also knows it. The appearance of that man. It will be accompanied by endless death. The death of the Navy. The death of the world ZF. And the death of the Tianlong people. So much so that Tautu fell into extreme entanglement. Now it's time to get Whitebeard seat members of the thief group. Let's relieve the depression. Yes, we will never let you go. A middle-aged man who looks even more vulgar than Kizaru. After the Tautu opened its mouth. Then he followed the song with a smile. Open black lens bracket T pork close black lens bracket additional plan. A candidate general like Dixonandy and Park. Strength cannot be underestimated. Give up useless resistance and kneel down and surrender obediently. In this barrier, your instructions cannot be conveyed at all. Those guys outside can only wait for death there. That's right, the evil parties of the White Beast pirates. We bet on the name of the Shanghai Lieutenant General, and we will never let you pass here. The Squirrel, Ghost Spider and others drew their weapons and surrounded them. As they said. The invisible barrier created by Rocinandi. It can block the transmission of sound on both sides of the inside and outside in both directions. This way. Those pirates outside who lost the Whitebeard and the command of the captains. It will be like a headless fly. Start ramming around. There is no favorable offensive at all. It was eventually eroded and destroyed. It's just a matter of time. Damn it, there are 3 candidate generals at the same time. This is a big trouble. Marco's forehead was sweating coldly. The current situation. It can be said that it is extremely unfavorable to them. If these guys in front of you are successfully dragged down, then the consequences are unimaginable. Just facing so many naval generals. They are in a short time. There is no way to break the deadlock. At the moment, Marco could only place his hope on Dorag and Jin Pian from the other side to the execution platform. However, at this moment, Dorag and others' situation. But it is not much better than Marco and the others. He just rushed out not far. He was stopped by 2 generals, Kizaru and Aokiji. Dorag and his group encountered an unprecedented huge crisis. Even if you have prepared mentally in advance. But the opponent is powerful. But it's still far beyond their imagination. Damn it, 2 generals appeared at the same time. Mr. Dorag, I'm afraid we won't be so easy to pass this time. Sabo and others were immediately facing a great enemy. An unprecedented sense of oppression came towards us. It's okay, let me deal with these unexpected situations. Dorag took a step forward. The powerful power in the body burst out. He said with a cold look. There is no time to continue wasting here now. You guys will act as planned. But Sabo was worried and wanted to say something else. But it was directly interrupted by Dorag's loud voice. What is needed right now is to act quickly, otherwise none of us will be able to leave here. Sabo nodded with a complicated expression. Then he led the others to continue rushing towards the direction of the criminal platform. Only Dorag was left alone. Dealing with the 2 generals in front of him alone. Yo-yo, Mr. Cap's son is really arrogant . Kizaru pinched her chin. He said in a slight manner. Although you are the leader of the GM army, you wouldn't really think that you can stop as two generals by yourself, right? Such a person who can pretend to be AB. Except Lord Yu. This is the first time I have seen you today. Say. GM army, it should not be in Lord Yu's plan, right? If he is killed, it probably won't have any impact, right? Kizaru's life is the most annoying thing. It's better for others to pretend to be than for him. Dorag in front of you. Obviously he has touched his bottom line. Open black lens bracket Marinfando close black lens bracket is not where open black lens bracket GM army close black lens bracket should come. Aokiji said with a complicated expression. It's obvious. He was a personal follower of Cap when he was young. I don't want to attack my benefactor's son. However, Dorag opposite him was not merciless. Some sneered. Your actions against Whitebeard have nothing to do with me, but as a father, I can't watch my son die. As the words fell, Dorag released the riot with both hands. The entire sky above Malinfando suddenly changed. A powerful giant tornado. It began to sweep the entire earth from top to bottom. Wherever you pass. Corpse everywhere. There was a wailing sound. The square was in chaos. What a troublesome ability ... The body of Kizaru turned into a dazzling stream of light. The next second he appeared directly in front of Dorag. The kick with a deadly photon flashed across the sky. Open black lens bracket kick at the speed of light close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ice ball close black lens bracket. Aokiji doesn't talk nonsense. 5 extreme cold air spurted out from the palm of your palm. However, Dorag opposite was unmoved at all. He raised his hands upwards. The wind roared. The infinite strong wind swept the power of heaven and earth. It was actually a force of destroying the dead and decay. He directly blows Kizaru out. And the cold air released by Aokiji. The smoke also disappeared in this gust of wind. There is no doubt. Dorag, the former naval genius. The strength has reached Zhanwang level close black lens bracket. More importantly, what he owns, hurricane fruit, has the terrifying power to control the airflow. It has a certain suppression effect on Aokiji's abilities. So, even if one fights two, you won't be at a disadvantage in a short period of time. It seems that you have to be more serious. The flowing light passes by. Kizaru figure condensed again. The vulgar old face was full of dissatisfaction. Too much. Fight, just fight. Why are you doing my fucking blowing my hair? I have been doing this for decades. I never had a mess in my fight hairstyle. The nickname is the first handsome general of the Navy. Very disgusting ... Lord Yu, I was pretended by this kid today. On the other side, they advanced at full speed to the SOB team at the criminal terminal. And 3 J superior commanders who rushed to Basalamim Bear. They were also blocked one after another. So you group of bed bugs living in the darkness dare to appear in the sun openly. Several members of CP0 wearing weird masks on their faces said sarcastically. Are you the superior in CP0? Sabo and others' faces became solemn in an instant. As a member of GM Army, they are no strangers to CP0 organization. Instead, in these years, members of the two organizations clashed in private demonic. They kept rubbing. Both sides win and lose. So, Sob and others also have a certain understanding of the internal system of CP0. In CP0, the masked spy members are more powerful. A stronger superior. It is an extremely special existence. It seems. The world ZF is to win this battle. A lot of power was used secretly. Mouth.